Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 10 of What If I Was Reborn into the Pokemon world and became a legendary Pokemon adventurer. Let the tale begin. Chapter 251, Clashing Swords in the Wild. I managed to complete the interview phase of my Viridian Forest project, so now it was time for me to go through all articles and any information I could find on the web and in books. This was going to take a few months since there was a lot of information to look through. Once I was done with that step, I was going to look through my super library to corroborate my findings since I wanted my list to be as accurate as possible. I hoped that I would be done with the project by the start of the 6th term. I was then going to hand the product of my hard work to Mr. Cameron so that it could go through the verification process as project number 1 had done. Besides going to class, I naturally did my best to keep up with my other activities like training my Pokemon or myself as well while doing my research, so my schedule was pretty packed. Still, it was fulfilling, especially whenever some good news appeared like it did on Pocket Day of the first week of the 5th term. That day during our training session, Quinn/Azurede's strength reached C after being stimulated under Luna/Clefable's gravity. I was pretty sure if not for her our progress would be much slower despite all the resources I was investing, so I was really thankful to her. Still, I decided that it would be better if Tatsumaki/Kadabra learned gravity from Luna. That way they could work together to increase the gravity even more, or they could take turns using gravity and use that time to do something else. This would be especially good for Luna since she could use the free time to train her other moves. Anyway, just like Hashirama/Venusaur, Quinn now only had to increase one more parameter to C to reach the high silver stage, and that was obviously not all the good news. By the end of the first month, the personal training I did with my newly unlocked short-range teleportation had borne fruit. I managed to increase the teleportation range from 20 to 50 meters, which was pretty good for just 5 months of training. I managed to more than double the previous range, and I could have probably exceeded that if not for that point being something like a hurdle. I could feel that my rate of improvement had slowed drastically after I reached the 50-meter range, so I was sure that any further improvement was going to take much longer than before. My current theory was that this reduction in progress speed was because the ability itself was a short-range one, so any increase to the range after a certain point was going to become harder and harder. Still, that was no problem, at least not for now. I was planning to keep working on the range until I reached 60 meters, after which I would switch my focus to the number of possible teleportations. At the moment it was at 20, which was an improvement compared to the previous 15, but my goal was to raise that number to 50 once I started to focus on that aspect. The second month started out with some good news as well. During our first weapon session, Mr. Burns declared that I was good enough to try my hand at fighting wild Pokemon using my swords. I was not sure if that had something to do with the fact that I had begun being able to reliably win against the sword and axe users at the Knight Academy, but that might have been one of the determining factors. While I was still having a hard time against the spear, halberd, and Naginata users, that was no reason to feel down since I ended up getting some praise from Mr. Burns regardless of the difficulties I was having against them. So, during our next session 2 weeks later we went outside Rhoda City and Mr. Burns led me into the forest. He seemed to know where we were going since there was no hesitation in his steps at all, so I obediently followed behind him. You'll use blunt metal swords instead of wooden ones for these sessions since they are tougher, and will allow you to get the correct feel during your fights, he said before handing a pair of blunted ranger swords to me. We stopped so that I could briefly test the swords, so I waved them around for a bit before nodding to myself. They were just slightly heavier than the hardwood ones I used during training, but the difference was not big enough to cause a flaw in my swordplay. I put the swords away and we resumed walking. I've agreed with quite a few wild Pokemon for them to fight against you, and the only restriction I set for them was to not go for the kill. So, they won't go for your throat or try to kill you in case they take you down. Other than that, the fight is practically a free-for-all. Oh, and while they won't use any long-range attacks, regular moves are allowed. Now, I'll be upfront with you and tell you that once you've reached a certain point the long-range restriction will be lifted as well, Mr. Burns said while leading the way. No problem, I agreed, before asking something rather important, at least in my opinion. Am I allowed to freely use my aura during these fights? I straight up called them fights instead of spars since they were much closer to fights with restrictions than sparring matches. Yes, you are free to use any of your aura abilities, whether it be internal or external aura manipulation. You may even use emotion inducement or any other more subtle aura ability. However, please refrain from using any of your active psychic abilities no matter how subtle or slight your usage may be, he replied, and I momentarily paused when he mentioned my psychic abilities before resuming my stride. I had known, or rather strongly believed, that the academy staff, at least the senior staff, knew about my psychic prowess, and I honestly had no problem with that fact. However, I had not expected to be confronted with the proof of my assumptions so suddenly, especially not in such a blasé manner. I mean with the tone he had when Mr. Burns said that, he might as well have been talking about the weather. That was how nonchalant he sounded when he exposed one of my secrets. The first opponent he led me to was actually a scyther. I threw Mr. Burns an unbelieving look when I saw the scyther. I mean, I did not have to worry about being beheaded since it won't aim for my throat, and I did not mind getting any cuts. However, looking at those gleaming scythes it has for arms, there was a real risk for me to lose a limb during our confrontation if I got careless or made a mistake, which was something I really did not want to experience. I like my limbs where they were, thank you very much. Mr. Burns seemed to have felt my misgivings. He called out a Gardevoir before he addressed me. Don't worry about being hurt, Fayette here is quite adept at healing. Mending wounds is no problem for her at all, and she even has experience in reattaching limbs, so you can fight as much as you want. As long as you're not dead, Fayette will be able to patch you up just fine, said in a reassuring voice, and as Gardevoir said, leave it to me, with a bright smile. At that moment I felt as if a shadow covered Mr. Burns's face, and I could have sworn that I heard evil cackling in the background, but that was not possible since Mr. Burns was neither evil nor a sadist, right? Right? Still, jokes aside, I really felt a bit calmer with that reassurance, even if I was still a bit uncomfortable with the possibility of losing a limb. I knew that the healing function of Utopia would perfectly take care of any faults or omissions that could happen during the reattachment as long as Gardevoir put the limb back in its place. So, I did not have to worry about something like sequelae or any hidden injuries. Yet, that did not help all that much against the nervousness. Still, I steeled my nerves and nodded toward Mr. Burns. This was not something that should stop me from participating in the training, and it was better to first experience it here in a semi-controlled setting than to experience it out in the field. That did not mean that I would willingly allow myself to lose a limb, but the thought helped me become calm, or rather calmer. Now that I was back in the game, I studied the Scyther that had been simply watching us while our byplay happened. Scyther did not bother hiding its strength/aura, so I could determine that it was at the mid-silver stage without having to check its status. I did not know what Mr. Burns offered Scyther for his help, but I offered him my thanks regardless of that. It waved me off, and once I pulled out my blunt swords, our fight began. We clashed with each other, sword against scythe. We exchanged slash after slash, and each of us managed to parry each other's attacks. We were pretty evenly matched, and after some more clashes between us, Scyther decided to up its game. I noticed that it used agility, sword dance, and focus energy in quick succession, so I began to use my internal aura manipulation to boost my strength, speed, and reaction time to match it. This led to our next few clashes being evenly matched as well, so Scyther used Fury Cutter during his attacks, so I made use of my second thought stream to coat my ranger swords in aura to make sure they could hold against Scyther's Fury Cutter. The second thought stream was a passive ability of mine, so making use of it was not against Mr. Burns's request. I was pretty sure that I could have won the battle if I had also used my psychic abilities, but since I couldn't, Scyther began to overpower me with its Fury Cutter. I deflected its latest strike, but it followed that up with a wing attack, which I was forced to block. Scyther used that chance to deliver a regular slash that managed to deliver a cut on my leg. I was bleeding from the gash, but I still fought on. Nonetheless, the gash did slow me down a bit, which Scyther capitalized on to wear me down. It succeeded in delivering another cut. This time a rather serious gash on my right arm, which ultimately led to my loss. While I managed to cause Scyther quite some damage, which would have been more serious if I had sharp swords instead of blunt ones, I still lost. I understood that I was given blunt swords to make the most of the opportunity and to prolong the fights, especially when I fought against those that did not have sword/sidearms. I knew I could have definitely won that fight if I went all out, but I chose to graciously accept my defeat. No one liked sore losers after all. Mr. Burns' Gardetier healed my wounds and those of the Scyther as well, and Mr. Burns led me to my second fight, which was against a mid-silver stage Raticate. I won that one, and after Gardetier healed the few bite wounds I had suffered, we returned to the academy. Mr. Burns told me I did a good job, before adding that we were going out once more during our next session in 2 weeks. The next 2 sessions were pretty interesting as well, and I got to face different Pokemon with my swords, like an Arbok that actually broke one of my arms with a perfectly timed Iron Tail. On the Knight Academy front, I managed to handle the Spear, Halberd, and Naginata users most of the time by the time for our session at the start of the 4th and last month of the 5th term. I felt that this was good progress, and I had to admit that facing the wild Pokemon had helped a lot with that. Ms. Stryker seemed to agree with me on that, since she informed me that I would spar against the 3rd years instead of the 2nd years during the 6th and final term. On Girardiday, December 15, 2180, 2.5 weeks before the end of the 5th term, Dad turned 31. It was his birthday, and we went out to a fancy restaurant to celebrate it. We considered inviting the Fields as well, but Dad wanted to keep the celebration between us, so we didn't. Chapter 252, Project Complete and Special Conditions. The day after Dad's birthday, Abza/Milotic's potential finally reached purple. Just this increase of roughly 4.5% took roughly 66 months, and that with all the resources I had. Situations like this reminded me each time that I would have a really hard time raising the potential of my Pokemon as greatly as I did if not for the existence of the limit-breaking bonus. Thank Mew and Arceus for implementing that into the strength progression system while they were creating this universe. I may have still managed to slowly raise the potential of my Pokemon to the same height without having the bonus thanks to my Super Library and Utopia, but it would have taken a considerably longer time to do so. Anyway, Abza's case remained not the only one. Just 2 weeks later, toward the end of the exam week of the 5th term, Optimus/Butterfree's potential finally reached Deep Blue. It had been a bit more than a year since he broke through to High Silver, and much longer since he reached the Silver stage, and others could not imagine how hard Optimus trained to keep up with his team members that either had a higher racial value, much higher potential, or even both. He demonstrated why his quirk was hardworking, increasing his parameters close to the limit of the regular phase within this relatively short time. He even managed to raise his energy capacity to S, and I was pretty sure his vitality was going to increase to A pretty soon as well. I made sure to talk to him quite often to make sure that he did not get into a negative mindset due to the nearly desperate pace he set himself to keep up with the others. Thankfully, he was not resentful because of his situation and did not develop any complex or envy as well as hate towards the others, which could happen due to complexes that could sprout during comparisons. The fact that everyone on the team was supportive and that I had drilled into them that they were all one family helped with that. Additionally, he was not the only one that I held these counseling sessions with. I held such private talking sessions with all my Pokemon, but the content varied from Pokemon to Pokemon. Prime/Beedrill was in a similar situation as Optimus, so he received a similar counseling as well. Others simply treated the sessions as bonding moments or to talk about difficulties, complaints, or requests. Still, knowing what it took for Optimus to reach his current stage, I would not be surprised if he gained the quirk determined one of these days, and I saw once more what a difference the potential and racial value could make to the progress speed of a Pokemon. Those that kept going at it with fewer resources and tools/knowledge than me had my respect for their efforts alone. Optimus' reaction when I told him the news was a sight to see, and we threw a party to celebrate the event. Name: Optimus. Species: Butterfree. Gender: male. Age: 7+ years. Type: bug, flying. Potential: blue, 81.73%, Deep Blue, 0.02%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: compound eyes, tinted lens. Talents: none. Affinities: bug, flying. Bond: Mikhail, strong. Quirks: hardworking. Parameters: stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, B. Strength, B. Endurance, B. Agility, A. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, A. Resistance: grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Standardized: electric, in progress. Condition: healthy, happy, elated, moved. Masteries: bug E, manipulation, proficient, dash, advanced. Flying/air E, manipulation, proficient. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Toxic: novice. Rage powder, hurricane, new. Beginner: tackle, whirlwind, protect, new, plus, mega drain, new, plus, shadow ball, new, plus, teleport, new, plus. Proficient: bug bite, harden, iron defense, roost, new, plus plus. Advanced: electroweb, bug buzz, psybeam, air slash, tailwind, confusion, signal beam, quiver dance, string shot, plus, psychic, plus plus, gust, plus. Mastered: sleep powder, plus, stun spore, plus, poison powder, plus. Combo/custom: powder bomb, all variants, proficient, string variant, all 3, proficient, web variants, all 3, proficient. Considering Optimus's current parameters, I was estimating that he would officially start his limit breaking sometime around the start of my 3rd year. I was hoping it would happen towards the end of the break, which would be a nice start to the new academic year. However, I was pretty confident that it would not take as long as the first vacation. I could understand his condition since it was a pretty significant moment for him that could only be exceeded when he reached light purple potential after his breakthrough to the gold stage. The last time Optimus had been this happy was roughly 13 months ago when his bug E, manipulation, had reached advanced mastery after his string shot rose to advanced mastery first. Honestly, he had not even been that happy when his powder moves reached mastery due to all the work he put into his combo moves. Anyway, while his moves section/pool was not as extensive as that of Mothra/Butterfree or some of the other ones with quite a few moves, it was versatile enough, and what he was missing in numbers he was making up in mastery. I mean, he had quite a few combo moves at proficient mastery to show, so he could be proud of himself. Honestly, Optimus was suffering a bit due to the comparison with his family/siblings, especially Mothra. However, those same siblings were also the ones that motivated Optimus to reach his current state. It was kind of like the two sides of the same coin. Furthermore, outside our not-so-little group, Optimus was considered pretty outstanding, and I made sure that he knew that. I was not kidding when I was saying that either, nor was I doing that to make him feel good. I genuinely believed that he could become the ace Pokemon of most other trainers as he was currently. Anyway, 2 days after that little happy event in between the boring exams, the vacation began, and I chose to stay at home for this one. First, it was to spend some time relaxing with my parents as well as Pokemon, and second, I wanted to finish my second project using the vacation. I wasn't too far from being done with everything, so I allocated 4 hours every day to research while spending the rest of the day with my parents and/or my Pokemon. Grooming sessions were part of that, and it was fun to just play around with them or relax instead of training all the time. They deserved and needed that month of downtime. It took me 2 weeks to be done with the web part and another 3 to corroborate everything with my super library, but after 2.5 weeks I was finally done with my second project. The first thing I did was to call Kenji to inform him of the completion of the project since he was the biggest contributor after me. I felt that he deserved to be the first to know that the project he helped with was complete. I asked him to come over if he wanted to see the finished result before it got published since I did not want to send it over via mail, but Kenji said that he was too busy right now and that he would take a look at it when it was formally published. I decided to take the next day off before deciding what I was going to do for the rest of the vacation/month. However, it seemed that good news did not want to come alone, so I got another pleasant surprise during that rest day. During the evening check, I saw that Mothra's endurance had risen to SSS, which only left her strength parameter at SS. Once that one reached SSS as well, my darling Mothra would be ready to break through to the gold stage. Honestly, my excitement went through the roof at that thought, and I knew that that moment was not too far off anymore. Well, aside from that little piece of great news, I decided to focus on the special conditions some of my Pokémon had for their evolution. Or rather, it was focusing more on the special conditions since I have been researching that topic on the side for months now. I had determined some things, and I was even sure that I had found 2 reliable ways to help Osiris/Marowak evolve to Skelebra. Well, the 2 ways I was mentioning here were regarding the overcoming of the genetic grudge. The strength requirement was not included in this. As for that one, I guessed that the low, gold stage was the minimum requirement, but that seemed to be the case for most, but not all, trait evolutions. The first one was the peaceful option, which was for the Marowak to raise a Charmander as either its child or a younger sibling until it became a Charizard. The bond/love that would or rather should develop that way should help it overcome the resentment in its genes, thus allowing it to evolve. Actually, in that vein, falling in love, or rather genuinely loving a Charizard should fulfill the condition as well. The second option was a more violent approach. Here the Marowak had to go through a huge number of fights against one or more Charizard and defeat them without killing them until it became indifferent towards fighting and beating Charizard. Once that happened, it should theoretically be able to overcome the resentment as well. Still, no matter which option one chose to follow, it was hard to fulfill the necessary conditions since meeting members of the Charmander line was not easy. Nonetheless, I had found reliable methods to evolve a Marowak, and I was planning to release a paper on that topic in the future. If everything went as I was envisioning it, then I would publish it while doing my apprenticeship during my tertiary education. I should be able to work more on that topic at that time. Now, putting aside Mars/Ursaring's potential alternate evolution, since I had no luck finding information about that on the web or inside my super library, I was going to focus on the requirements for Tatsumaki/Kadabra and Tyson/Machoke. I had already been looking through stuff regarding their evolution, and I was now going to focus on finding a surefire way for my 2 Pokémon to evolve during the rest of my vacation. By the time my vacation was over, I was pretty confident that I had deduced the ideal way using all the information available to me. Let's start with the strength requirement. The lowest point in evolution was possible was the low, gold stage, and this seemed to be the known minimum for most, if not all, trait evolutions. At least, there had been no recorded case of a silver stage Machamp or Alakazam being cited. Still, I was speculating that I could pull it off during the silver stage if I tried to, considering that the later phases of the limit breaking seemed to be equal to the low, gold stage in prowess. Now, on to the other evolution requirements. For Machoke, it seemed like beating fighting types as strong or stronger than oneself in a fair one-on-one fight and getting the acknowledgement of the beaten foe was the most reliable way to trigger the evolution of Machamp. It was even better if the beaten fighting types were Machoke or Machamp. For Kadabra, on the other hand, it looked as if mastering 6 moves out of Kinesis, Psychic, Teleport, Calm Mind, Future Sight, Gravity, Miracle Eye, Telekinesis, Hypnosis and Rest was the most reliable option. Moreover, it seemed as if Psychic, Teleport, and Kinesis had to be among the 6 mastered moves. There were obviously other alternate ways to trigger the evolution, but these 2 seemed to be the most reliable and most beneficial methods among those I managed to derive through my research. Those that followed these methods ended up belonging to the strongest group of Machamp and Alakazam after their evolution among their compatriots at the same stage. At least, it was like that according to my research. I could naturally be wrong, but I doubted that it was the case. Ultimately, I was happy that I managed to complete all my goals before the 6th and final term of my second year began. Chapter 253, Another Academy Mission. As if he had timed it, Horus/Sada gave us a reason to celebrate just a day before the start of the 6th term. It took him nearly 6 months, but the less than 1% he had been missing finally got filled as well, and his potential officially turned light purple. We threw a big party to celebrate the event, and I saw the stoic Horace shedding a manly tear out of happiness. Still, he would vehemently deny it if anyone brought up that fact. The next day I went straight to Mr. Burns before going to class and told him that I was ready to hand in my second project. He said that he would inform Mr. Cameron and see if he was available. If that was the case, he would most likely lead me to Mr. Cameron after I was done with my lessons for the day. Just like he said that he would, Mr. Burns showed up after my last class for the day and led me to Mr. Cameron's office. After greeting him, I handed over both the memory card containing the project as well as the already printed paper/project. Before he began reading, Mr. Cameron informed me that my last paper had caused a wave of imitators to appear who submitted similar papers for other regions, including the Viridian Forest. Most were still under review, but none were as comprehensive and extensive as mine, at least so far. Well, according to Mr. Cameron, that was more because no big or even semi-big names were among those who copied my approach to release a paper, but he still praised me since my work stood out as better among those that came after. Nonetheless, I was sure that he said that as a warning to remind me that if my second paper was not as good as my first one, my reputation would suffer a blow. I was also speculating that the number of points I was going to receive would be much lower than before. After he said his piece, Mr. Cameron looked through my paper and he gave me a satisfied smile once he had gone through the whole stack. "Good," he began with a nod, "you did not disappoint me. The whole thing looks good and I see no problems appearing during the review, so it should pass the review within a month if we ask nicely. Still, I can tell you right now that I'm pretty sure that the information on the Volcarona line will be withheld from the public and will only become accessible to trainers of a certain class." Before I could ask why he thought like that, and I had no doubt it was going to happen if someone like Mr. Cameron believed that it would happen, he provided the answer in his next sentence. "Otherwise, I do not doubt that there will be many daredevils, stupid, and or arrogant people, as well as criminals that will try their luck at getting a Larvesta. That would result in many people dying while moving towards the center/core area of the Viridian Forest, and even worse than that is that I'm sure the criminals would not hesitate to cause a disaster during their endeavors if it meant that it would help them accomplish their goals. Still, I was not sure what kept the trainers with access to the information for doing the same mistake, so I just directly asked Mr. Cameron. Well, the answer is pretty simple. First, they would survive the trip to the central/core area, and second, they know how to behave to avoid causing major problems for themselves and others. You know, most Pokemon do not mind if someone, human or Pokemon, manages to get something valuable from their territory or even under their nose. They attribute it to the other party being better or simply lucky. While there are obviously exceptions to this, most Pokemon won't bother creating a fuss if something like this happens. The same is true for capturing Pokemon in their territory. They won't mind if it's done in moderation. Actually, that is even true for Pokemon dying, since they see it as part of the life cycle. Well, the dying part is mostly okay as long as it's not one of the area boss's tribe members, because the reactions there change from species to species, and that's why this kind of knowledge gets taught in trainer schools so that aspiring trainers know what to do and what not. I mean, some species won't mind if you capture their offspring since they can feel that they are still alive. Heck, some species won't mind even if their offspring dies, attributing it to their weakness. On the other hand, some species will react adversely to the capture of their offspring, and if the offspring gets killed, then Arceus may help the idiot who did it. This kind of knowledge is why paying attention to Pokemon-related subjects at the trainer school is important. I was not sure why, but I kinda got the impression that I was being lectured right now. The way this conversation had been going after the first part was him lecturing me with little old me quietly listening. I did not think that Mr. Cameron would start lecturing me for no reason, so there has to be a reason for it. Did they investigate how I got my Pokemon and stumbled upon Mars/Ursaring's capture, which admittedly could have ended badly, or was there another reason? Now, the reason I mention those things has to do with a mission I want to offer to you. The mission is a 2-week-long support and relief task, so it's a pure non-combat task, and you can only earn 300 Academy points at the end of the job without the option to earn additional points. Mr. Cameron began his explanation, and I realized why he held that lecture before this. Your duty, if you choose to accept, is to provide help with healing, cleanup, and rebuilding. Now, before I go into the mission details, I want to ask if you want to accept the mission or not. I want to add that the Academy and I would recommend that you participate in this mission since it is an experience that all trainers should go through and that it will be useful for your future. Well, to be honest, the way he formulated that offer sounded more like an order than a recommendation, but I was inclined to agree. First of all, 300 points were not as low an amount as Mr. Cameron made it sound, especially since I did not have to fight anyone. More importantly, I was curious about the mission. His lecture roused my interest in hearing what happened and what the mission entailed. I'm interested, but I'd like to hear the mission details before agreeing, I told him, and he seemed satisfied with that since he began to tell me about the mission. Now, here's a bit of background information on your mission. The place you're going to is a small town called Spiral Town near the northwestern border of Rhoda. The place has a population of roughly 12,500, and the region around them was normally safe since we had an arrangement with the leader of the biggest Pokemon tribe in the area. Yeah, I know what that kind of intro means, was what I thought, and Mr. Cameron seemed to instantly understand what I was thinking, which I attributed to his superior aura abilities. Yes, it's just like you're thinking. Some idiots went to the Sawsbuck's territory to steal a really rare material, an ancient moss rock to be specific. If that had been all, the situation would not have escalated as much as it did, but those nincompoops went ahead and killed the boss Sawsbuck's youngest daughter along with her caretakers. The poor dearling was only at the iron stage, and we know for a fact that they could have simply knocked her out since they managed to take down the caretakers, who were Sawsbuck, at the silver stage. Now, this is why it's important to pay attention in class at trainer school, because if they had done that, then they would have known that killing the offspring of a Sawsbuck is a surefire way to provoke the otherwise friendly and peaceful species to go into a revenge rage. Boss Sawsbuck nearly immediately learned of his daughter's death, so the criminals did not have too much time to hide. The boss gave out the order, and a small tide formed with the sole purpose of tracking down the perpetrators at all costs. The trace led the tide to Spiral Town, and despite the Pokemon not actively attacking anyone, some people got hurt while the Pokemon were going everywhere looking for the criminals. The people were naturally perplexed by the unusual tide, not knowing how to react, especially since they knew that the Alliance and Aura Guardians had an agreement with the boss Sawsbuck. A lot of buildings got damaged during the search. Unfortunately, some people died when the criminals got cornered and began using innocent bystanders as shields. That group of imbeciles turned out to be the smart kind of idiots, since they managed to drag out the case for more than an hour, which led to the death of 48 innocent people, with 4 of them being children. Currently, there are 7 fatally injured, 86 seriously injured, and more than 1,000 people with mild to light injuries. Roughly a fourth of Spiral Town is ruined, and another fourth got damaged to a certain extent as well. Thankfully, we had a few Aura Guardians in the area that managed to arrive within an hour. After quickly making a rough picture of the situation, they managed to work together with the Pokemon to capture the criminals responsible for the situation. Then they proceeded to do a more thorough investigation of the situation before deciding what to do with the criminals and how to tread the tide. It is only because they were Aura Guardians and that the Pokemon knew of our reputation that they allowed our people to go through with the investigation instead of directly demanding the perpetrators. In the end, it took the Aura Guardians less than 30 minutes to get a complete picture of the situation, and in that time the boss Sawsbuck arrived as well. Coming to the obvious conclusion that the whole thing was the fault of the criminals, including the death of the bystanders, the Aura Guardians confiscated the Pokemon and bags of the criminals before handing them over to the boss Sawsbuck. They also returned the moss rock to him, which appeased the boss, who retreated along with all wild Pokemon. I personally find it a bit unfortunate that they had to hand over the criminals to appease the boss, since I would have liked to publicly execute them for their crimes as a warning to other criminals, but it had to be done that way. All that happened yesterday evening, and currently disaster relief and help are being supplied to Spiral Town. Your mission is to go there and assist in cleanup while also providing help with first aid and healing, since we know that you have quite a few Pokemon that are capable of using decent healing moves. 12 of the 16 Poke Centers got destroyed or damaged during the tide, so they need all the help they can get. While Nurse Joys and doctors are being sent over, a few extra helping hands are always welcome. You will be accompanied by 3 others that will be sent there to help either way. They will be supervising you on the side. To be honest, this is one of the mildest results of a Pokemon tide possible, and we want to use this to show you some of the consequences of a tide without the outcome being too much. You'll be given leave for the 2 weeks this mission is going to last, so what do you think? Are you going to accept or decline the mission? I had to sigh at what the greed of some me**st**RDS had caused. Still, if I had to be honest, I had already made my decision halfway through his narration of the situation, so I told him I was accepting the task. Mr. Cameron was happy with my decision and told me that the departure was in 60 minutes. I had that much time to prepare for my 2-week stay at Spiral Town and to inform my parents of the mission before I would return to the Academy Gate, where I would meet up with my supervisors. We would then teleport to Spiral Town for our respective tasks. Chapter 254, Another Academy Mission. To be honest, by the time I met up with my supervisors in front of the Academy Gate, I came to the conclusion that the tide/situation yesterday could have ended way worse due to various reasons. If the criminals had a Pokemon capable of teleportation, then the search of the tide would have turned extremely hard, and who knows how they would have reacted. It could have been even worse if Spiral Town had been a city with a teleportation hub. The criminals would have gotten away, but the tide would have been led to the city and would have probably flattened the whole city during their search. Yeah, no way that it would not have ended in a disaster. Or let's say the criminals had flying types big enough to carry them and had been smart enough to fly away with them. That would have probably escalated the situation as well. Actually, that one might have not led the tide to any close-by settlement if the criminals did not stop at any of them, but still, we had no way of knowing how the tide and the boss Sawsbuck would have reacted if that happened. He might have asked for an explanation from the Alliance/Aura Guardians, or he might have lashed out. Both are possible, even if I thought the second option was the more likely one, at least in my opinion. Anyway, what I wanted to say was that there could have been many ways that the current situation could have been worse, and that I could now really appreciate why the League was censoring certain Pokemon from my lists. Before I was like, yeah, that makes sense, but now I'm actually believing it when I say that it makes sense. I mean, honestly, I can't understand why those idiots behaved as they did. I mean, they succeeded in snatching the Moss Rock, but why did they go out of their way to kill a harmless Pokemon like Deerling, and that at the Iron Stage, if they could have simply knocked it out or even escaped while ignoring it? I mean, the way things went, they had been obviously capable of that. If they had simply left the Deerling alone after getting the rock, they would have perfectly escaped, and the boss Sawsbuck would have most likely let the matter rest. Anyway, my parents were cool with the news, and they told me to help to the best of my ability before sending me off. Once I arrived in front of the gate, I saw Ms. Barn and Mr. Clean waiting for me, along with someone whom I did not recognize. Honestly, the only reason I recognized Ms. Barn and Mr. Clean was due to my awesome memory. Otherwise, there was no way I would remember someone whom I only saw once on the second day of my first year during the measuring episode. Anyway, we still did a little round of introduction and greetings, and I was introduced to Ms. Citrus, the third member of our group. Honestly, her looks reminded me of Ms. Valentine, or rather Makita, just fuller. So, I was briefly surprised that I was noticing her for the first time, since she was apparently a staff member of the academy. Still, it kinda made sense since she was apparently working in the infirmary and I never got hurt in any of our lessons. The sessions with Mr. Burns where he beats me black and blue don't count, and I honestly never tried going to the infirmary for them. I just took care of those injuries by myself. Hence, why I had no idea of her existence despite her being practically under my nose for close to 2 years. As if it had been waiting for our greetings to be out of the way, an Alakazam suddenly appeared. I was pretty sure that it was sent by Mr. Cameron, and my guess got confirmed when it told us that it would teleport us to Spiral Town. I felt Alakazam lock onto us with its vast psychic powers before teleporting with us in tow. We arrived at our destination virtually instantly, and having experienced quite a lot of teleports, on top of being something of a humble beginner teleporter myself, I could say that the level of smoothness of that teleportation was some next level shit. Alakazam brought us directly to the command center of the relief efforts, and he directly left after delivering us. We went straight to the desk with the registration sign above it to announce our arrival and to be assigned to our respective tasks. All right, we have been informed about your arrival and your roles have been decided according to our most urgent needs. Ms. Barn and Mr. Clean shall help with the cleanup work, but you'll also be given the frequency of the security channels so that you can be asked for help in case some stronger individuals cause problems. We have police officers, some qualified volunteers, and some Night Academy students patrolling the town to keep the order, but the support of strong trainers like you is always welcome, especially since you both are junior Aura Guardians as well. You shall receive concrete instructions at the tent coordinating the cleanup. They will also be the ones to assign you a place to stay for the duration of your stay. The tent can be found roughly 200 meters to the right, the clerk informed Ms. Barn and Mr. Clean. The two nodded before they said goodbye to Ms. Citrus and me. They then headed towards the tent of the cleanup crew. Once they were gone, the clerk turned toward me and Ms. Citrus. You two were assigned to the medical group since that's the one we need the most help with. We asked for help from all poke centers across the northern continent, and any available doctors, nurse joys along with all free apprentices were and are still being brought over right now. Nonetheless, the priority of the doctors and nurses are those that were fatally or seriously injured, so the mildly to lightly injured ones have to be treated by the apprentices and those of us capable of some healing and first aid. That is why your help is very important, and my guess is that you will most likely be asked to stay with the medical group for the whole duration of your mission. We have thousands of injured people, children among them, and not even remotely enough people to help them. James will take you to the medic area. Since the number of injured is too high, we had to open a big area for them, so their tent zone is a bit far from here. Your accommodations are going to be determined there as well, she said before she called someone, who I presumed was James, over so that he could lead us to the medic zone. It took us roughly 5 minutes to arrive at the medic zone, but once we were there I had to suppress a whistle of surprise. As far as I could see, and I could see pretty far due to being a legit superhuman, there were tents, presumably ones with patients inside. Also, the tents I was talking about were not those camping tents, but the big ones, close to the size of a regular room. By my estimate there had to be more than 300 such tents, which was a huge amount considering the size of each tent. That should also give one an idea of the size of the medic zone, especially since there had to be a certain distance between each tent to ensure smooth movement. Between the tents, James led us to the biggest tent before he returned to his position. It was the kind one would see used by generals for meetings in war movies, and those were always really big. Ms. Citrus and I entered the tent, and there were quite a lot of people inside who all seemed really busy. We went to the desk that had a sign above it that said assignments to announce our arrival, so that we would be assigned our job and our accommodation for the night. Ms. Citrus, we have been sent information regarding your qualifications, so you'll be sent to assist the doctors and nurses working on the seriously injured patients. One of the beds in tent 28 is free, so that will be your place for the duration of your stay. The 3 other beds are being occupied by 3 nurse joys that arrived from Kanto to help. Please keep any valuable things inside your bag and bring the bag around wherever you go. While we had no problems with theft so far, it's better to be safe than sorry, the clerk said in a somewhat subdued tone, which led me to the assumption that she was a local. Ms. Citrus nodded and went towards the table the clerk pointed her to after saying goodbye to me. As for you, Mr. Geo, we have only received the information that you possess Pokemon capable of healing but no further details, so I'd like you to list the Pokemon that are capable of helping us. That way we can determine where to assign you. She addressed me next and I accepted her request. I had thought about which of my Pokemon could be useful in this situation and had actually come up with a pretty large list. Well, first are those that have healing moves, which would be Kirlia with both Heal Pulse and Life Dew, then come Clefable, 2 Milotic, and Lapras who also know Life Dew. Their move mastery for those moves is either proficient or advanced, so they're good enough to heal most non-serious injuries. Apart from that, Mizatu, Butterfree, and Kadabra could use Psychic to immobilize patients during treatment to avoid any complications. They could probably also set bones that way. Then I have another Butterfree that has mastered both Sleep Powder and Stun Powder, so he could control the potency of the move to the highest degree, allowing him to use Stun Powder to numb any injured area without negatively affecting the patient. He could let them fall asleep that way using Sleep Powder as well. There is also my Drowsy who could help with sleep-related situations since his kind is an expert on anything related to sleep. I finished listing everyone thought could be helpful in the current situation. The poor women looked rather surprised by the number of Pokemon I listed, or was it the different methods of practice I proposed, or was it the fact that some of my Pokemon were considered extremely rare? Whichever it was, it took her a bit to snap out of it. Ah, yes. This is going to be really helpful. The addition of so many Pokemon capable of using healing moves will give the others some much-needed breathing room. As for your proposal regarding the psychics, the powers, and the hypnosis, I'll have to redirect that to your immediate superiors since that's something I can't decide, she said before making a call. Alright, Apprentice Joy is expecting you inside tent 22. That one is roughly 250 meters to the west of this tent and then another 50 meters north. The numbers should be visible on the entrance of the tent as it is on all tents, she finished explaining, and I left after thanking her for her help. I made my way over to tent 22 and it took nearly 5 minutes to find the right tent despite it being pretty close by. I entered the tent and was really surprised by what, or rather who I saw inside. Jessie was actually inside the tent, and seeing the way she was looking at me with a smile, she was the one waiting for me. I went up to her, hugged her to greet her, and she happily returned. Are you the Apprentice Joy that is supposed to be my superior for this task? I asked in surprise since this was something completely out of my expectation. Yeah, I'm one of the apprentices in charge of the care of the mild to lightly injured patients, and you were assigned under my command. That means for the next 2 weeks you get to be my faithful minion, she rightfully teased, and had to chuckle at her amusement. Chapter 255, CH23, 253, Nurse, no, call me Dr. Geo. Alright, that dose should be enough to let an adult sleep for 8 hours, Jessie said after determining the last dose/amount of sleep powder for my plan regarding Optimus/Butterfree. We went over all possible doses of sleep and stun powder with her, targeting toddlers, children, adults, and even trainers so that we knew how much to apply to each patient. Optimus simply had to keep the strength of the moves constant while producing the powder. Stun powder would be applied to the wounded area to numb just that area. Meanwhile, the sleep powder would be sniffed/inhaled through the nose and put the patient to sleep for a few hours depending on the dose. Looking at the white powder that sent those sniffing it to La La Land, I kind of felt like a bad guy dealing with drugs for a moment, but shook it off just as quickly since drugs are bad and I was doing something good. Actually, that was a pretty open, fast, safe way to earn some extra money while doing some good. I could sell the numbing and sleep powder for cheap to smaller clinics or facilities that need help with letting their patients sleep. For now, I could just let Optimus produce the powder, and in the future, I could let their subordinate Butterfree do that. I kept trying to find an excuse for myself why I should start a Caterpie/Butterfree colony for Mothra inside Utopia, and this was as good a reason as any. Earning some small change while getting some good karma, which was the actually important part. I could also reserve some of the good Caterpie for the orphanages I'm planning to build in the future. Sigh, being in this situation made me think about my future good karma plans. Now that we are done with the test to determine the efficiency of your Pokemon, we can talk about your assignments. Optimus can move to the laboratory tent. He only has to produce the powders, and the staff there will divide the powder into the needed doses. They have already been informed of the necessary dosages. Drowsy's hypnosis and dreamless sleep services are only needed during nap time for the kids, and during the evening for some of the patients that need help with falling asleep due to various reasons. So he'll be asked to visit the tents 198 to 232 at around 1 p.m. each day, and then the tents 52 to 67, 102 to 116, 167 to 169, as well as 198 to 232 around 9 p.m. to help the patients inside those tents to fall asleep. Does Drowsy know teleport? That would make travel between the tents much easier for him and save a lot of time, she asked, and I had to disappoint her in that regard. Still, I had an easy fix for that. I'll have Mothra take him around. We just need to show her where those tents are first so that she knows where to teleport to. I'm sure she'll attract the attention of everyone inside the tent, which would make it easier for Drowsy to lull them into sleep. Seeing such a big cutie before falling asleep is a blessing for them in itself, so I'm sure it will work out great. I joke for a bit and Jessie just nods seriously before cracking a small smile. Alright, I'm pretty sure your tasks are going to be the easiest ones at the start, but I'll try to make sure you get bigger cases than some scratches once you've proven yourself. I doubted they used the crazy night standard for scratches, so I was thankful for that since it would have gotten monotonous pretty fast. Then Jessie brought me around the medic zone to show me the important places/tents I needed to know. I had Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Luna/Clefable, Tatsumaki/Kadabra, and Optimus out. They were following us to remember the ideal spots for teleportation. We did a quick stop at the command center to register their psychic/energy imprints so that they could teleport around without triggering the response team each time. I actually saw a few acquaintances during the tour Jessica gave me. It seemed that among the Knight Academy students that were mobilized to patrol the town were some of the students I saw at the joint excursion last year. I even met Urza, who told me that only tertiary students were allowed to take the mission and that only the best of the first-year ones got the permission to join in. The best part was that my girl Urza managed to become the team leader of the Knight Academy students despite being only a first-year student. Anyway, we did not talk for long since she had to keep patrolling, so Jessie and I resumed our tour as well. We left Optimus in the laboratory tent so that he could start producing the powder, and I made sure that Mothra knew which tent she had to later take Drowsy to. The tour took roughly an hour and occasionally Jessie had to do her job as supervisor while she was showing me around, so I got to see her acting like a boss for a bit. I even saw her presiding over one of the treatments of a mildly injured patient who had broken his left shin and cracked his right shin. Honestly, I was not sure if I would call that a mild injury, but considering the medical capabilities of this world, it kinda made sense. I mean, they had a different understanding of the word fatal injury, and the same was true for serious injury. After they made sure that the left shin was correctly aligned, Jessie's Chansey broke the egg she kept in her pouch over the shin, and the egg turned into energy that fused with the shin. That alone mended the broken bone, and according to Jessica, it would be completely healed within a week, which was a great improvement compared to before. Chansey also used a heal pulse on the right shin to heal the cracked bones, and just like the left one, that injury would be completely healed in a week. Still, that left me a bit confused as to why the two moves did not completely heal the man's injuries, cause that was what I expected to happen. Well, turns out that healing moves are not as effective on humans and animals as they were on Pokemon. Depending on the individual, the effect of a healing move could be anywhere from 30 to 50% of the usual effect on Pokemon. The reason given for this is the lack of a personal energy pool that reacts with the energy of the healing move for a maximum effect. That or the fact that the body is not used to absorbing energy, healing one or not. Accordingly, the effect of a healing move on trainers was higher than that. It could be anywhere from 50 to 100% for high-class trainers. The energy they gained through the bonds with their Pokemon was seen as the reason for this increase in efficiency. That, together with the fact that healing moves worked perfectly fine on ability owners such as Aura users and Psychics, was the reason that the lack of personal energy was seen as the reason for the reduced effect of healing moves on regular people. That made sense, and I thanked her for the explanation. Still, I was curious why she did not keep healing him until he was completely healed. Turns out he would need to stay here anyway until the temporary dormitories were up, since his home was in the part that got destroyed, so turning his injury from a mild to a light one that did not hurt anymore was the best solution, since it allowed her to use Chansey's energy for more patients. According to Jessie, her Chansey could normally only produce one egg every 8 hours, but since she was busy with healing in the meantime, that time got increased to an egg every 10 hours instead. Apparently, she could produce one every 6 hours if she strained herself, but was not efficient at all, so they didn't do that. Besides, if I completely heal all patients, then what will you do? I have to leave some light injuries so that you can go around and deal with them, don't I? Jessica joked, and I had to laugh because that came out of nowhere and I had not expected her to crack a joke like that. I might have gotten 1 or 2 disapproving stares for my laughter in the middle of the medical zone, but nothing I could do about that. Anyway, after that, I began my career as a medical assistant. For the rest of the day, I went through 24 tents and healed the scratches and abrasions of 96 people. Honestly, that would not have been possible if I did not have so many Pokemon capable of using Life Dew, even if I only had to take care of scratches and abrasions, since each person needed 1 or 2 rounds of Life Dew to be completely healed depending on the number of scratches that had to be healed. Nonetheless, I seem to have impressed quite a few people with my performance since I was upgraded from treating scratches and abrasions to small wounds on the second day, or rather small wounds were added to the list since I still had to heal scratches and abrasions. That went on until the 5th day when I got another promotion. I was given cases with slight cracks that needed mending. The bigger the injury, the longer we needed to heal it, or rather the more often we had to use Life Dew or Heal Pulse. Total cheat these healing moves as far as healing was concerned. By this point, we, can't ignore my Pokemon in this, had treated close to 400 people including more than 100 children, and I somehow managed to earn myself the moniker Dr. Geo. The children were the first ones to call me like that, and it somehow stuck, and now most patients called me that even though I told them that I was not a doctor. According to them, I was healing them, so I was in fact a doctor in their eyes. Well, I made sure that I was clean in case someone tried to accuse me of fraud, so I just enjoyed the prestige a bit. Honestly, it was not all sunshine since I was way busier than I had thought I would be. I only got to see Jessie twice a day for a few minutes during breakfast and dinner, even though we were in the same area since we were busy with work otherwise. As for meeting Urza, that happened once a day if I was lucky due to the previously mentioned busyness. Honestly, the hardest case I was allowed to deal with by the end of my assignment was a cracked bone on my 6th day, and my workload decreased at the start of the 2nd week since a lot more personnel became available to deal with the mild injuries once the serious and fatal cases had been handled. Thankfully, nearly all operations were successful and we lost only one of the fatally injured patients. The rest made it through, and nearly all of them would be able to make a full recovery. There were 2 cases where 2 of the previously fatally wounded patients would need some follow-up procedures in the future, but even that was impressive considering one of them had a collapsed lung while the other's liver got destroyed. I had thought that I would be transferred to the cleanup crew sometime during the middle of the 2nd week due to the increasing number of available nurses and apprentices, but I got to stay in the medic area for the whole assignment. Truthfully, I think my biggest gain in all this was the fact that I seemed to have impressed some of the nurse joys with my commitment and effort at healing as many people as possible to the best of my, or rather our ability. I knew that because Jessie told me so, and she even introduced me to some nurse joys that were her superiors. Moreover, I can't lie and say that I did not enjoy being called Dr. Geo. The improvement everyone made with Life Dew was just a nice bonus on the side. All in all, I would say that was an interesting mission, but honestly with the number of injured people I had seen in the last 2 weeks, I did not look forward to witnessing the result of a proper tide or large-scale conflict. My respect for doctors and nurses definitely went up by a notch or 2 after my latest experience. Chapter 256, Planning Ahead. On Gru Day evening, at the end of my 2-week-long mission, I said my farewells to all my old as well as new acquaintances. The little ones I entertained during my free time did not want to let me go. My own age is irrelevant here, so just ignore it. They swarmed me, and literally clung to me while telling me to stay, but that was naturally impossible, so I did the responsible thing and threw the job of calming them to the Sister Joy on duty while shamelessly running away by myself. Well, I quickly felt bad for leaving her to the wolves, so I went back and had Drowsy put the little ones to sleep after seeing the poor Sister Joy being surrounded since it was close to sleeping time anyway. Then I asked him and Horace/Sada to move them to their beds before leaving once more. I talked a bit with Jessie while waiting for my transport, and the changes that had happened to Spiral Town during our time here were part of our talk. I was honestly impressed by the amount of work that had been done to the half-destroyed town during these 2 weeks. While we had been busy dealing with the injured, everyone else had been cleaning up the rubble and began to slowly rebuild the destroyed building. According to what we had heard, and Jessie's information source was more reliable than mine since she heard it from the other Joys, all rubble had been successfully cleared away, and a fourth of the destroyed building had already been replaced/restored. Anyway, the others that had come with me were going to stay for another week or 2 before returning, so I was the only one in my group waiting for Alakazam. Jessie, herself, would be here for another 2 months according to what she told me before being transferred back to the Poke Center in Viridian City. Alakazam appeared in front of me at 8 p.m. sharp, and after I gave Jessie a final farewell hug, we vanished from Spiral Town. Alakazam brought me directly to Mr. Cameron's office, and after nodding towards Mr. Cameron, Alakazam vanished, probably going back to his no doubt important matters. Good job, Mikhail. I have been receiving updates from your supervisors, mostly Ms. Citrus, and also some from the command center. To be honest, you should have taken part in the cleanup work during the last 4 days, but Nurse Joy requested that you stayed with the medic team for the full duration of the assignment. She cited that you were a hardworking young man with a big heart that was popular among the young patients. She especially mentioned that you spent some of your free time entertaining the younger children in the medical area together with your Pokémon. I'll be honest with you, Mikhail, you've done something that many people envy you for. You have positively impressed a lot of Joys, and they have noted you down as a promising prospect in their trainer files. That's something that happens rather rarely, so you can be really happy about that. It is something really useful to all trainers since it helps them with many procedures in the Poke Center. Mr. Cameron informed me after praising my performance during the mission. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for informing me. I thanked him since I had not known that the Joys had done something like that. Alright, now I want to hear your report on what you've witnessed during these 2 weeks. I'd like you to add your honest feelings and opinions to your report, Mr. Cameron said, and I began telling him about everything I did during the last 2 weeks. I even added my idea about selling the numbing and sleep powder into my narration, and by the end of my report, Mr. Cameron closed his eyes for a moment before nodding. You have done an exemplary job during the mission, and the promised 300 Academy points have been added to your profile. Now, while your idea with the powder is not revolutionary since many whose Pokémon have mastered the stun and sleep powder, even poison powder, moves have thought of selling them. You might make a nice sum if you do go through with it seriously, but you'll face the same problem that everyone else has faced, and that is that 1 or 2 Pokémon can only produce so much powder by themselves. Other than that, it is a nice idea, and we're willing to provide you with the contact information of clinics and facilities that are worthy of your consideration. We'd be willing to facilitate the meeting between both parties without asking for a return if you need our help, Mr. Cameron advised and informed me in the name of the Academy. I gave him a grateful nod before telling him that I'll think about it. I now had 1799 points with the points I would get for my second project along with the ones I would receive for my exams. I should be able to gather around 2,100 points by the end of the second year. That meant that I should be able to exchange the chance to visit the Riolu/Lucario habitat toward the end of the first term of my third year if I took 1 or 2 missions. Now, assuming that I got a partner Riolu during my first visit, since I'm awesome and I need to have confidence in myself, then I would need to gather another 1,800 points to visit the Togepi/Togekiss habitat as well before my graduation. Mr. Cameron, could you please tell me how many Academy points I would receive if I participated in and won the competition at the end of my third year? I asked politely, since that would determine how many missions I would need to take to get the chance to get a Togepi. No problem, it's good that you are interested in the competition. The farther you go, the happier we will be. Anyway, if you become one of the Academy representatives, you get 200 Academy points. If you become one of the Rotor representatives, you get 400 Academy points. If you become one of the representatives of the Northern Continent, you get 800 Academy points. If you win the global competition, you get 1,600 Academy points, so in total it's possible to earn up to 3,000 Academy points through the competition. You naturally still get points if you make it to the top 4 or top 8 in the later competitions, but I have faith in you. I'm sure you'll make it at least to the global competition, and I think you have a really great chance to win that one as well. Well, that was a lot of points, especially because I was planning to participate in both the regular and personal combat categories, so I could potentially earn up to 6,000 points. Now, while I was not entirely sure if I could win the global personal combat competition, I was absolutely sure I would wreck the regular one, so 3,000 points were guaranteed from that at least. If I got another 1,000 or so from the personal one, I would still have more than enough for my plans. I wouldn't even need to do any extra missions to get access to both the Riolu and Togepi habitats, but I had no plan to wait until the end of the third year to get myself a Riolu, so the plan regarding the mission during the first term still stood. No, after using 1,800 points for the chance at a Togepi, I was simply going to use the excess points for more resources, or actually, I might even be able to gain another Pokémon. Mr. Cameron, sir, is it possible to use any excess points I earned during the competition to choose another Ralts partner? It's just that Ollie, that's my Curlia, wants to evolve to Galade and I'd also like a Gardevoir, so it would be great if I could find one in the sanctuary I chose Ollie from. I asked hopefully, I really put it on thick there with the hope in my voice. I might have taken it a bit too far since I made Mr. Cameron laugh. Oh, well, better him laughing than being angry or anything like that. No need to put it on thick like that. Ha ha, exchanging the chance to enter any of the habitats for the possible aura partners is possible. That's actually part of the regular exchange list since not everyone can or wants to exchange a Togepi or Riolu. The chance to enter their habitats costs less to enter than those two, so the others are pretty popular among the regular students/graduates. Entering the Buniri/Lopunny or Clauncher/Clawitzer habitat costs 1,000 Academy points each. Entering the Tyrogue/Hitmonform or Meanfuzz/Meansheo habitat costs 1250 Academy points each, while entering the Ralts/Gardevoir habitat costs 1500 points. I have to add that you are only exchanging the chance to enter the habitat. Whether you manage to get a partner or not depends solely on your luck as well as compatibility with the Pokémon, so just like in the Togepi and Riolu habitat, it is possible to end up empty-handed in the other habitats as well. I thanked him wholeheartedly for being so considerate before wishing him a good evening and taking my leave. The first thing that happened to me when I returned home was nearly dying from suffocation. After that, I got dragged to the living room and then they made me narrate my time at the medic zone to them, even though we talked over the phone during my time there. Still, I smiled and began telling them how my last 2 weeks went, since it was nice to spend time with my parents like this. The next day at the academy I got surrounded by my classmates who all wanted to hear about my mission, and it took until the end of the week for them to calm down. My first session with the third years at the night academy happened that Pocket Day, and I believe I put on a good showing. I got to spar with 10 students during my time there and I won 6 out of 10 fights. Not bad for my first session with the third-year students. Mr. Burns said as much during our session the Pocket Day after that, which was also the last week of my first month, signaling the end of the first of 3 months of my final term as a second-year student. Still, the month did not end without a final surprise. On Gru Day, 2 days before the start of the second month, Mars officially entered the group of those that started their limit breaking after his agility finally reached the A value. Name, Mars. Species, Ursaring. Gender, male. Age, 10+ years. Type, normal. Potential, deep blue, 53.89%, 74.14%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, guts, quick feet. Talents, none. Affinities, normal. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, likes close combat. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, S. Strength, S. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, A. Immunity, Ghost. Resistance, none. Weaknesses, fighting, minor. Standardized. Fighting, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited. Masteries. Neutral energy manipulation, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Double team. Novice. Bulk up, new, metal claw, new. Beginner. Scratch, sweet scent, play nice, charm, scary face, snore, work up, thrash, plus, play rough, new, plus, bulldoze, new, plus, high horsepower, new, plus, double edge, new, plus. Proficient. Lick, feint attack, swift, dig, hyper voice, plus plus, protect, new, plus plus, hyper beam, new, plus plus, endure, new, plus plus. Advanced. Brick break, fire punch, slash, rest, thunder punch, plus, ice punch, plus, hammer arm, plus, shadow claw, plus plus, throat chop, plus plus. Mastered. Fury swipes, plus. Combos / custom. Fury slashes, proficient. Honestly, Mars's status screen looked pretty great and he had made a lot of progress during the last 2 years. He had learned a lot of new moves and improved quite a few of his old ones. I mean, his list of moves at Advanced Mastery was pretty good and versatile on top of that, and the new moves he learned were all useful as well. Hyper Beam was one of the moves that he learned since that was a must-have move for any self-respecting Ursaring. Besides, Mars had no problem integrating it into his style cause a Hyper Beam to the face from close up was still considered close combat, at least in his words it did. Also, Mars had mastered Fury swipes and raised his combo move Fury slashes to proficiency. I was considering combining Fury swipes with Metal Claw next. Well, after he finished learning Double Team. As for the rest of his status screen, well, his potential had improved thanks to the stuff I was providing, but he was still far off from reaching light purple potential. We would have to wait for him to break through to the gold stage for that to happen thanks to the limit breaking bonus. That, or I'd have to spend 3 to 4 more years pumping him full of supplements to help him reach light purple without relying on the bonus. Yeah, that was pretty much it on his status screen. On another note, I had made no significant progress on his alternate evolution. I mean, I had managed to solve the issue of Ursaring's evolution to Ursaluna, but that was not what I, or rather we, wanted after all. Still, it was nice to know that I could allow/help any Ursaring that I wanted to evolve to Ursaluna, and I was pretty sure the method would be worth quite a bit more alliance points than any of my 2 projects. I was planning to use that as bait, or rather one of the chips for my apprenticeship during my tertiary education. Nonetheless, it remained true that I was still struggling with finding the correct evolution conditions for Mars, but I was not going to give up. It was not like Mars and I were under any time pressure or anything, so Mars's alternate evolution remained one of my constant side projects. Chapter 257, It Finally Happened. Well, Mars/Ursaring's case was a nice surprise, but something even greater happened just a bit after that. Okay, a bit might be an understatement, but today, close to the end of the second week of the second month, on Kaide, December 15th, 2180, Mothra/Butterfree's strength reached SSS. With this, my lovely not-so-little girl completed her limit breaking. She was officially ready to break through to the gold stage to become my very first gold stage Pokémon. Not only would Sweet Mothra be my first gold stage Pokémon, but her breakthrough bonus would also turn her into my first Pokémon with Aurora potential. Well, Light Aurora to be specific, but Aurora nonetheless. That was one of the reasons I would only allow her to break through inside Utopia, since I had no idea of her breakthrough this time would cause any big phenomenon due to her reaching Light Aurora potential. The potential phenomenon of her improvement might attract the attention of a legendary, or worse of some high-class criminals that believe that the risk of offending the Aura Guardian and Alliance was worth a Pokémon with legendary or mythical potential. So, Mothra breaking through inside Utopia would avoid attracting any attention even if a phenomenon appeared, since no one outside of Utopia would witness it. Anyway, I was not sure if she would unlock an additional gene or talent, but I was expecting something to happen. Still, no matter which one happened, I was not planning to hide it, since I could blame it on her advancement to the gold stage. The fact that it was actually true was all the better in my opinion. However, if my guess was true and she actually unlocked a gene, then she would lose some of her potential in the process, so she would have to go through her breakthrough inside Utopia to reduce the amount of lost potential. That was the second reason besides the potential Aurora phenomenon that she had to go through her breakthrough inside Utopia. This meant I would have to keep her breakthrough a secret for a little while, at least until I could go on a trip to MT Moon to use the place as a cover for her breakthrough for my parents or anyone else. Otherwise, they would be curious why I did not call them to let them watch her breakthrough. Saying that Mothra broke through during one of my regular training trips was much easier to explain, so that was going to be my cover story. I just had to keep it a secret for 2 days, 1.5 days actually, since I could go to MT Moon around noon on ARC days. Anyway, excuses aside, I waited until we separated for the night before locking my door and entering Utopia. I called everyone and we moved to Mothra's habitat. I went up to her and hugged her. "Alright, girl, are you ready? Today's the big day." You're going to show everyone why you're my sweet genius, I told her, and she happily chittered that she was ready. I took a few steps back to give her some room, and the others formed a circle around her with a roughly 6 meters radius for the same reason. This is it, sweetie. Go ahead, I told her, and she began glowing, showing that she started her breakthrough. Normally the breakthrough process was shorter and less bright than an evolution unless something extraordinary happened. Well, it seemed that I had been right about Mothra's breakthrough being really special this time around, since she was sucking in the energy of Utopia as if there was no tomorrow. It was definitely more than the regular amount that got attracted during a breakthrough. Not only that, but the light began to rise in intensity, reaching a degree that was comparable to the brightness that normally happens during evolutions. Furthermore, her breakthrough was taking longer than it normally took, which supported my belief that she was going through some important changes. A lot of energy was being funneled into Mothra's light cocoon, and something resembling an aurora borealis began appearing above her. I was supremely thankful that I had not let her go through with her breakthrough outside of Utopia. It took a full 4 minutes for the light show to settle, which was actually longer than the longest evolution I had witnessed so far, and once the light was gone we could all see why it had taken so long. While Mothra had not suddenly evolved into a hitherto unknown evolution of Butterfree, there were some changes compared to her previous look. First of all, was the fact that Mothra had grown even bigger than she had previously been, which had already been significantly larger than the average of her species. Now, while her main body had only grown by 10 centimeters or so, at least from my estimation, her total growth including her wings was bigger than that. I would say that her total height had gone from 240 centimeters to around 270 centimeters, maybe a bit more. That meant that she had grown by around 30 to 40 centimeters during her breakthrough. She was starting to get too big, and I was seriously worried that she would grow even bigger in the future during some of her breakthroughs. I think it is time for her to learn Minimize. I knew that Butterfree generally could not learn that move, but I had complete trust in the unreasonableness that was Mothra's talent. Once she mastered that move, she'd hopefully be able to keep her size to that of a regular Butterfree, since it would be more convenient that way. Who knew, if she managed to transcend the move, she might be able to derive a move like Maximize, allowing her to increase her size instead. That way she could gain a kaiju, I meant giant form befitting her name. Anyway, that was not the only change to her looks. This time it was her lower wings that had gained a new pattern, kinda like her upper wings had gained the blue flame pattern when she unlocked her royal gene. This time a purple flame had been added to each lower wing. This indicated that, as I had suspected, a change had happened to her genes, and I was curious what exactly happened. Still, I could check her new status screen in a moment. What I had to do right now was to congratulate Mothra for her successful breakthrough, so I ran straight up to her and gave her a warm hug while congratulating her before telling her about the changes that had happened to her. My actions caused a chain reaction, and everyone else followed my example. They began crowding us to congratulate Mothra for her breakthrough and her new look. Eggy was especially enthusiastic, and he marveled at the changes that Mothra went through. Mothra used her telekinetic abilities to float her junior brother around, making Eggy even more delighted. I waited a bit for the excitement to calm down before initiating our photo tradition. We first took a few photos with just the main members before taking a few more with all Utopia's inhabitants. Well, except for the numerous Magikarp chilling inside the main space. Since it was pretty late, we did not throw a grill party, but we did celebrate with snacks and some music. I used that time to check her new status to see everything that changed, and boy was the status screen full of change. Name, Mothra. Species, Butterfree. Gender, female. Age, 8+ years. Type, bug, flying. Potential, deep purple, 32.2%, deep purple, 2.2%, light aurora, 31.1%. Genetic variation, royal-queen, king. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens, shield dust, new. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug, flying, psychic, grass, weak. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, likes to eat, curious. Parameters. Stage, gold stage, mid. Vitality, D. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, C. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, C. Resistance. Grass, major, fighting, major, ground, minor, bug, minor. Weaknesses. Fire, minor, ice, minor, flying, minor, rock, major. Standardized. Electric, fire, and progress. Condition, healthy, happy, excited, elated. Masteries. Bug E, manipulation, advanced. Psychic/psionic energy manipulation, advanced. Flying/air E, manipulation, advanced. Grass E, manipulation, novice, new. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Pollen puff. Novice. Rage powder, draining kiss, flash, supersonic, sweet scent, headbutt, toxic, round, natural gift. Beginner. Rain dance, safeguard, swift, venoshock, shadow ball, double team, roost, dream eater, silver wind, mega drain, plus, twister, plus. Proficient. Bug bite, tackle, sleep powder, stun spore, poison powder, whirlwind, energy ball, giga drain, endure, aerial ace, hyper beam, plus, sunny day, plus, solar beam, plus. Advanced. Iron head, iron defense, harden, psychic fangs, thunder fong, electroweb, bug buzz, psybeam, air slash, signal beam, quiver dance, psychic, gust, air cutter, steel wing, plus, hurricane, plus, protect, plus, teleport, plus. Mastered. Confusion, string shot, tailwind. Combo/custom. Powder bomb, all variants, beginner, string variant, all 3, beginner, web variants, all 3, beginner, steel/, beginner. There was so much to go through that I had trouble deciding where to start, so let's start at the beginning. Well, maybe not the complete beginning since the first block only had the name, species, gender, and age. Let's start with the second block instead since that one shows the most significant changes that Mothra went through. Type, bug, flying. Potential, deep purple, 32.2%, dash deep purple, 2.2%, dash light aurora, 31.1%. Genetic variation, royal dash queen, king. Abilities, compound eyes, tinted lens, shield dust, new. Talents, quick start V2. Affinities, bug, flying, psychic, grass, weak. Her potential went first through a down and then an up, but even if we consider the loss of potential due to the change in genes, the numbers did not quite add up, so I had to take a closer look there. First, Mothra lost 30% of her potential due to upgrading her royal gene to the king, or in her case the queen gene since she was a female. Well, that part panned out since unlocking a level 2 gene, which the king gene was, had a potential cost of 80%. Utopia reduced that cost to 60%, and since Mothra already had the corresponding level 1 gene, the royal gene, she only had to upgrade it, which cost 30% instead of 60%. That was how her potential got reduced to close to the lower limit of deep purple. After that, the 160% potential bonus from her limit breaking got added, but instead of reaching light aurora, 62.2%, Mothra ended up with 31.1% instead. I naturally checked why that happened, and the reason for that was that the increase of each percent at light aurora required double the percentage as before. So, until light aurora, 97.8% of her 160% bonus got added like normal, but once Mothra's potential reached light aurora, the leftover 62.2% of her bonus only filled 31.1%. Since the potential increase cost/requirement doubled. Unfortunately, that was not all, since I was assuming that the requirement/cost was going to double once more once she reached aurora potential, and while I currently had no information on deep aurora as well, I was pretty confident that the cost would double there once more. Talk about legendary difficulty to increase the potential once it has reached the Aurora spectrum. Still, as long as nothing else cropped up, Mothra would reach Aurora potential during her breakthrough to the Dark Gold stage. Now, I had mentioned the upgrade of her royal gene to the King/Queen gene, so let's talk about what that meant. Well, her physical changes were due to that upgrade. She had grown a bit and her lower wings had gotten that purple flame pattern. Other than that, her overall bonus, which included her racial value, had turned from 25% to 50%. This meant that her current BS had changed to 592.5 instead of the 493.75 BS it had been as a Royal Butterfree, or the 395 BS that a regular Butterfree had. She was extremely close to the racial value of a regular pseudo-legendary, so my little sweetie had come a long way from the weak species that she originated from. Now, the reason I called the 50% bonus overall instead of just a racial bonus was that it obviously affected more than just her racial value. It also affected things like lifespan, intelligence growth, and so on. Well, after going over the change from Royal to Queen gene, that only left the addition of a third ability. Some quick research made clear that this had nothing to do with her Queen gene, but had to do with her reaching Light Aurora potential. Apparently, all Pokemon in the Aurora spectrum had 3 abilities instead of 2, just like all Pokemon at or above the green potential spectrum had 2 abilities instead of 1. Mothra, or rather the Butterfree line's third ability, was Shield Dust, which was an ability that was not listed in canon for her species since Butterfree only had 2 possible abilities in canon. However, Shield Dust was an ability that many butterfly or moth-related Pokemon had in canon, so it made sense for Shield Dust to be her third ability, and that was pretty much it for the changes in this block of her status screen. Her quirks in our home had not changed, so the next important block was her parameters. Parameters. Stage, Gold Stage, Mid. Vitality, D. Strength, E. Endurance, E. Agility, C. Energy capacity, B. Energy density, C. Mothra's parameters and her starting stage were honestly a bit absurd due to her 50% genetic bonus as well as the limit-breaking starting bonus. 3 of her parameters, namely agility, energy capacity, and energy density, were already in the high, gold range, with her energy capacity starting with an unbelievable B value. Honestly, Mothra only needed to improve her strength and endurance, which both started at E, to D, and she would be directly promoted to the high, gold stage from her current, mid, gold stage. That actually made me wonder how it would be for the actual pseudo-legendaries if they went through the limit breaking as she did, and the result was surprising. Most were around Mothra's prowess parameter-wise, with some being a bit worse and some being a bit better. The only pseudo-legendary that stood out was Garchomp, since it was the only pseudo-legendary that managed to squeeze into the high, gold stage from the start using the limit-breaking bonus. Actually, the only other non-legendary besides Garchomp that managed to start at the high, gold stage using the limit-breaking bonus was Slaking. I was obviously not counting any Pokemon that had managed to go through Mega Evolution/Potential Unleashed. Only the regular species/racial value was considered in this. Well, the rest of her status screen had not changed. Her type relations remained the same, and she had unlocked her grass energy manipulation after raising Solar Beam to proficiency, which was her 5th proficient grass move. Well, her weak grass affinity was another vital factor why she could unlock her grass energy manipulation, but her breakthrough had nothing to do with it, and as far as her moves were concerned, she had not learned a new move due to her breakthrough. Everything was as it had been before her breakthrough. I would have been happy if her breakthrough had allowed her to comprehend Pollen Puff, which was the move we were currently working on, but that is probably a bit greedy on my part considering the changes Mothra already went through thanks to her breakthrough. Anyway, the reason she was trying to learn Pollen Puff had to do with our last mission. My sweetie Mothra wanted to be able to heal others as well, so we started working on Pollen Puff to allow her to heal others. Since no one in our team or among our acquaintances/friends knew the move, Mothra had to learn the move according to the old school style, meaning by herself. Well, that wasn't bad either, just a few weeks of sporadic extra work. All in all, Mothra's new status screen was incredible and I couldn't stop myself from hugging Mothra once more after I was done checking her new status screen. On Art Day evening, after returning from MT Moon, I told my parents about Mothra's breakthrough to the gold stage and her new look. They were first flabbergasted by the news before becoming really excited. The two congratulated me enthusiastically and they did the same to Mothra after having me call her out. My parents threw a small private party to celebrate Mothra's breakthrough and the fact that I now had my first gold stage Pokemon. The next day I went up to Mr. Burns and told him about Mothra's breakthrough as well. Later that day he informed me that Mr. Cameron gave me 100 Academy points for my Mothra's achievement. The third week went by like that and the final week of the second month followed right after it, giving way to my final month as a second-year student. On Pocket Day, January 16, 2180, Mr. Cameron called me to his office and informed me that my paper had successfully passed the review and that the Academy had added 250 Academy points to my profile as a reward. He asked me where I wanted to publish my paper this time. I thought about my options before going for a similar selection to my first release. I chose the Kanto Weekly, the Rhoda Weekly, the Forest and Jungle magazine, which was a magazine focused on famous forests and jungles, and the last paper/magazine was the Viridian Forest News, a weekly paper dedicated to important news concerning the Viridian Forest as the papers/magazines to publish the list of my second paper. The academic journal I chose to publish the complete paper was once again the Pokemon Ecology Journal since it contained articles on ecology and Pokemon distribution. Due to the fact that it was released monthly, my paper would only appear in the journal released next month, so I stipulated that the other papers could only release the news after the Pokemon Ecology Journal had been published. As for any interviews, those would only happen after the official release. Once all that had been decided, I left Mr. Cameron's office after thanking him for his help and the support of the Academy. The next 2-ish weeks were pretty calm, but a few days before the final exams began, Luna/Clefable's potential improved to light purple, which was a pretty good start to the final exam phase. Chapter 258, Second Minute of Fame. The exams were pretty easy, so I was confident that I aced them all, which should bring me a few Academy points. That was actually the most important reason I even bothered acing them in the first place. The second reason was to make my parents happy. Well, the most important thing that happened this last month academically was actually not the final exams, at least not in my eyes. No, it was what Mr. Burns told me during our last session. According to him, it was time for me to learn how to handle Pokemon moves, so once the third year started he was going to teach me how to use my external aura manipulation to handle energy attacks. That, and the fact that the previous third years had graduated were the reason why my visits to the Night Academy would be paused for the first 3 terms of my third year. He promised that he would try to have me spar against tertiary students, like Urza and her year mates, if I showed enough progress. Mr. Burns also added that we would include my psychic abilities into my spars against both him, others, and wild Pokemon during the last 3 terms in preparation for the personal combat competition at the end of the academic year. I was really pumped about that, and it would help improve my confidence regarding the global personal combat competition, and while I was on the topic of the competitions, I should mention the average performance our people put on this year. Well, actually, it wasn't really an average performance per se, but compared to the results of Weiss and Ace last year it looked worse. The best that we managed this year was top 16 in the Continental Personal Combat Competition and top 8 in the Continental Regular Competition, so not bad but not good enough. Anyway, back to the important stuff, namely me. On Art Day, March 17, 2180, the Pokemon Ecology Journal got released and my second paper got published with it. The Forest and Jungle magazine and the Viridian Forest News were released the next day, and the first part of my paper, the list, got published by them. That was also when the congratulatory calls began trickling in, but the real call magedon began on Pocket Day after Kanto Weekly and Rhoda Weekly published the first part of my paper together with a small excerpt on me. I mean, getting calls from my friends and acquaintances was no problem, even if I had more acquaintances than I thought, with most of them being from Aaron Aura Academy and some being from the Rhoda Knight Academy. That much I could accept, even if the most I have talked to some of them was a hi. However, Once I began getting calls from people that were the brother of the friend of the cousin of the father of my year mate at Aaron Academy about cooperating on my next paper. I decided that enough was enough. Come the next morning, I got myself a new phone number and sent everyone on my contacts list a message with my new number along with the request to not share it with others. Thankfully, that seemed to do the trick since I stopped getting calls from virtual strangers. Then I personally went to the academy around noon to inform the secretariat about my phone number's change. Thankfully, the secretariat was open from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. on ARC days, Jurata days, and dial days even during the break, so I successfully changed the recorded number. I wanted to leave after that, but the secretary told me that Mr. Cameron wanted to talk to me, and I was just wondering how he knew that I was here in the first place. Was he keeping tabs on who entered the academy or keeping tabs on me? Was he staying inside his office even during the break? Didn't someone important like him have to be at more important places? Well, the nice lady seemed to read the question on my mind from my face since she told me that they were told to inform Mr. Cameron of my arrival in case I showed up at any time this week, and I thanked her for telling me that. Her colleague had called Mr. Cameron while we were changing my phone number on the record. Mr. Cameron had informed them that he would be inside his office in a few minutes and that I should make my way there after I was done with my reason for coming to the academy. That was much better than my theories and much less creepy too, even if it would make sense for the academy to keep tabs on me to make sure that I did not encounter a hopeless situation. Anyway, after thanking the nice lady for her help, I made my way towards Mr. Cameron's office, and after knocking on the door, I entered once he said, "Come on in." "Good day, Mr. Cameron, sir." "I was told you wanted to speak to me," I said after entering the room. "Yes, I did," he said while motioning for me to sit down on the chair across from him before he continued. "As you know, the publishing of your paper is done, and just like the last time we've gotten invitations from various TV and radio shows for an interview with you. While the number is still low for now, I expect the number of invitations to increase due to the release of the Canto Weekly and Rhoda Weekly yesterday." I nodded in understanding since I had expected this to happen. "So, I want to ask you if you want to choose one of the current offers, or if you want to wait for a bit until there are more offers. Personally, I would recommend choosing from the current stack of invitations, since these were sent out by TV and radio teams that follow either the Pokemon Ecology Journal, the Forest and Jungle Magazine, or the Viridian Forest News. That means they are either more in tune with the topic of your paper, or they are the more serious kind of show. Both are good reasons for you to choose them. Anyway, the choice is obviously up to you. We'll go along with any choice you make, so what do you want to do?" I pondered over what to do. What he said made sense, and I honestly did not want to drag out the whole interview thing. The faster I went through with it, the faster the hype would die down. Now, some would say, if you want the hype to die down, why are going through with the interview in the first place? Well, that's easy. I obviously wanted to achieve something with this, and that was to give a declaration that would help my plans for my tertiary education. Anyway, I had come to a decision, so I looked toward Mr. Cameron before informing him of my decision. "Sir, I'd like to take a look at the current offers. Getting my picture out there is helpful for my future plan, so I'm also planning to choose one TV show on top of 2 radio shows, unlike the last time. That won't be a problem, right?" Mr. Cameron looked completely unbothered by what I said, and he carelessly waved my concerns off. "Don't worry about anything. We have your back, at least as long as you don't do anything that goes against our values. Until then, we'll fully support you and make sure that no criminals can threaten your well-being or that of your family. You don't have to worry about exposing your talents or any of your Pokemon. As long as you don't become one of the bad guys, the Academy, the Aura Guardians, and the Alliance will have your back. We, the Aura Guardians, have already classified you as a strategic talent for humanity, so as long as you are not evil, we'll do our utmost to keep you alive and save you from any serious harm. I do have to emphasize that we'll only keep the dangers away that we believe you won't be able to handle. If we believe that it is within your capabilities, even if it is dangerous, then we won't block it, since you have to go through a multitude of experiences to become strong. The only thing we'll definitely prevent is any harm coming to your parents due to you, since that has proven to be detrimental to the psychological development of people/trainers. Mr. Cameron put all cards on the table, telling me of the stance of the higher-ups toward little old me. I could summarize what he said to: "We'll keep your parents safe, and keep anything we believe actually capable of killing you away. Anything else goes after the motto, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger." "I'd like to take a look at the current invitation, please," I requested, having made up my mind. "Sure, here you go," Mr. Cameron replied while taking out a stack of letters from the drawer of his desk. I went through the stack of letters and found some familiar names, but there were also quite a few radio shows and TV shows I had never heard about. Among the radio shows that I knew, Good Morning, Kanto, and Good Morning, Rhoda, were the ones that appealed to me the most, but I had to admit that Hello, World also appealed to me, since it was the global equivalent to Good Morning, Kanto, as well as Good Morning, Rhoda, with the difference being that it aired at 3 p.m. and not during the morning. I think I'm going to once more go with Good Morning, Kanto, and Good Morning, Rhoda, for my radio show picks. I'm considering if I should accept the invitation of Hello, World, as well, since it would let my interview be heard worldwide. What do you think, sir? I'm not sure what the reputation of Hello, World is, but I haven't heard anything bad about them, at least. I asked for advice since I couldn't decide whether to add the third radio interview or not. You don't have to worry about Hello, World. The radio show is endorsed by the Alliance and belongs to the Sonozaki family, one of the most important families/clans in Kanto. The show has a good reputation and is pretty popular, Mr. Cameron assured me, and I nodded at that. All right, then I'll accept the invitation to those 3 radio shows, but I'd like to go through the interviews after I have gone through with my appearance on the TV show. I took out all invitations from TV shows from the stack and gave them another look. In the end, I decided to go with The Tonight Show with Jimmy Talon, which aired at 9 p.m. Kanto time each Pockaday. I knew about the show and it enjoyed global fame, at least as far as humanity was concerned. The reputation of the host was pretty good and the show had some pretty positive reviews. Additionally, the studio was in Saffron City, so I did not have to travel too far to record the interview. Decision made, I informed Mr. Cameron about my choice. "Good," he said with a nod. "You should receive a message regarding the time and date of the interviews sometime tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." After he said that, he dismissed me and I left after thanking him for his time. I received a message the next day that I would have my interview with the Tonight Show crew next week on Girata Day. The message also said that I was supposed to show up at the reception desk of the Saffron Studios at 10 a.m. that day. The dates of the radio interviews were set as well, and unlike the TV show, those 3 were live. My interview with Hello, World, would be on Dial Day, and I was supposed to show up at the Saffron Studios at 2 p.m. so that we could go over stuff before the start of the radio show. Yes, that one also worked from the same building as the Tonight Show. My interview with the Good Morning, Kanto, and Good Morning, Rhoda radio shows took place on Kaide and Grude respectively. The appointment with Good Morning, Kanto, was at 9 a.m. at the Saffron Studios since the show began at 9:30 a.m. Yes, this one was located there as well. It was Kanto's biggest TV and radio studio after all. The appointment with Good Morning, Rhoda, was at 9 a.m. as well, but this time the meeting was the Rhoda Studios here in Rhoda. Anyway, the days until my first interview flew by with me relaxing with my parents as well as our Pokemon, and before I knew it was Girata Day. Chapter 259, Second Minute of Fame. Well, I was pretty sure that Mom was actually more excited than I was about my interview and appearance on TV. I was so sure about that because she woke me up at 7 a.m. despite the appointment with Jimmy Talon and his crew at the Saffron Studios being at 10 a.m. The trip from our home to Saffron City was roughly 4,600 kilometers, and Horace/Sata preferred using 9 jumps to reach the city. It took him 45 minutes to complete the trip if he was teleporting the 2 of us. All this was obviously without forcing Horace to his absolute limits, since there was no reason for that and it was better to be careful before and after each jump. Now, if we added my parents to that, he would need 70 to 80 minutes to complete the same trip, so it would have been enough if I had woken up at 8 a.m. At least that would have been the case if we would travel there with Horace, which was not the case. No, Mr. Cameron was accompanying us since he would be taking part in the interview as well as a show of support from the Academy and Aura Guardians. This obviously meant his Pokemon would be teleporting us to Saffron City, which meant the trip would be done in a single jump, which meant the whole thing would be over nearly instantly. At least it had been like that the last time his Alakazam brought us to Saffron City for the interview with Good Morning, Kanto. This meant Mom had not roused me from my sleep 1 hour too early but 2, since we were supposed to meet Mr. Cameron at 9:45 a.m. in front of the Academy gate. I would have been perfectly prepared for the meeting if I had woken up at 9 a.m., so I lost 2 hours of sleep for nothing. Luckily for Mom, I loved her, or I would have harbored a grudge over my lost sleep instead of just grumbling over the situation mentally. It took me a grand total of 20 minutes to take a shower and change into the clothes Mom had put out for the interview, so I swiftly took them off and changed into a new set of my regular clothing. No need to risk dirtying the nice clothes during breakfast after all. I told Mom as much when she asked why I was not wearing the clothes she chose for me, and she looked before pinching my cheeks. I looked like a 17-year-old, but I still had to suffer through cheek pinching. It was a pout-worthy situation, but as a manly man, I naturally did no such thing. We ate our breakfast and then I changed into my nice clothes, so at 5 minutes to 8 a.m., I was ready to go. Dad also wore a suit but was ready a few minutes after me. Meanwhile, Mom was upstairs getting ready as well. Normally, I'd say that they didn't have to smarten up like that, but since they were my parents they got 2 first-row seats among the audience, so I could relate to why they wanted to look good. Still, by the time Mom came downstairs I felt empty. We nearly managed to be late for our meeting with Mr. Cameron because of how long Mom took to come down. She kept saying I'm nearly done when I asked when she would come done, and in the end, it was 9:25 a.m. when she finally deigned to grace us with her presence. She did look super beautiful, and both Dad and I told her as much since she was looking at us obviously waiting for comments compliments. Still, somewhere in the recess of my mind the question just why did she take so long kept echoing. Still, at least she made it in time, and the only reason I could say that so easily was thanks to the existence of Horus Express, your friendly teleportation service. We did a last check to make sure everything was fine before Horus brought us to the Academy gate. We still had 10 minutes until 9:45 a.m., so everything was fine. Just a minute after we arrived Mr. Cameron appeared with his Alakazam, most likely having sensed/noticed our arrival. Good morning, he greeted us and we returned the greeting. My parents were a bit more stiff/serious than me since I had gotten somewhat used to seeing him during our meetings. Alright, since you are already here, we'll make our way to the studio right now. There's no need to wait until 9:45, he said, and that was all it took for Alakazam to act. One moment we were in front of the Academy gate and in the next moment we were in front of the Saffron Studios. It happened in the blink of an eye, and after nodding toward Mr. Cameron Alakazam went away to do his or her stuff. Mr. Cameron directly entered the tall building that may have qualified as a skyscraper and moved straight to the reception. He told the receptionist that we were here for an interview with the Jimmy Talon cast, and he straight up told her to call them to tell them to send someone down to receive us since we had come a bit early. Well, his exact words were tell them that a Mr. Cameron was waiting for them to send someone down to receive him and his company. I was pretty sure that he was flexing, but I was also sure that he was doing it to calm our nerves, and looking at my parents it seemed to work. I obviously did not need any show of authority/power like that since I was cool as a cucumber, but he did it for us, so I was thankful for his action and gave him a grateful nod. It took a minute or so for someone to come out of the elevator and hurry toward us. He politely asked us to follow him and we entered the elevator, heading to the 18th floor, which apparently belonged entirely to the studio that owned the Talon show. Once we reached our floor and left the elevator we were received by Mr. Talon himself along with the producers. I had no illusion that they were this attentive because of me. No, they were behaving like this solely because of Mr. Cameron, and we were receiving the VIP treatment as his company. After a short exchange, it was decided that we would get right into recording the show. Thankfully, all audience members were already present, or someone might have missed the chance to take part in the recording. My parents went to their seats while Mr. Cameron and I moved backstage. We were told about the intro and when to move to the stage. Everyone got ready, and within less than 5 minutes I heard the intro music of the show being played. We could see as well as hear what was happening on stage from one of the screens placed backstage, and I heard Mr. Talon begin our introduction. Tonight we have a very special guest with us. Some of you might have heard about him and his work. Despite his young age, our guest had his work published in quite a few papers and magazines, with the Pokemon Ecology Journal as well as the Kanto Weekly being among those. I'm talking about young Mikhail Geo. Accompanying him is Mr. Cameron from the Order of Aura Guardians and the Errant Aura Academy. Young Mikhail is a student of the Academy and has the backing of both the Order as well as the Academy. According to Mikhail himself, they helped him publish his papers. That was our cue to come up from behind the curtain and move onto the couch across from Mr. Talon. We walked towards our place under the applause from the audience, and they only stopped clapping after we sat down. There was no glowing sign that said clap that went out at that exact moment. Nuhu. Welcome, welcome. I have to say it is great to have you here with us, Mr. Talon said. It is great to be here, I returned, and Mr. Cameron just nodded with a small smile. So, Mikhail, you're a student of Errant Aura Academy, which means that you are an Aura user, and we all know that Aura users grow faster than others. So, would you be willing to share with us exactly how old you are right now? He began, and I nodded with a smile. Sure, no problem. I'm going to turn 10 years old in 2 months, so I'm still 9 right now, I disclosed, and excited noises came from the audience at that. I'm sure that is younger than most expected, at least to those that have not read the excerpt on you in Kanto Weekly. Still, your accomplishment at your young age makes us older people look on in awe. I mean, it is not something most expect from someone your age, so what made you write those papers? I'm sure it was a lot of work finishing the project, so what motivated you to go through all that work? I briefly thought about what to answer, and I remembered that Mr. Cameron told me that I didn't need to hold back, so I went with the truth, at least a form of it. I love Pokemon a lot, and as someone that loves Pokemon, I obviously aspire to become a trainer among other things. Due to that aspiration, I have gathered Pokemon partners to join my family over the years, and we are regularly training to get stronger for the future when I start my journey as an official trainer. 2 of our most visited training spots are MT Moon and the Viridian Forest. During our training trips there we came across a lot of Pokemon species, and after some online research I found out that there was no comprehensive list of Pokemon that inhabited those places, so I decided to make one of my own. Mr. Talon looked impressed with my answer, and the audience clapped as well to show their excitement. Impressive. That's not the first thing that would come to my mind in such a situation, so that's probably the difference between a regular guy like me and a genius like you, he joked with self-deprecation, and the audience laughed along. I just politely smiled, since no matter what I said it would most likely sound either arrogant or fake humble. Seeing my reaction, Mr. Talon simply continued with the next question. So, I'm sure everyone is curious if you're planning to start another project, and if so, is it another ecology paper, or is it on something else? He asked with great interest, and I went with the answer I had prepared with this question in mind. Well, Mr. Talon, I began, but he briefly interrupted me with a "just call me Jimmy," so I restarted with that. Well, Jimmy, I am actually not planning to work on any new projects until the end of my 3rd year. Any new projects will have to wait until I start my tertiary education, since I'm preparing for the secondary academy and school competition that's going to be held at the end of my 3rd year. Enthusiastic sounds came from the audience when I declared that, and Jimmy had a really interesting look as well. Oya, I seem to have heard something really interesting. So, we can expect to see you participating in the competition in a year? Say, how do you think you'll do in the competition? Any specific goals or declarations? He asked curiously. Definitely, as for my goals for the competition. Jimmy, while this may sound a bit arrogant, I can tell you as well as everyone else that I am planning to reach the global competition. In fact, not only am I going to reach the global competition, but I'm going to dominate it. At least, for the regular competition, that's the plan. I'm planning to join both the personal combat as well as the regular category, but while I'm confident in dominating the Pokemon battles, I believe that it will be a bit of a struggle to win the personal category. There, shot fired, and what a shot it was. The audience was going wild in the background and Jimmy looked absolutely stunned at my ballsy declaration. Wow! I did not expect that. Now, that's what I call a declaration of war. I'm sure a lot of students all over the world will feel challenged by your declaration, and I would not be surprised if you became their target number one after this. This is going to lit a fire under a lot of people, so is there something you want to say to them? He asked, full of enthusiasm. Yes, there is, I replied with a nod, before looking straight at the camera. Please, at least make it interesting for me, I turned back to Jimmy before smiling at him. That should motivate everyone to train extra hard. I'll be happy if everyone gets stronger due to what I said, even if I lose because I managed to overmotivate somebody, I informed him and the audience, since I did not want to come across as a young master, but as someone concerned with the strength of the future / my generation. Well, I got a standing ovation and Mr. Cameron, as well as Jimmy, laughed happily, so I think I succeeded. Well, I hope so as well. I'm sure everyone will be happy if some extra strong students reveal themselves during the competition. You've mentioned that you might work on some projects during your tertiary education, so any concrete plans, or is it still undecided? He asked next after giving everyone a moment to calm down a bit. I am planning to apply for an apprenticeship under a professor for my 3 years of tertiary education, so hopefully I'll be accepted. Wish me luck, I declared, and Jimmy looked pretty happy with my answer. Wow, you're revealing grand aspirations one after the other. Can you tell us which professor you plan to apply to? He inquired with a look at Mr. Cameron to gauge his reaction. I plan to apply to multiple professors, since they are all respectable intellectuals, and while I obviously have my favorite, I'll have to keep that one a secret, sorry. I'm sure you'll succeed and I wish you the best in your endeavors, Jimmy returned before turning towards Mr. Cameron. He asked him some questions on the stance of the Academy and the Aura Guardians, as well as Mr. Cameron's own opinion. Mr. Cameron answered that he, the Academy, and the Aura Guardians were believing my potential as an Aura user, trainer, and intellectual. He declared that they were fully behind me as my backers. They talked for another 2 to 3 minutes before Jimmy thanked Mr. Cameron and turned his attention back to me. So, seeing how confident you are about winning the Pokemon competition next year, can you show us some of your Pokemon? Jimmy asked, and I actually glanced at Mr. Cameron for that one, not sure if I should do that or not. Mr. Cameron gave me a subtle nod and radiated his approval as well as assurance towards me using his aura, so I decided I might as well show off a little bit. No problem, I began. I'll show you my oldest and strongest 2 partners, I finalized before pulling out the poke balls of Horus / Xatu and Mothra / Butterfree. Jimmy motioned that the stage was mine, so I stood up and walked a bit more towards the middle of the stage before releasing Horus and Mothra. When they saw Xatu they were moderately impressed, but as soon as Mothra appeared the audience went wild. Mothra tittered happily due to their clapping and fervor. Impressive Pokemon, especially that Butterfree. Can I ask why your Butterfree looks so different than a regular one? Jimmy inquired, and since I already brought her out I was ready to answer that. That's because she is a queen of her species. She is more than a cut above the rest and belongs to the apex of the bug type, I praised Mothra, who was happy with my compliment, which she showed by dancing through the air. That made the audience clap in elation, and even Jimmy watched her dance for a bit before focusing back on me. These 2 are the reason I'm confident in dominating the competition, I added, and he looked intrigued by that. Any chance you could tell us how strong they are? He asked, and I shook my head. Let that be a surprise. I have to keep everyone else on their toes after all. I'll just say that I am confident that we would have swept this year's participants, I finished, and everyone seemed impressed. After that, we finished the interview part and Jimmy proposed a game instead. It was Guess What Pokemon It Is, a game where a picture with a part or silhouette of a Pokemon was shown and we had to guess which Pokemon it belonged to. All 3 of us participated and the game went on for nearly 10 minutes. The Pokemon were not only from Kanto but from all known Pokemon. In the end, I still managed to win, which was a no-brainer in my humble opinion. After that, we talked a bit more about less serious stuff like favorite trainers as well as people before Jimmy thanked us for coming and went through his closing remarks to wrap up the show. Once the signal came that everything was done, Jimmy thanked us once more and remarked that it was really impressive that we managed to finish everything in one take without having to reshoot any scenes. He also complimented me and told me to stay confident before adding that he was rooting for me. He even asked for an autograph, citing that he believed that I would become someone big in the future and that he wanted to get the autograph before that happened. Feeling flattered, I gave him his autograph. He actually had special autograph cards on hand that would ensure that the autograph wouldn't get damaged in the future as long as it was correctly preserved. Chapter 260, Second Minute of Fame. By the time we left the Saffron Studios, it was a bit after 12, and Mr. Cameron asked us if we wanted to return to Rhoda with him, but we declined since we were going to stay in Saffron City for the next 3 days due to the interview at the Saffron Studios on Dial Day and Kaya Day. Mr. Cameron said that he would meet up with us in front of the studio before the appointment on Dial Day for the interview with the Hello World crew before Alakazam appeared and teleported away with Mr. Cameron. The first thing we did after he was gone was to go to the hotel we booked our rooms at for the next 3 nights to check in. Once we did that, we went for a light lunch at KFP before just strolling around the city center, visiting shops and stores that managed to attract the attention of one of us. It might sound a bit cliché when I said it, but Mom was the one that made us enter a store the most. Still, it was nice to just spend a few hours simply strolling around with my parents without a concrete goal, just our little family spending some time together. We went to a local branch of Aldini's for dinner, nothing fancy really. I ate a pizza fungi while my parents ate a carbonara with beef. Pork did not exist after all, due to all pigs and all other members of the sus genus being purged with most animal species, so unlike the carbonara in my old world, the one in this world came out slightly different. There were many dishes just like this one that were practically the same with some minor differences because some ingredients/species simply did not exist. Anyway, we left the restaurant under the amazed stare of the waiter, since I ate a family pizza on my own, which was probably something he did not see often or at all. However, I needed at least that much to get rid of my hunger, so it was either that or ordering 2 or 3 large pizzas since one was not enough to fill me at all. We returned to our hotel and parted for the night after agreeing to meet up at 9:30 a.m. for breakfast. We had booked separate rooms since we could easily afford them. It was better like that for everyone involved. After a quick sweep of my room, I entered Utopia and called everyone over for a family dinner. I pulled out a lot of the stored deluxe meals I prepared for occasions like these and handed out everyone's share after they all arrived in front of me. I did not forget to take some for myself as well since I still felt a bit peckish. While we were eating, I asked them how their daily training went and they all said that there were no problems. Manami even said that she had made some progress with her speed, and a quick look at her status screen confirmed that her agility had finally reached the A value. With this, she was officially able to enter the limit-breaking group. If not for her agility taking as long as it did to reach A, she would have long joined the group since all her other parameters had already reached the S value. She was actually nearly done with her first round of limit breaking, and only had to increase her agility to S as well to complete the first round. Name, Manami. Species, Lapras. Gender, female. Age, 10+ years. Type, water, ice. Potential, deep blue, 83.69%, 99.27%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, water absorb, hydration. Talents, rain absorb. Affinities, water, ice. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, optimistic. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, S. Strength, S. Endurance, S. Agility, A. Energy capacity, S. Energy density, S. Immune. Water. Resistance. Ice, major. Weaknesses. Electric, minor. Grass, minor. Fighting, minor. Rock, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Ice energy manipulation, proficient, dash, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Freezing rain. Novice. Parish song, growl, new. Beginner. Confuse ray, safeguard, new, plus, dragon pulse, new, plus. Proficient. Shock wave, thunderbolt, sheer cold, plus, thunder, new, plus plus, body slam, plus, surf, new, plus plus, protect, new, plus plus. Advanced. Ice shard, ice beam, rest, hydro pump, water pulse, life dew, plus, brine, plus, mist, plus, sing, plus, psychic, plus, blizzard, plus plus, hail, plus plus plus. Mastered. Water gun, rain dance, plus. Combo/custom. Freezing rain, in progress. Well, the first thing anyone would think looking at her status screen was probably so close, yet so far. She was missing less than 1% to reach light purple potential, but I was pretty sure covering that last bit was going to take 3 to 4 more months. Other than that, nothing else had changed in the first part of her status screen. I had already gone over her parameters, so that part was covered as well, and all I had to say was that it was nice to see that nearly everything was an S. The next important bit of her status was her masteries, since her type relations had not changed at all. She was still going through electricity resistance training, but there was visible progress, so I was hopeful that she would be done with that within the next 1 or 2 years. Thanks to her mastery over her water and ice type moves, both her water energy manipulation and her ice energy manipulation had reached advanced mastery. This in turn gave her an easier time with her water and ice type moves and made it easier for her to create combo moves like the one she had recently started working on. Manami was currently trying to create what I was calling Freezing Rain, which was a combo move made up of rain dance and hail. We were trying to achieve all effects of both moves during a single weather condition, which was not as easy as one would think. Thankfully, the moves were somewhat compatible and her energy mastery helped as well. Well, the fact that she had mastered rain dance and improved hail to advanced mastery was pretty important too. Manami had only learned 5 new moves in the last 2 years, and among those Thunder had already been in the works before my time as an academy student began. She had focused more on mastering the moves she already knew, and after that, she focused on improving the few new moves she learned. Her mastery of Rain Dance, which was vital due to her talent Rain Absorb, and the increase in moves at Proficient as well as Advanced Mastery were the result of her efforts. Anyway, after I was done with her status screen, I congratulated her on her success and encouraged her to keep up her agility training so that she could complete her first round of limit breaking as soon as possible. Once everyone was done eating, I decided that we were going to have a movie night, so I used my control over Utopia for the open-air cinema. The next day was pretty normal, at least for the most part. We met up for breakfast at 9:30 a.m. as previously agreed on, and after that, we spent the rest of the day wandering around Saffron City. We even walked by the famous Psychic Academy, but I did not enter since I wanted to keep my psychic abilities somewhat of a secret from my potential adversaries during the competition next year, and I did not doubt that some members of the higher-ranked staff would notice if I appeared directly before them. Still, as I said, it was a calm and relaxing day, at least until 10 p.m. My parent and I decided to watch the broadcast of The Tonight Show together, and we all agreed that it was a great interview, but once the episode was over, the calm got disturbed. The first one to call was Rose, because of course she had to watch me on TV and then call me to gush about how cool I was looking during the interview. That call was followed by a few more, and by 11 p.m. I decided to turn my phone to mute since it did not seem like the calls were going to stop. I set it so that everyone that called got notified that I was sleeping, which was what I actually did after saying good night to my parents. Well, I went to my room and checked up on everyone while they were sleeping to see if they made any progress. I saw that Hashirama/Venusaur had his strength improved to C, which meant that he had reached the high silver stage. Since everyone was asleep, I did not wake them up, but I made a note to celebrate the event tomorrow evening before I went to sleep as well. The next day after breakfast, I unmuted my phone and began accepting phone calls, while my parents went out without me. Heck, even you called, since it seemed The Tonight Show seemed to be popular even in Or. Anyway, thankfully the calls stopped around noon, so I got to relax a bit before meeting up with my parents for lunch. I used that time to congratulate Hashirama for reaching the high silver stage, and we celebrated his success per tradition. They continued to party even after I left for lunch with my parents. At 2:15 p.m. we slowly made our way towards the Saffron Studios since Mr. Cameron called me to inform me that we would meet at 2:45 p.m. at the entrance of the studio/building. We arrived a few minutes before the agreed-upon time and waited for Mr. Cameron, who appeared at exactly 2:45 p.m. We went inside and someone from the Hello World crew was waiting for us in the lobby. The woman moved toward us as soon as we stepped inside, and she led us to the radio studio of her group. The whole team greeted us enthusiastically, and they spent the next 10 minutes making sure or rather I was ready for the interview. Then at 3 p.m. sharp, we went live and the interview began. Mr. Griffin, the host, asked questions regarding my declarations during yesterday's broadcast. I reaffirmed what I said on TV, and he asked how I felt after appearing on TV. I told him that I got swamped by calls from friends and acquaintances and that I was hoping I would not get flooded with another wave after this interview. He laughed at that and asked if I got recognized on the streets while walking around the city, but I said that had thankfully not happened. He laughed mirthfully and said that I needed to give it some more time and then I would get approached once a few more days passed and more people got to see my face on the show. He teased that my appearance on TV together with my interviews on the radio would make me well known at least for a while, so getting called out on the streets was only a matter of time. I jokingly asked for mercy and we all laughed at that. Mr. Griffin asked Mr. Cameron some questions which he answered in the same vein as he did before I got asked 2 more questions regarding my plans for my journey. I just said that I was preparing to the best of my abilities for the journey but did not say anything concrete. The interview ended after that since it was only a 20-minute affair, and Mr. Griffin thanked us for participating before he continued hosting his show. We on the other hand left under the escort of some of the staff members. A member of the team, who actually turned out to be the producer of the show, told me that one of their backers, Bill Sonozaki, had shown interest in me due to my declaration regarding the apprenticeship under a professor. I thanked him for the information and we left the studio building. It was only a few minutes later that I realized that Bill Sonozaki was actually the Bill, one of the biggest Pokemon researchers in canon, so I filed the information that he showed interest in me as pretty important in my mind. Mr. Cameron only added that Bill was a trustworthy individual and that he was a good candidate for my plans before leaving. He also said that he would not participate in the interviews at the Good Morning, Kanto, and Rhoda radio shows. We would be returning to Rhoda tomorrow after my interview at the Good Morning, Kanto show, so we enjoyed the rest of our last day at Saffron City before returning to the hotel a few hours after dinner. Like always, I checked up on everyone before sleeping and I saw that Quinn/Azurade's energy density reached C, which meant that he had reached the high silver stage as well, so tomorrow we would be throwing another celebration. Chapter 261, Second Minute of Fame. Well, my interview with Good Morning, Kanto, was at 9:30 a.m., and the appointment was at 9 a.m., so that was when we showed up at the lobby of the Saffron Studios. Someone was waiting for us there and approached us once we stepped inside. The man led us to the studio of Good Morning, Kanto, which I noticed was actually on the same floor as the one I was at yesterday for my interview with Hello World. When I pointed that out, our escort explained that TV shows got a floor for themselves while radio shows shared a floor among themselves. Depending on the popularity of the shows, there were 2 to 4 radio shows/crews sharing a single floor. Good Morning, Kanto, and Hello World were pretty popular, so they each took half the floor, and since the shows streamed/worked at different times, they were all pretty content with the situation. Apparently, Saffron Studios owned 8 radio channels as well as 3 TV channels, and each show/crew working in the building was linked to one of those channels. Well, if you ask me, it seemed that everyone working at the Saffron Studios were kinda co-workers, even if that was not really the case. We arrived at the recording studio and everyone greeted us/me enthusiastically. Many of the staff, including the host, said that they were fans of mine and that they were going to root for me during the competition in a year. It seemed my bold declaration on TV along with my 2 successful publications were enough for me to get some fans, who would have thought. I was actually asked for autographs, and some of the crew members that were really enthusiastic about Pokemon battles recognized my parents, or rather my dad, as the finalist of the last Kanto Senior Tournament. That led to the recognition of Mom as well, so they got asked for autographs as well. It was in such a way that the 30 minutes before the start of the show went by, and at 9:30 a.m. sharp we went live. The interview itself kinda went like the one yesterday, but the host mentioned my parents this time around, asking if their being rather strong and successful trainers had something to do with my aspirations. I obviously said that they were a big part of the reason, since anything else would have made me sound like an arrogant prick. Well, I saw that my answer made my parents happy, so I counted it as a win. Other than that, the interview went as expected and the 15 minutes went by pretty fast. The host thanked me at the end of the interview for coming, and the show went into commercials. The whole staff thanked us for coming, and we left while the staff went back to their show, which would go on for another hour or so before they were done for the day. It was not even 10 a.m. yet when we left the Saffron Studios building, so we decided to stay in Saffron City until after lunch, so we chose to stroll around until it was time for lunch. It seemed the people of Saffron were listeners of the Good Morning Kanto show, since I got approached much more often than yesterday. That, or more people had watched the last episode of The Tonight Show. Could be a combination of the two as well. Even my parents got some recognition due to being beside me. Well, at least, I could say that those that recognized them were listeners of Good Morning Kanto. Still, thankfully the number of people approaching us was relatively low, so it did not get too bothersome. While we were walking by a clothing store for females, I asked my parents if we should head inside to look for a gift for Rose. Her 12th birthday was next pocket day after all. How the time flew by. I remember it as if it had been just yesterday that we had bought her the custom zip-up hoodies for her last birthday. Mom said that it was not necessary and that we would be buying her gifts from Moon's Designs just like last year. It seemed she had been planning to visit the store after tomorrow's interview in Rhoda, so, yay, I had that to look forward to. Was that sarcastic enough, I wonder? Anyway, since gift shopping got delayed to tomorrow, we returned to regular window shopping, and I actually ended up buying some lower-class plants and flowers of different types that I stumbled upon that I had yet to get my hands on. It wasn't much, but I did end up with 5 new additions, so not bad, I guess. I needed a wide variety of F and E class plants containing either fire, water, grass, or electric energy for one of my future experiments/plans, so any new addition to that plant pool was welcome. I was stocking up on materials, so hopefully, I would have enough materials by the start of my tertiary education for some serious research. As for why F and E class and not higher? Well, that was obviously because anything above that would be too potent for the targets of my research plan. Even now I was using a minuscule part of my depository to test the reaction of the denizens of my subspace in preparation for the future. If my research succeeded, the result would become the staple of the Pokemon I was going to give out as starter Pokemon in the orphanages and other initiatives I was planning to start in the future. Anyway, it soon was time for lunch, so we went to a well-known seafood restaurant and ate some fresh fish with some vegetable side dishes along with a tasty sauce. After that great lunch, we made our way home per Horace Express. It took us roughly 75 minutes to be back home, and I told my parents that I just wanted to relax until dinner, before I retreated to my room, locked the door, and entered Utopia. I congratulate Quinn/Azurate for reaching the high silver stage yesterday, and we start the celebration. I began cooking my special curry for everyone, and while doing that I checked everyone's stats using my telekinesis. Surprisingly, I saw that Optimus/Butterfree's vitality seemed to have reached A, leaving only his strength and endurance at B value. Not only that, but Seb/Nidoking's endurance also reached A, leaving only his energy density before he could officially start limit breaking. These little surprises put me in an even better mood, and I start humming loudly while cooking. The others seem to get infected by my humming and they begin to join in. Before long a few of them start to sing, and the whole thing turns into an impromptu singing session that went on until I was done with the curry. I did not join in since I had eaten just an hour ago, but I kept them company while handing out seconds and thirds for anyone that wanted more. After everyone was done eating, I, with the help of those capable of using psychic, tidied up the dishes, before the water squad cleaned them with water gun. Utopia then took care of the resulting dirt and grime. We spent the time after that until dinner time talking with each other. Eggy settled on my lap and I listened to everyone talking about their condition and how they felt. Everyone seemed to agree that they wanted another grooming session pretty soon, and I promised them to do one in a week, so during the next weekend. Before I left for dinner, I pulled out a lot of snacks like their favorite berries and everyone's favorite drinks. I told them that I was going to stream the movie I was going to watch with my parents in our traditional open-air cinema style, so the snacks and drinks were for that. The majority requested something with a lot of action and the rest wanted to see something funny, so I told them I would choose an action comedy. After dinner, I helped Mom clean up the table before I asked my parents to watch a movie together. I led my parents into choosing a nice action comedy and displayed the screen in Utopia as well, just like I had promised. Movie pirating of the finest, if I had to say so myself. The movie actually had a sequel and we directly watched that one as well, so by the time the second movie was over, it was high time for us to sleep since we had to be at the Rhoda Studios at 9 a.m. for my interview with Good Morning, Rhoda, at 9:30 a.m. Before going to sleep, I did my routine status check and saw that Gaia/Nita Queen actually followed her brother's example. Her agility increased to A, leaving only her energy capacity at B before she could start her limit breaking as well. However, unlike Seb, whose strength was at S, she had no parameter that had already reached S. Still, that discovery made me sleep with a smile on my face. The next morning I woke up a few minutes early to enter Utopia to praise Gaia and tell her to keep up the good work, before going downstairs for breakfast. We left the house around 8:55 a.m., and good old Horace brought us straight to the Rhoda Studios, or rather he brought us in front of the entrance of the Rhoda Studios building. After Mom made sure everything still looked impeccable after our teleportation, we entered the building roughly 3 minutes before 9 a.m., but it seemed a member of the Good Morning, Rhoda team was already waiting for us in the lobby since he immediately approached us as soon as we entered. He greeted us enthusiastically before leading us to the studio of their show on the 11th floor. The rest of the team greeted us just as enthusiastically and I had to give out some autographs here as well. Even Dad was asked for some autographs, and I was worried that Mom would feel left out until some of the female staff asked her for her autographs as well, citing that she was a strong female trainer and thus a role model for a lot of females. We all talked harmoniously until it was time for us to go live, and the interview went mostly the same as yesterday with one little difference that put me on the spot. Towards the end, the host mentioned that I and my parents had a house here in Rhoda and that I was a student at the Errant Aura Academy with good prospects for joining the Aura Guardians in the future. Until here everything was okay, but then he asked if I was planning to get the Rotanian citizenship, taking all that into account, and I momentarily drew blank. The host actually pulled the nationalist card on me live on radio. Still, I regained my calm pretty quickly and went full-on diplomatic on the host. I said that Rhoda was a nice place and that I had contemplated whether to change to dual citizenship by applying for one in Rhoda as well in addition to my Cantonian citizenship. However, I added that I had yet to come to a decision since the decision was a pretty important one. The host did not dwell on the topic after that, probably catching that his question had been a bit inappropriate since it had put me on the spot. Anyway, we talked for a minute after that before he thanked me for accepting the interview since our 15 minutes together were up. As soon as they went into commercials, the host apologized for asking the question, citing that the question came to him spontaneously and that he had not considered that it might put me into an uncomfortable position. I waved him off, telling him that it was no problem since I could feel his embarrassment through my aura. It was obviously me that he was telling the truth, so I had no reason to hold a grudge since that would be just me acting petty. Besides, his question was not a bad one and I might actually consider applying for dual citizenship since I was pretty sure I would need one to open an orphanage in Rhoda, which was something I was planning to do in the future. I would be opening more than one, and Rhoda was one of the places I had considered founding an orphanage. Hope Town was the other candidate that would definitely get an orphanage as well, but I had yet to decide on any other locations. Anyway, after that, we left the Rhoda Studios and went to the shopping district to buy Rose's gift. Chapter 262, The Improvements Keep Coming. Well, we ended up buying her 3 pairs of jeans and 3 skirts, the kind that goes until the middle of the shin, from Moon's Design, the store we bought the hoodies last year. Mom said that one of each pair of jeans and skirt for one of the hoodies, so she could match them. Dad and I chose to trust her on this and just nodded. The rest of the day was spent strolling around. I did occasionally get approached because got recognized, and some even asked me if I was planning to become a Rotan citizen. I answered them as diplomatically as I answered the host, and thankfully nobody insisted on getting a straight answer. The funny thing was that even the RDCI, which was the Rota Department of Citizenship and Immigration, sent me a message asking if I wanted to apply for citizenship and that they would be willing to expedite the process for me by a lot. Well, actually they added that they could get it done by Art Day, which was the day after tomorrow. I was even suspecting that they would have gotten it done within a day if tomorrow had not been Gru Day, which was a day that most government services were closed. Looks like I was not important enough to work on their day off. Anyway, I wrote back that I was still thinking about it, not planning to let anyone pressure me into anything. That evening I saw that Abza/Milotic and Tiamat/Milotic strength had reached A on the same day, which meant that the two could officially start their limit breaking. That they improved on the same day did not surprise me as much. While Abza had a small head start when I got the two, on top of having a better potential than Tiamat, the overall bonus she received due to her shiny gene made up for that difference. In fact, she was a bit ahead of him parameter-wise right now. Still, Abzu was somewhat keeping up thanks to his higher potential, for now. I was hoping he would unlock a gene within the next 2 stages, or that difference was only going to grow. Still, taking a look at their status screens made me happy since I got to see how far they had come since joining me as Fiba. Name, Abzu. Species, Milotic. Gender, male. Age, 9+ years. Type, water. Potential, purple, 0.42%. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, Marvel Scale, competitive. Talents, none. Affinities, water. Bond, Mikhail, strong. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, silver stage, high. Vitality, A. Strength, A. Endurance, A. Agility, A. Energy capacity, A. Energy density, S. Resistance, fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses, electric, minor, grass, minor. Standardized. Electric, in progress. Condition, healthy, happy. Masteries. Water energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Attract, new, captivate, new. Beginner. Flail, rap, new, plus, disarming voice, new, plus, recover, new, plus, water sport, new, plus. Proficient. Splash, tackle, life dew, plus, aqua ring, plus, safeguard, plus, dragon tail, plus, twister, plus, surf, new, plus plus, hydro pump, new, plus plus, refresh, new, plus plus. Advanced. Water pulse, ice beam, scald, endure, coil, rain dance, plus, protect, plus, iron tail, plus, aqua tail, plus. Mastered. Water gun. Abzu's potential had recently reached purple, so that was impressive, but both his gene as well as talent section were empty. To be honest, I was occasionally contemplating if I should really bank my hopes on the probability that he could unlock something during his breakthroughs to either the gold or the dark gold stage. There was the possibility of inducing a gene change by myself, kinda like I did for my Magikarp, and I had looked into my super library regarding that to look up any research on the Milotic line. It was certainly possible, but the consequences in case I failed were quite serious. In the worst case, Abza could die, and if he survived it was highly probable that he would lose some of his strength and potential due to the failure. The risk of such treatments was higher on evolved Pokemon than it was on unevolved Pokemon. Furthermore, the stronger the Pokemon was, the harder it was to effectively use such treatments since they were more resistant to external change. There were many such examples stored inside the super library. Still, I did find documents regarding research on variant Milotic along with theories on how to induce those variations artificially. Yet, the success rate was not that high and I did not want to risk it with one of my main members. If he had at least had an affinity besides water, then I could have used that as a basis to increase the success rate of the undertaking. However, since that was not the case, I had to wait. I actually had an idea how to help a bit despite that, but that was a pretty long-term undertaking, so he would probably break through to the gold stage before I would see any effect of the alternative. Nonetheless, I was going to do it since it might increase the chances of something good happening during his breakthrough to the gold stage. I mean, it did not hurt Abzu and could not be considered as wasting time, so there was no harm in doing it. Well, aside from all that, his parameters showed that he was ready to start limit breaking and his energy density was already at S, so he had done the first step right from the start. His type relation section had not changed and he was still working on that electric resistance. Still, like many others that have been working on their resistance training, Abzu had made some good progress. I was sure that he would be done within the next 2 years, at least I hoped so. Abzu had learned some good new moves, keeping a balance between utility moves and offensive ones. He even kept that balance with the moves he raised to advanced mastery. Still, raising Rain Dance and Aqua Tail to advanced mastery was enough to finally raise his water energy manipulation to advanced mastery as well. There was actually a pretty big difference in the training direction of their moves between Abzu and Tiamat that had to do with the difference in ability and talent. Unlike Abzu, Tiamat was much less offensive-oriented in the moves she focused on. While their current move pool was practically identical, the mastery of certain moves was completely different between the two. Name: Tiamat. Species: Milotic. Gender: female. Age: 9+ years. Type: water. Potential: light purple, 69.42%, 76.07%. Genetic variation: shiny. Abilities: Marvel Scale, Cute Charm. Talents: universal. Affinities: water. Bond: Mikhail, strong. Quirks: none. Parameters: stage: silver stage, high. Vitality: A. Strength: A. Endurance: A. Agility: A. Energy capacity: S. Energy density: S. Resistance: fire, minor, water, minor, ice, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses: electric, minor, grass, minor. Standardized: electric, in progress. Condition: healthy, happy. Masteries: water energy manipulation, proficient, advanced. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Not applicable. Beginner. Flail, safeguard, dragon tail, water sport, new, plus. Proficient: splash, tackle, iron tail, aqua tail, coil, wrap, new, plus, disarming voice, new, plus, recover, new, plus, refresh, new, plus, aqua ring, plus, twister, plus, surf, new, plus, hydro pump, new, plus. Advanced: water pulse, ice beam, scald, endure, life dew, plus, attract, new, plus, captivate, new, plus, rain dance, plus, protect, plus. Mastered: water gun. For example, Tiamat had completely foregone raising another offensive move to advanced mastery and focused completely on utility moves, especially ones that could make use of her ability and talent like attract and captivate, which Abzu had directly ignored after learning. Yes, Tiamat's talent universal did not only affect her cute charm ability, but all her moves as well, so moves like attract and captivate worked on Pokemon of the same gender as well, and even oblivious Pokemon were affected. There was simply no escape from Tiamat's charm. Still, even if her focus had been more on raising those utility moves, she had enough offensive moves that she was proficient in, along with the moves she had raised to advanced mastery before I started going to the academy, and in the worst case, she had her trusted mastered water gun. Tiamat also had raised her water energy manipulation to advanced mastery, just like Abzu, and her resistance training was also still ongoing. However, unlike Abzu, Tiamat already had two parameters at S value, her energy capacity and energy density, which was why she was a bit ahead of Abzu, at least parameter-wise. The rest of her status screen had not changed if we disregarded the increase of her potential by a bit more than 6.5%, which was pretty good progress for roughly 2 years taking into account that her potential was light purple. Still, she was missing nearly 24% to reach purple potential, so if not for the limit-breaking bonus she was going to receive, I'd have to wait 4 more years for her to reach that point through supplements. Maybe even more than 4 years, due to the generally diminishing effect of supplements after too much use. Anyway, I congratulated the two on their success and we had a small celebration. We were having a lot of celebrations, but I did not mind that since it kept everyone happy and motivated, which was pretty important in my humble opinion. Day was spent relaxing with my parents and answering phone calls from acquaintances that had seen or heard one of the shows I participated in. Well, most called after listening to Good Morning, Rhoda, since most of my acquaintances were from Rhoda. This was actually the second or even the third time some of them were calling me, but I remained polite since they were just excited that one they knew had repeatedly appeared on TV and radio. Once ARC Day came around I decided to go out from some good old pressure training, but the only one that remained on my list was Saphira/Swablu. Well, I could add Horus/Zada due to a technicality since he only had to finish the final round of limit breaking, even if that was something that would probably take close to a year. In that same vein, Mothra/Butterfree could be added as well since she only had to increase 2 parameters once to reach the high gold stage. However, since she had just gone through her breakthrough, her stock of excesses/residues from supplements should be pretty low. I could add Ollie/Curlia to the list as well, since he had begun his limit-breaking training after his strength had reached 2 weeks ago. Still, just like with Horus, I was expecting it to take 1 year for him to be done with his limit breaking. Actually, it might take him longer than a year, since he had yet to have a single parameter at S value. Nonetheless, the list was pretty empty, so I just added him in as well. I decided to add Nyx/Umbreon in too since she only needed her energy capacity to reach a before he could start her limit breaking as well. I was hoping some good old pressure would expedite that process. I decided to stop at that point for now. I would add others as they progressed and qualified for the pressure list. Once I had refreshed my pressure list I moved to the Viridian Forest to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I challenged wild Pokemon for some pressure training while scouting out the area where supposedly Leafeon appeared. I wouldn't have dared to do it before since it was in the inner area, but since Mothra had reached the gold stage I decided to carefully start scouting out the place. Unfortunately, I had not found the trigger for the Leafeon evolution yet, and I did not know if it was a moss rock or something else, so my best bet was to search for places with either an extremely high concentration of grass energy or traces of unusual grass energy. Still, I was not in a hurry to find it since I was planning to bring Rose to this place for Ivy/Eevee's evolution as a gift before she began her official journey. Rose still had to go through 2 years of tertiary school and a practical year, so I had 3 years to find the trigger, which was more than enough. Naturally, I prepared a birthday gift for this year as well, besides the one my parents bought. I designed 2 choreographies, one for Princess/Vulpix, and one for Ivy, that Rose could use during contests and performances in the future. Each choreography contained explicit explanations on how to act, position oneself, and which moves to use at which times. In short, they were detailed step-to-step guides that would guarantee that she could teach them to her Pokemon. I did a quick research and choreographies like this were extremely expensive, at least the professional ones, and I was confident that mine were not inferior to those, so I was confident that my gift was a great one, even if it was a self-made one instead of being something I bought. Well, I still made sure that each choreography looked like a book so that it looked presentable, before wrapping them up. Before I knew it, it was Pocket Day and our family made our way to Orchid City for Rose's birthday party. It was a nice affair and Rose loved our gifts. She was happy when she saw the clothes Mom chose, gushing about matching them with her favorite hoodies. When she saw my personal gifts to her, she performed a tackle hug. I told her that she had more than 3 years to get those 2 choreographies down and that she could ask me if she had any questions at any point during their training. Our parents were pretty surprised by my gifts as well, even my parents, since I had kept it a secret surprise from them as well. They knew the worth of my gifts, so Aunt Lily and Uncle Thorne looked a bit uneasy, but I gave them a big smile and told them not to mind it since I made those myself. I had to brag a bit about my status as a Pokemon expert, exaggerating by a bit to make the whole thing a bit funny to loosen them up, but it worked and they just thanked me for going to such length for their daughter. Chapter 263, The Improvements Keep Coming. After returning home from Rose's birthday, I spent the last/next 3 days of the week fulfilling the promise I gave my Pokemon, so I got to spend most of the 3 days grooming and massaging all my Pokemon. Being the generous person that I was, I even included the other, non-Magikarp, inhabitants of the main space, and they loved the treatment, as they should, since I was awesome at grooming and massaging. You know, the art of massage was surprisingly deep in this world. The profession not only placed importance on massaging motions, but the lotions and creams were important as well. All masseuses had to learn how to create certain lotions and creams on top of learning the correct hand motions if they wanted to advance on the path of their profession, and even then they would only be able to become Tier 2 first-class masseuses at most with only these 2 aspects. To go beyond that, they need to be able to stimulate/manipulate energy during the massage. The most useful energy types for massages were water, grass, fairy, as well as pure aura, and there were 2 ways to achieve that. Number 1 was to become so great at using the massage techniques and lotions that they could stimulate the energy inside the target through the help of the lotion/cream. Number 2 was to have an affinity with one of the energies and to incorporate the ability to use the energy into their massage techniques. Those that went with option number 1 generally managed to reach Tier 3 first class at most. Reaching Tier 4 third class could be considered a legend for them. Meanwhile, those that could go with option number 2 could reach the peak of the masseuse profession and reach Tier 5 first class. One should never underestimate any profession, especially not ones that were capable of reaching the higher tiers. While being a masseuse might sound low to some, a high-tier masseuse could help Pokemon overcome hurdles in their training, stimulate Pokemon that couldn't progress enough to trigger a breakthrough, increase training speed, help heal hidden injuries, and much more. I knew all that to be true since all, or rather most, of my knowledge regarding the profession came from my super library. I had gone through a great amount of information regarding all professions I had decided to tackle, which included ballcrafting, grooming, massaging, cooking, pellet creation and potioneering, which could theoretically be seen as part of cooking but wasn't. I personally like to call pellet creation and potioneering fake alchemy, but that was not the generally used term. In actual fact, those 2 could be seen as 2 individual professions, but it was also possible to see them as one, which was what I was doing. Anyway, none of my professions had reached Tier 3 yet, but all 5 professions that I was focusing on were already at Tier 2, with ballcrafting being the closest to reaching Tier 3. I shall be honest, what I had achieved was practically impossible, and the only reason I managed to do that was my wish/request to increase my talent in nearly everything to at least average levels so that I was not bad/untalented in anything. Even then I wouldn't have succeeded if not for the super library along with my increased mental abilities thanks to my prowess as a psychic. Professions took time to develop, and even I with all my advantages felt my progress falling significantly after reaching Tier 2 second class. I would have to decrease the number of professions I was focusing on if I wanted to keep my progress at an acceptable speed, and I had decided that once all 5 professions reached Tier 2 first class, I would focus on ballcrafting and fake alchemy since they played the biggest part in my plans for the next 10 or so years. I would focus on those 2 until I reached the top of Tier 3 with them. After that, I would probably switch to the other professions. Still, I was expecting that to take a lot of time. Anyway, enough about my various professions. Me pampering my Pokemon was not all that happened during these 3 days. Surprisingly, or not so surprisingly, Dad's Mischievous, Magus, and Mom's Mimikyu, Mimi, both reached the high, bronze stage during this time. Mimi was the first one to do so on Kaede, and Magus followed her example on Grude. The two joined Hades/Haunter, not wanting to be left behind strength-wise, and the three along with the female Ghastly and Shuppet that I let out of Utopia celebrated their improvement. On Arc Day I went to the Viridian Forest for training after having breakfast, and I was not the only one. My parents seemed to have gotten motivated by my diligence, so they went out to train as well, but I did not know where they went. We agreed that we would be back home before 6 p.m. to spend some family time together. Anyway, I had a secondary objective during my stay in the Viridian Forest. It was time to work on Mothra/Butterfree's kingdom, which would also serve as Project Powder. Project Powder was the plan regarding the creation of a supply of numbing and sleeping powder which would be sold to clinics and other treatment facilities for pretty cheap prices to gain some good karma. To that end, I was looking for Caterpie to join the main space of Utopia. My requirement for this first batch was not too high. As long as they had at least light green potential, I was going to ask Mothra and Optimus/Butterfree to invite them to Utopia. I was sure the Caterpie would not deny the request/offer from such exemplary members of their line. The reason I set the potential condition to at least light green despite them not joining the team was pretty simple. I did not want to wait decades until the Caterpie were ready to go through with my plans. The Caterpie had to evolve to Butterfree, reach at least the bronze stage, and master both Sleep Powder as well as Stun Spore for them to qualify for my plans. Achieving those conditions would take quite some time, especially the mastery part, in case the potential of the Caterpie was not good enough. However, if the potential was at least light green, their potential would be green at worst after joining Utopia. I was confident that such Caterpie could fulfill my condition within 3 to 4 years as long as they had the periodic guidance of Mothra and Optimus along with the self-made bug-type poke food I had in store. Anyway, my luck was not bad, and by the time I had to return home, we managed to invite 2 Caterpie to Utopia. We talked about our day during dinner, and it turned out that my parents ultimately decided to train at MT Moon. According to them, they went to the areas I told them I encountered certain gold stage Pokemon to challenge those. The next day we went out once more, but this time I was less lucky in search of Caterpie. We found none that fulfilled my condition. Well, at least my Pokemon got to fight a lot of wild Pokemon, so the training part went as planned even if no visible progress happened parameter-wise. Mom turned out to be luckier than me since she proclaimed that her Weevil actually broke through to the low gold stage. Weevil actually belonged to species that could barely make it to the mid gold stage upon breakthrough as long as their starting parameters did not get reduced, so if all of Weevil's parameters had been at A, he would have started at mid gold instead. Still, that was not something that could be checked without my status screen, and Weevil's energy capacity posed a big problem in this situation as well. Nonetheless, Weevil reached the gold stage, so I congratulated Mom and she gave me a bright smile in return. The next day proved to be luckier for me. Not only did another Caterpie join Utopia, but Nyx/Umbreon energy capacity reached A, which meant that she could officially start her limit-breaking phase. Name: Nyx. Species: Umbreon. Gender: female. Age: 7+ years. Type: dark. Potential: light purple, 47.82%, 54.69%. Genetic modifiers: none. Abilities: synchronize, inner focus. Talents: stealthy. Affinities: normal, dark. Bond: Mikhail, strong. Quirk: lively, curious. Parameters: stage: silver stage, high. Vitality: A. Strength: A. Endurance: S. Agility: A. Energy capacity: A. Energy density: S. Immunity. Psychic. Resistance. Ghost, minor, dark, minor. Weaknesses: bug, minor, fairy, minor. Standardized. Fighting, bug, in progress. Condition: healthy, happy. Masteries: neutral energy manipulation, advanced. Dark energy manipulation, beginner, proficient. Techniques. Unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Covet, new. Guard swap, new. Last resort, new. Mimic, new. Beginner. Growl, tackle, tail whip, helping hand, double edge, plus. Confuse ray, new, plus. Screech, new, plus. Foul play, new, plus. Proficient. Baby doll eyes, baton pass, charm, sand attack, takedown, refresh, protect, new, plus plus, snarl, new, plus plus, feint attack, new, plus plus, assurance, new, plus plus, pursuit, new, plus plus, moonlight, new, plus plus, mean look, new, plus plus, calm mind, new, plus plus. Advanced. Quick attack, swift, shadow ball, iron tail, endure, focus energy, dig, bite, stored power, dark pulse, new, plus plus plus. Mastered. Copycat, work up. Nyx already had 2 of her parameters at S, so she had less to do to finish the first round. Her progress with her resistance training was going much slower than it had been for her resistance training with the fighting type, but I had long been suspecting that had been due to my prowess with aura. I had been using my aura while massaging her after her resistance sessions. That, along with our bond, was why I thought that she managed to complete her resistance training with the fighting type relatively early. We had no such advantage with the bug type. While I had the necessary affinity, I had not trained with it, so that was useless. Now, her move pool had gone through quite an expansion since her evolution. She had learned a lot of new moves and trained those to raise their mastery. Her old moves remained untouched except double edge, which got increased by 1 grade. On the other hand, the number of her moves at proficient mastery had more than doubled, and she had raised dark pulse all the way up to advanced mastery. Learning and training all those new moves raised her dark energy manipulation to proficient mastery. That was pretty much it regarding her status, but looking at her parameters and that of the others, I began contemplating the chances of anyone else breaking through to the gold stage before the competition/graduation. Honestly, it currently looked like only Horus/Satu, the Garridos squad, Manami/Lapras, and Tiamat/Milotic had a chance to reach the gold stage in time. Moreover, if I had to rate the probability of that actually happening, then I would rate Horus's chance of reaching the gold stage before the competition as 100%. The Garridos squad had a 70% chance, and among them, Stan had a higher chance at 85%. Manami actually had the same chance to reach the gold stage in time as Tiamat at 65% despite being ahead of her parameter-wise due to her lower potential and lower racial value. Everyone else would probably just start the final round of limit breaking or be in the middle of the second round of limit breaking at that time. I was not the only lucky one that day. In fact, I would say that Dad was luckier than me. During dinner, he told me that Duke/Crobat actually broke through to the Dark Gold stage, which meant that Dad now had 2 Pokemon at the Dark Gold stage. He was only missing a final Dark Gold stage Pokemon to become an ACE class trainer. A whole month went by like that, with me going to Viridian Forest and my parents to MT Moon. During that time, Dad's KO/Lapras and Mom's Aomi/Lapras reached the high gold stage. Unfortunately, none of my Pokemon showed a visible improvement, but the Caterpie front went pretty well. It went so well, in fact, that I decided to stop looking for more Caterpie for now. There was now a total of 26 Caterpie inside Utopia. 9 of those were male and 17 were female. Of those, 1 male had light blue potential, 6 had deep green potential, and 2 had green potential. There were 2 females with light blue potential, 12 with deep green potential, and 3 with green potential. Obviously, this was after they had gone through Utopia's optimization. This was the result of more than a month of strategic work/search, so I was pretty satisfied. There was a bit less than a month left until my 10th birthday, and I was curious about what surprises I would experience until then. Chapter 264, 10th Birthday. A week before the 19th month began, Saphira/Swabla's energy capacity had improved to D and her strength followed suit just as the new month began. This meant all her parameters had reached D, so it would hopefully not be long before she reached the high, bronze stage. At that point, she would generally be ready to evolve to Altaria, but I was still planning to wait until she completed her first round of limit breaking, because Saphira naturally unlocked the dragon typing as an Altaria. Dragon types generally developed a bit slower, so I wanted to make sure that she achieved her full potential before evolving, even if she only had a single evolution, which meant that reaching the high, bronze stage should have been enough. I could honestly not wait for my fluffy little bird to evolve into a super fluffy big dragon. Anyway, her progress put me in a good mood, and there were only 8 days left until Dial Day, October 19th, 2180, which was when I officially turned 10. I would finally be reaching double digits, which could be considered a small milestone in the story that was my life in this world. The surprises did not stop there, as on Mu-Day, 3 days before my birthday, a small mass evolution happened among the Magikarp that were staying in Utopia's main space. Over the years, the number of Magikarp living in the main space rose to 251. 65 of those, roughly a fourth, were at the bronze stage. 166, around 2/3, were at the iron stage, while the rest were still stageless. The potential of 203 Magikarp had a green shade. 132 of them had deep green potential, 64 possessed green potential, and 7 had light green potential. An impressive 48 Magikarp had potential with a blue shade. 4 of those sported deep blue potential, 15 had blue potential, and 29 possessed light blue potential. The strongest among these Magikarp chose to evolve, and this caused a chain evolution among the other strong Magikarp. All of the evolving Magikarp were ones that had been living in Utopia for at least 5 years. The worst potential among them was dark green, with the majority having a blue shade. However, what all Magikarp had in common was that they were either at the mid or high bronze stage. None of the Magikarp below that had evolved, despite there being such cases in the wild. I was pretty happy about that, since that would have been bad for their foundation, which was something I wanted to avoid even if they were not part of the main team. Regardless, they were inhabitants of Utopia with pretty great potential, on top of being future subordinates of the Sinister Six, which was why I cared about them. The Sinister Six were the reason that they kept to that rule, since I had asked them to give that instruction to the Magikarp, and they had thankfully followed the instruction. After the enormous light show ended, I had an unbelievable 47 Gyarados. 2 things happened simultaneously once that happened. First, the water body the Magikarp normally stayed in began to grow. Once it reached double its previous size, I diverted the growth to another water body within the first 3 rings. After that one reached double its previous size as well, I moved on to the next water body, and I kept doing that until the growth stopped. In the end, the addition of 47 Gyarados caused the size of 12 water bodies to double, increasing Utopia's total size by roughly 15%, which was a lot since Utopia was pretty big. That was double the case since the area of the water bodies had to be considered not in M superscript 2 but M superscript 3, so the increase was in actuality larger than one would see at first glance. Well, besides the size increase, the second thing that happened was the Fantastic Six flaring their aura/presence to reaffirm their position as the leaders of all Gyarados and Magikarp inside Utopia. They had to show off their superior strength to sober up the newly evolved Gyarados so that they remembered who the boss was and to avoid them causing a scene or any destruction. It worked splendidly, and all newly evolved Gyarados bowed to the authority of the Gyarados squad. Once the pecking order had been reestablished, I began checking the status of the freshly evolved Gyarados to see which ones actually evolved. In the end, it turned out that 2 Gyarados were at the high bronze stage and had deep blue potential. There were 2 blue potential Gyarados at the high bronze stage, 4 blue potential Gyarados at the mid bronze stage, 1 light blue Gyarados at the high bronze stage, and 8 light blue at the mid bronze stage Gyarados. The potential of each of these 17 Gyarados was good enough to become the ace Pokemon of any talented trainer. The 6 Gyarados with blue and the 2 with deep blue potential could even make it as the ace Pokemon of some geniuses. Well, the geniuses here were the ones of the regular kind, if one could call a genius regular. kinda like the top 10% of the talented trainers could be seen as regular geniuses, unlike, the top 1% of the talented trainers, that kind of thing. Anyway, besides those 17 obelisk blue guys and gals, there were 3 Garridos at the high, bronze stage with deep green potential, 18 deep green potential Garridos at the mid, bronze stage, and finally 9 green potential Garridos at the mid, bronze stage. These 30 Garridos would still cause the envy of a vast majority of the trainers, so I could honestly say I was spoiled with good quality Pokemon. The question I was faced with was if I should capture them now that they had become Garridos, or if should let them be. Considering that they had already submitted to my Garrido 6 and that they knew that I was the person in charge of Utopia as well as my Pokemon, I decides against capturing them just for the sake of having captured them. I would do so if I had to use them outside of Utopia for any reason, but until then they would remain uncaught. Well, there were 204 Magikarp left and I now have 47 Garridos inside Utopia. I did make sure that all newbie Garridos knew that they were forbidden from eating any of the Magikarp inside the main space. I designated certain water bodies as no feed zone and then set it as such that the unevolved main space Magikarp could only travel between those water bodies. I did throw a few Magikarp from the subspace outside of those designated water bodies in case the Garridos got the urge to feed on some Magikarp. My Fantastic Six made sure they understood my request, so I was not worried about them breaking the rule I set. I mean, the poke food I made for Garridos and Magikarp tasted better than raw Magikarp anyway, so they would only occasionally smack on live ones if they felt the urge. Otherwise, they would eat my self-made poke food. I obviously threw a big celebration to commemorate the event. And I took a photo of everyone. I had to use my telekinesis to move the camera far enough to fit everyone in the frame. The day before my birthday, Horus/Zada decided to give me another pleasant surprise. His energy capacity actually reaches SSS, being his first parameter to do so. I praised him and told him to keep it up. I was hoping his agility would follow suit soon since the 2 parameters had the same racial value. The next morning I got woken up by a loud happy birthday, son/honey. I got ripped out of my sweet sleep and nearly sprang out of my bed in surprise. For all I know, I could have instinctively teleported away out of surprise using my short-range teleportation. Anyway, Mom and Dad decided to wake me up quite loudly, which was actually the first time they pulled this stunt. This had not happened during any of my previous birthdays. Seems like my 10th birthday began differently. After that, I quickly changed and we ate a grand breakfast full of pancakes with syrups of many kinds, honey, and marmalade. My parents decided to give me the gift before the party, so they brought over 2 gift packages, and they were both pretty big. I opened the first box and saw that it contained a nice leather saddle. Dad said that it was a saddle that was specially made with Arcanine in mind. I could use this to safely/properly ride on NG. My old saddle was made with Growlithe in mind on top of being made for younger children. I hugged them and thanked them for the great gift before moving on to the second package. That one contained another saddle, but this one looked a bit different. Mom said that this saddle was made with Pidgeot in mind, so it was for me to safely/properly ride on Hera. I hugged them both once more, and Mom lovingly pinched my cheeks, while Dad ruffled my hair. I let them be and did not even complain internally, feeling happy about having a harmonious family life. We prepared everything for the grill party at 5 p.m., and once everything was set we just relaxed until it was time for the guests to arrive. I had called all my friends, and they had all accepted, so Rose along with her parents, Ace along with his parents, Weiss along with her parents, and even Urza was bringing along her parents, citing that she wanted her parents to get acquainted with ours. Besides those 4, Aaron, Jesse, Kinji, Misty, and Takashi were coming as well. My relationship with Wendy, Kazuma, Akame, and Coco had yet to go beyond that of acquaintances, so I had not invited them this time, but I was hoping that our association/friendship would reach that stage by the time I had my 12th or 13th birthday. I was skipping the 11th one because I was going to be busy this academic year, so I would have less time for them, but I was hoping to make up for that the year after. Oh, and Poryu was too far away to come over just for the birthday party. I made sure to tell everyone to keep the gifts simple, and since they all knew my interests, they all brought me books on myths and legends about all kinds of stuff as well as areas. It kinda seemed as if they had agreed on doing that, but when I asked them about it, they all denied it and waved it off as a coincidence. The party itself went pretty great. Everyone got to eat a lot of juicy Toro's meat, and we talked among each other with Pokemon being the main topic of our conversations. The parents talked among themselves as well, and we got to see some 1-versus-1 exhibition matches between them as well. Everyone began leaving around 9:30 p.m., and by 10 p.m. they were all gone. We directly began with the cleanup once everyone was gone, not wanting to leave it until tomorrow, and we managed to finish everything a few minutes short of 11 p.m. I gave my parents a final hug, thanking them for the great day before moving to my room. There I decided to commemorate the first day of my 10th year by checking my status screen. Name, Mikhail Geo. Species, human. Gender, male. Age, 10 years. Trainer class, none, senior/unofficial. Battle occupation, Tier 2 *, official. Affinities. Elements/concepts. Psychic/psionic, supreme. Aura/life, supreme. Ground, supreme. Bug/growth, supreme. Pokemon types. Psychic types, supreme. Fighting types, supreme. Ground types, supreme. Bug types, supreme. Talents. Comprehension, supreme. Elemental manipulation, supreme. Survival, high. Bonds. 29, strong. 6, weak. 2, artificial. Pokemon roster. Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Optimus/Butterfree. 30 more Pokemon. Pokemon. Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Optimus/Butterfree. 1850 plus more Pokemon. Occupation. Tier 2 First Class, Senior, Aura User. Tier 2 First Class, Senior, Psychic. Tier 2 First Class Ballcrafter. Tier 2 Second Class Masseuse. Physique. Tier 2 Silver Stage. Mind. Tier 2 Silver Stage. Soul. Tier 2 Silver Stage. Battle Prowess. Silver Stage, High. Condition, Healthy, Content, Happy. Passives. Psychic. Parallel Thinking. Psychic Sense, 3M. Minor Computing Boost, Plus. Aura. Regeneration. Minor Body Boost, Plus. Minor Aura Sense, 3M. Masteries. Psychic, Tier 2. Telepathy Advanced. Telekinesis Advanced. Psionic Energy Manipulation Advanced. Short-Range Teleportation Beginner. Aura, Tier 2. Aura Sense Advanced. Aura Speech Advanced. Emotion Sense Advanced. Internal Aura Manipulation Advanced. Calming Aura/Aura Projection Proficient. External Aura Manipulation Beginner. Techniques. Telekinetic Grip, Sand Rope, Psionic Shield. Chapter 265, Start of the Third Year. Name, Mikhail Geo. Species, Human. Gender, Male. Age, 10 years. Trainer class, None, Senior/unofficial. Battle occupation, Tier 2 *, official. Well, to qualify as an expert class trainer prowess-wise, one needs at least 3 gold stage Pokemon, so it was normal that I was still being counted as a senior class trainer, even officially, despite practically having a mini army of silver stage Pokemon. The Academy officially registered me as a Tier 2 First Class Aura user in the system of the Academy and Alliance. Mr. Cameron told me that my ability and prowess as a psychic have been kept between the top brass of the Aura Guardians and the Academy for now. They were leaving the choice of revealing my ability to me, but since I told them I was planning to use my psychic abilities to win the personal competition if I had to do it, so my psychic abilities were only going to stay a secret, at least officially, for 1 more year at most. Affinities. Elements/concepts. Psychic/psionic, supreme. Aura/life, supreme. Ground, supreme. Bug/growth, supreme. Dragon/domination, supreme. Fairy/positivity, supreme. Pokemon types. Psychic types, supreme. Fighting types, supreme. Ground types, supreme. Bug types, supreme. Dragon types, supreme. Fairy types, supreme. Talents. Comprehension, supreme. Elemental manipulation, supreme. Survival, high. Strategic mind, high. Cooking, high. Ball crafting, high. My affinities and talents had not changed until now, but I had noticed that the order of my affinities had changed. My affinity towards bug/growth element/concept and type seems to have surpassed my affinity towards both the dragon and fairy element/concept as well as type. I assume that the number and strength of bonds I had with my bug types, especially Mothra/Butterfree, had given my bug affinity a tiny boost, which was still enough to surpass the 2 affinities ahead of it. That was obviously only my inference, and I could be wrong. It's possible that there was another reason for this order change, but I was happy with my hypothesis, so I was going with it until it got disproven. In that vein, my affinity with water should have increased a bit as well, since I had a lot of water types, but my water affinity was still high, and it had been at the first place among my high affinities in the first place, so I was unable to see any change that would prove or disprove my idea. Anyway, moving on to my bonds. Bonds. 29. Strong. 6. Weak. 2. Artificial. The ones with a strong bond were obviously all my Pokemon at or above the silver stage. Heh, thanks to Mothra I could add the or above to that sentence, which sounds so much cooler. Ahem, childish bout aside, 2 of the 6 weak bonds were actually with Seb/Nidoking and Gaia/Nidoqueen's parents. Over the years they stayed in Utopia, we established a bond simply by spending time together in combination with our closeness to Seb and Gaia. As for the 2 artificial bonds, those were with Drowsy and Shedinja, since I had not released them from the Pokeballs after letting them out inside Utopia. If I ever decided to catch all, or some, of the newbie Gyarados, the number of artificial bonds could potentially go through the roof. Well, as someone who practically had a personal mini-army of Gyarados that still had the potential to grow, number-wise, in the future, I had to accept the possibility of having a lot of artificial bonds. Besides, it was not as if the thought of surprising people with my Gyarados did not amuse me. Like, they could say something like, "Give up, we vastly outnumber you," and then I would ask, "Are you sure?" before calling out the Gyarados army. Just the thought of the faces that any person faced with such a situation would make made me chuckle. Anyway, back to business. Pokemon roster. Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Optimus/Butterfree. 30 more Pokemon. Pokemon. Horus/Satu, Mothra/Butterfree, Optimus/Butterfree. 1850 plus more Pokemon. The Pokemon roster column evaluated my subconscious thoughts and only displayed those I deemed part of my active Pokemon team, which was why Drowsy or the Nido parents were not listed in this section. The Pokemon column, on the other hand, listed all of my Pokemon, therefore all Pokemon staying inside Utopia were listed, whether they lived in the main space or subspace was irrelevant. Of the 1850 plus Pokemon, around 1550 were Pokemon from the subspace, with about 1,200 of those being Magikarp. The rest were the inhabitants of the main space, with a majority being made up of the Magikarp and recently Gyarados staying there. Honestly, that number could have been higher if the subspace Magikarp did not experience an occasional loss of a member or two. You know what, let's just move on to my occupations. Occupation. Tier 2 First Class, Senior, Aura User. Tier 2 First Class, Senior, Psychic. Tier 2 First Class Ballcrafter. Tier 2 Second Class Masseuse. Tier 2 Second Class Groomer. Tier 2 Second Class Cook. Yeah, as impressive as ever. I don't think there exists another human my age, or even close to my age, that has reached such a high point in as many occupations as I had done. I was saying this only regarding the number of occupations because I did not doubt that there were geniuses out there that had done the same or even better with only one of the occupations, since the world was a big place. To be honest, I was regarding everyone below 30, or even 40, as my peer, so I was able to say that there were geniuses out there that were much better than me. It was what helped me not become conceited and too proud. I was saying too proud, because there was nothing wrong with being proud of oneself and one's accomplishments, as long as one did not go too far. Looking at my 4 major parameters, I could happily announce that I was happy with what I saw. Physique. Tier 2, Silver Stage. Mind. Tier 2, Silver Stage. Soul. Tier 2, Silver Stage. Battle Prowess. Silver Stage, High. My physique, mind, and soul were in the silver range, with my soul being in the middle range, while my physique and mind were in the upper range. My battle prowess finally reached the high, silver stage after I got the hang of my short-range teleportation as well as external aura manipulation and managed to somewhat incorporate both into my fighting style. I was practically a Pokemon in human skin, and this was what gave me the confidence to win both the personal and Pokemon competitions next year. I was obviously still going to work hard until then, since I was not planning to underestimate anyone. As I said, the world was a big place, and who knew when some monstrous genius suddenly popped up somewhere. Well, this left only the passives and masteries. Condition, healthy, content, happy. Passives. Psychic. Parallel thinking. Psychic sense, 3M. Minor computing boost, plus. Aura. Regeneration. Minor body boost, plus. Minor aura sense, 3M. Masteries. Psychic, Tier 2. Telepathy Advanced. Telekinesis Advanced. Psionic Energy Manipulation Advanced. Short-Range Teleportation Beginner. Aura, Tier 2. Aura Sense Advanced. Aura Speech Advanced. Emotion Sense Advanced. Internal Aura Manipulation Advanced. Calming Aura/Aura Projection Proficient. External Aura Manipulation Beginner. Techniques. Telekinetic Grip, Sand Rope, Psionic Shield. My passive senses had seen a small increase. Well, small was relative since they had practically tripled in the last 2 years, but the range was still relatively short. The mastery columns looked much better. It was important to note that the mastery/standard displayed here was only in comparison to Tier 2. They would fall a bit once I reached Tier 3, since that would then be the tier taken as the standard. It was a fact that the higher the tier was, the higher the standards became, so that was normal. My older abilities had all reached Advanced Mastery. Calming Aura itself was at Advanced Mastery as well, but it got expanded to Aura Projection and was only shown as proficient due to that. Meanwhile, my newest 2 abilities, Short-Range Teleportation and External Aura Manipulation, had reached Beginner Mastery. At least, they had gone beyond Novice Mastery, which, considering the time it had been since I gained them, was a pretty good result. It was the moment that I managed to somewhat include them into my active combat capabilities that they reached Beginner Mastery. I was hoping to increase the 2 abilities to proficiency before the competition, but even if I did not succeed, it would definitely help me progress to aim for that. There were only 23 days until my 3rd year began on April 20th, 2180, the first ARC day of that month. I was planning to actually curb back the training during that time to relax a bit before the new academic year began, since I was undoubtedly going to be busy after that. The first thing I was planning to do once the new academic year began was to go on a mission to earn points to visit the Realist/Lucario habitat after all. If the first one was not enough, I would go for another one. I wanted to gather the required academy points during the first term, in case I turned out really unlucky and failed to find a Riolu that was willing to bond with me. I would then have to get enough points for a second visit to try my luck another time. Now, one would wonder why one would try a second time if the first time failed. Well, it was possible that I simply did not find the destined one, since there was actually a 12-hour time limit for the visit, so I could use the second visit to wander around the habitat and check every Riolu I did not check the first time. The missions were not the only reason I would be busy. The lessons with Mr. Burns were also going to pick up steam, and I was planning to train my Pokemon, mostly Horus and Stan/Gyarados, a lot as well, in hopes that those two would reach the gold stage as soon as possible. Moreover, I was not that far away from reaching the peak as a Tier 2 ballcrafter, so I was hoping to focus on that for a bit as well. Anyway, enough about my plans for my third year. The reason I said I was planning to curb back the training instead of stopping it despite wanting to relax was that I would be forced to fight for a bit, which kinda counted as training as well. The reason I would be forced to fight was that Parvati/Beedrill had approached me acting all coy. She pulled everything possible, acting all cute on me, somehow using the puppy eyes jutsu on me despite having bug eyes, and asked if she could get herself some subordinates inside Utopia as well, like Mothra had gotten the Caterpie. I simply could not deny her request since it would have made her sad, so I agreed to get her 26 Weedle as well. I had been planning to start a colony/kingdom someday in the future for her anyway, so I would simply be pulling that date forward by a lot, I meant a bit. This promise/commitment was the reason why I would have to pay visits to the Viridian Forest during these 23 days, which would inevitably lead to fights. I was planning to spend around 5 hours daily searching for Weedle, and hopefully, that would be enough to find the 26 Weedle during these 23 days. Just like I planned, I spent the next 23 days visiting the Viridian Forest for 5 hours and then spent the rest of the day relaxing with my parents and Pokemon. I even met up with my friends on some days. In the end, I managed to catch 23 Weedle, which might have been a bit less than I aimed for, but was nonetheless a respectable number. Now, there were a total of 23 Weedle inside Utopia. 14 of those were male and 9 were female. Of those 14 males, 1 male had light blue potential, 7 had deep green potential, and 6 had green potential. There were 2 females with light blue potential, 3 with deep green potential, and 4 with green potential. Naturally, this was after all Weedle had gone through Utopia's optimization. Still, this counted as me fulfilling my promise, so I could stop searching for Weedle and could completely focus on my plans for my third academic year, which was going to start tomorrow. Chapter 266, From the Get-Go, Really? The next day I made my way to our new classroom/homeroom on the 3rd floor. I got swarmed by my classmates, and they excitedly asked me questions about how I was to appear on TV and radio. I calmly and patiently answered their questions, knowing that their hype was going to settle pretty quickly since all of them had called me during the break to talk about those things. They just got a bit excited due to seeing me directly, and as I expected, seeing that I was just saying, or rather repeating, what I had said over the phone, everyone thankfully decided to give me some peace. Well, more like nearly everyone. Sorrel stayed to ask how my break went and asked curiously what my thoughts on the competition at the end of the year went. He even went so far as to put aside any kind of pride to ask me if I would be willing to look over some of the training sessions with his Pokemon to give out some advice. Marlene, who had also stayed behind, chose to chime in at that and also asked for training advice. Not minding it too much, I agreed to help them train a bit once a week or every second week on Girardidae during the double free period we had that day. Mr. Burns chose to show up the moment right after I gave the promise to help the two, and as it had happened the years before, the first thing we did was to fetch the books for the lessons this year. The others obviously had to get all books, but I only took the ones for the regular lessons. Thankfully, everyone had their own spatial bag by now, so no one was forced to carry around a giant stack of books in their arms. On our way through the academy, I noticed that our fellow academy mates who saw me seemed as if they wanted to approach me, but thankfully Mr. Burns's presence convinced them otherwise. Still, that showed that I would be getting mobbed by a crowd for a few days until everyone got bored of me. Sigh, as a smart man used to say, troublesome. Anyway, after Mr. Burns made sure everyone had all their books and that they had the correct timetable, he dismissed everyone, telling us to enjoy the last weekday without lessons for the next while. While everyone was leaving, I moved toward Mr. Burns instead. Mr. Burns, I'd like to take an academy mission as soon as possible. It would be better if I could take one today, I informed him, and he looked a bit puzzled. Why the hurry? The term just started. You could at least finish the first week before taking a mission, he asked curiously. I'd like to gather the rest of the points I need to visit the Reala habitat as soon as possible. The earlier I find my Reala partner, the longer we have to bond and get stronger, I returned to him, and it was the truth as well. That was the only reason I wanted to take a mission straight on the first day. Not wanting to deal with students haunting me in the hallways for a week had nothing to do with it. All right, Mr. Burns accepted my reason with a nod. If you're sure, then I have no reason to stop you. You're lucky. I know that Mr. Cameron is in today, so let's head straight to his office. If he had not been at the academy, you would have had to wait until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow before applying for a mission, since all your possible missions have to go through Mr. Cameron's vetting and receive his okay before they could be accepted by you. A bit later we were knocking on Mr. Cameron's office door, and I entered after receiving permission to do so. Mr. Burns seemed to have received some kind of signal that I did not notice, since he patted me on the shoulder and smiled at me before leaving. Mikhail, my boy, I had not expected to see you so soon. How can I help you? Did you change your mind over the break and completed another project of yours? Mr. Cameron asked jovially, and I shook my head with a smile. No, sir. I want to gather the points for the visit to the Reala habitat as soon as possible, so I'd like to request a mission to earn some academy points, I replied, and he gave me an understanding nod. I can understand your motivation. You want to spend as much time with Riolu as possible before the competition, but even if you do, I don't think you'll get him to the same level as your current partners, especially your Butterfree, Mothra, I think you called her. Mr. Cameron brought up a logical point, and I acknowledged that he was right with a nod. You are obviously right, sir. However, I'd like him or her to be strong enough to at least participate in the early parts of the competition, since it would be an invaluable experience for Riolu to participate in such an event. I gave one of my major motivations for wanting a Riolu as soon as possible. The other reason was that I simply like Riolu/Lucario and did not want to drag it out any longer. I had already waited for 2 years, so it was time to get one to join me. Besides, the fear that I might waste the first visit was real, so I wanted to know as fast as possible if I would have to slave away doing missions for the second visit/chance or not. Alright, give me a moment. I'll take a look if there are any missions available that you could take, he said before focusing on the laptop on his desk. Not this one, he mumbled. This one might be too much as well, and it's too early for something like this. He kept whispering things like this for the next 5 minutes while scrolling through the list of available missions. I had no illusions that he did not know that I was hearing him, but he probably found the situation amusing. Yes, this one should do, he said before printing whatever mission he deemed acceptable. Now, the mission, should you choose to accept it, is to mediate an ongoing conflict between 2 Pokemon tribes within Rhoda's territory. The conflict seems to have started 3 days ago, and it seems that the supervisor of that area has deemed that the 2 tribes most likely won't be settling their disagreement by themselves, which was why he requested that someone would be sent over to help mediate. Now, in case you accept, you should know that you'll have a deadline of 2 weeks to complete the mission. Otherwise, someone more experienced will be sent over to finish the job, and while you won't be penalized per se for failing the mission, I won't assign you any more missions of this kind for the next 3 terms. On top of that, you would have to go through a few diplomacy lessons along with lessons on applications of aura projection. Now, take a look at this and tell me whether you want to accept or not, he informed me before handing over the mission file. Well, seems like this whole situation was happening close to a town called Randomok, which was about 400 kilometers north of Rhoda City. The conflict was called in by the mayor of Randomok and seemed to be happening between the 2 largest tribes in the area. It was a fight between rodents, the Linoon line, and the Furret line to be specific. It seemed that the strongest known members of the tribes were the leaders who were at the low gold stage. My mission was to solve or subdue the conflict, and upon completing the mission I would receive 150 academy points, with the possibility of gaining additional points depending on my performance. I accept the mission, sir, I told Mr. Cameron after going through the file. Good, I will inform your teachers that you are on an academy-sanctioned mission for the next 2 weeks, so you don't have to do it yourself, he said, and I gave him a thankful nod. Then I'll go home and prepare for the mission before making my way to the mission area, I informed Mr. Cameron before going home. I told my parents about the mission before calling out Hera/Pidgeot since I could not teleport there because we had never been around the area, and I did not want to do random jumps. Flying was the better option in this situation. I greeted Hera before saddling her with the harness I received on my birthday, and we took off. I pointed in the direction of our target and Hera headed there. The 300 kilometers to Randomok took Hera less than 15 minutes, and I asked her to land outside the town. I thanked her for her help before recalling her. I then made my way inside the town and asked around for the way to the town hall since I wanted to talk to the mayor about where I would be able to find the two feuding tribes. Could I have found out where they were in a different way? Absolutely, but I was planning to stay here for the next 10 to 14 days, so I thought it was better to inform the mayor of my presence so that he knew that I was working on the situation. I did not want him to make another request or something like that after all. It took me 20 minutes to arrive at the town hall, and I directly went to the reception at the entrance since there was no way that they would just let me meet the mayor without explaining the reason for my visit first. "Excuse me, miss," I addressed the woman behind the desk. I accepted the mission released by the mayor regarding the conflict happening close to the town, and I would like to have a word with him about the mission if possible. Is he in? If so, could you please tell him that the operative sent from the Aaron Aura Academy would like to speak with him if possible? Thank you, I explained before I noticed that the woman was staring at me. Miss, I called out to get her out of whatever funk she got caught in. Sigh, it looked like she fell into a daze due to my handsome looks. Sometimes it was hard to be as good-looking as I was, but that was something I simply had to live with. Ah, yes, sorry about that, she said after I gained her attention. Excuse me, but are you perchance Mikhail Geo? She asked after she gathered her wits. That explained why she looked at me like that when she saw my face. Turns out she recognized me. Yes, I am Mikhail Geo, I admitted since I had no reason to hide or desire that fact, and her face brightened when I confirmed her guess. That's great. I thought as much since I watched your interview on The Tonight Show a few times. I'm a fan, she admitted before pulling out a notebook from somewhere below the desk. Could you please give me a signature? She asked, and I gave her a nod with a smile. Sure, do you want me to add a sentence or something? I asked her, and she nodded excitedly. Could you write for Emily Rothstein? She requested, and I did as she asked before returning the notebook and pencil to her. Emily, can I call you Emily? I began, and she nodded, so I continued. Please, don't spread my presence until I'm done with the mission since I do not want to be distracted from my work. Is that possible? I asked her, and she solemnly promised to keep quiet. I thanked her before asking her once more to ask the mayor if he had time for me. She called the mayor's secretary to inform her of my request, who in turn informed the mayor himself about my request. The mayor agreed to see me, so after thanking Emily for her help, I headed to the mayor's office following the directions she gave me. Chapter 267, Diplomacy at its Finest. The mayor turned out to be pretty welcoming and told me what I needed to know, so I left after thanking him and headed to the east of the town to check the conflict zone. I spent the next 3 days checking the situation to get a relatively comprehensive picture of the situation and learn the reason for the conflict. Turns out that the two tribes discovered a small orchard of 6 Qilon berry trees that were located close to their territories, and coincidentally, it had about the same distance to both their territories, so none of the two tribes could claim a bigger right than the other. I also checked the two tribes themselves, and I observed a few of the conflicts. The good news was that it seemed as if the tribes did not want to escalate the situation, most likely due to the fact that the two tribes were roughly equal in strength. An all-out conflict would result in a Pyrrhic victory for whoever won, which was why they avoided provoking the other party to escalate the situation. That sentiment was the only reason why I saw no deaths during my 3 days of observation. The worst that happened was heavy injuries, but so far no Zigzagoon, Lanoon, Scentred, or Furred had died yet, which to be honest was pretty impressive. Well, at least that was the case for the conflicts I saw. Still, I concentrated my observation on the main conflict zone, which was the area around the Qilon orchard, so I might have missed something. Now, The bad news was that the two sides seemed to be getting frustrated with the current situation since the number of clashes and injuries were progressively increasing. Anyway, once I was satisfied with my preliminary investigation, I focused on observing the tribe leaders and deputies of each tribe to get a better picture of the forces I would have to deal with. I wanted to avoid any sudden surprises when I was going to mediate between the two. As far as I found out, the Lanoon tribe had a low, gold stage leader and 6 high, silver stage deputies. Meanwhile, the Furret tribe had a low, gold stage leader and 5 high, silver deputies, so the difference was not enough, especially since none of the tribes had a number superiority that would help tilt the conflict in their favor. It took me nearly 2 days of serious investigations before I was sure that neither tribe was hiding some old leader at or above the low, gold stage that was chilling in seclusion until the tribe needed it, or something like that, which used to happen a lot in some of the cliché novels I used to read. Still, it might have taken me 5 days in total, but once I was sure what I was getting into, I called out Mothra/Butterfree, Horus/Satu, Engi/Arcanine, Thor/Raichu, Nyx/Umbreon, and Tyson/Machoke before making my way to the Lanoon tribe's den to talk to the leader. I was obviously coming with peaceful intentions, so while we were being watched with distrustful eyes, no one attacked us until I got to meet the boss Lanoon that asked us what we wanted. I made use of everything taught to us in the academy to explain to the boss Lanoon that I was sent to mediate between the two tribes and help resolve the conflict. The boss seemed to doubt my qualification to handle the situation, despite my usage of aura, so Mothra volunteered to clarify to it that I, or rather we, were capable of handling any problems that might crop up. She clarified our qualifications perfectly, and I was sure even the dumbest individual would have understood her message. Thankfully, everyone seemed to have gotten the message, and the boss was more amiable for the rest of our little talk. In the end, Boss Lanoon agreed to hold some peace talks with Boss Furret tomorrow, so I headed to the Furret territory next and repeated the process there as well. The Boss Furret turned out to be as sensible as the Boss Lanoon and agreed to tomorrow's peace talk as well. I set the orchard as the meeting place, so the next day, the two bosses appeared with 2 of their deputies each, since that was all I asked/allowed them to bring along for the meeting. The area was surrounded by their tribes, which would no doubt attack as soon as something happened to their bosses, but at the meeting place itself, there were only 3 Pokémon from each side. I played my role as the mediator perfectly, and I was sure everyone would agree with me on that. Anyone with complaints might voice them to my trusty assistant Mothra. After a few minutes of complaints being thrown around, of claims about why the berry trees belonged to them, and so on, I managed to get them to agree to split the trees between the tribes. Actually, that was the smart and logical thing to do, which the bosses could have come up with on their own as well. The only reason they did not do that themselves was that transplanting grown berry trees without the right techniques and conditions led to the death of the tree. Moreover, there were differences in conditions and techniques for most berry types. The tribes did not want to risk losing the trees, so they refrained from transplanting them. As for why they did not gather the berries and simply planted them to grow more berries, that was actually quite simple as well. Unlike Canon, here not all berries could be used to plant new berry trees. Only certain berries are qualified to be used as seeds, and unfortunately the visual difference between regular berries and seed berries was so small that only professionals, berry farmers, could spot the difference. On that front, I was pretty lucky, since the optimization process of Utopia made such that a lot of the berries grown by trees that had gone through the process were qualified to be used as seeds. The probability got raised from about 1 to 2% to 10 to 20% for the more common species like the orange berry, and from around 0.5% to roughly 5% for the more uncommon berries. The even rarer ones had their probability raised by 10 times as well. Anyway, that was why they were not simply planting new trees, since they had no idea which one would work and which one wouldn't. Thankfully, I could be considered a berry connoisseur, so transplanting berry trees was a simple thing for me, even if it was one of the trees belonging to the rarer berry variety. The bosses on both sides along with their deputies gave me doubtful looks and straight up warned me that they would work together to take me down if I caused the berry trees to wilt/die in the transplanting process, and I just calmly nodded since I was absolutely confident in my skills. After we agreed on transplanting 3 berry trees to each tribe, we all moved to the trees and I began working on carefully digging up the first tree, before moving it to the Lanoon territory. I chose a satisfactory plot to transplant the tree and prep the earth for the process before planting the tree there. I sprinkled some of my self-made fertilizer and poured some of my special water to help the tree settle, before returning to the orchard to repeat the process with another tree, but this time I planted it in the furrow territory. I repeated the process until each side had their 3 Cheelon berry trees, and the bosses and their deputies shadowed me for the next 2 days after that until it was clear that the transplantation was successful and that the trees were not going to die. Once that happened, they genuinely thanked me and they even brought along the majority of their tribe members to do so, which to be completely honest was an impressive sight. All in all, it took me around a week to finish the mission, and after the bosses along with their tribes thanked me, I went to the mayor to report the successful completion of the mission, before informing him that I would still be here until the end of the second week. I honestly had no interest in my regular lessons, so I was planning to make full use of the 2 weeks I had been given for the mission. Miss Emily, who had kept her word until now about keeping my presence to herself, learned that I was done with the mission and began to brag about meeting me. That led to my presence becoming known in the town, which led to me reducing my visits to the town since I did not want to be constantly approached each time I went there. I spent the rest of the week simply training with everyone without going around challenging any Pokemon. We worked on either their moves or parameters, so it was training in its purest form, and it paid off as well. On Kaide, a day before I made my way back to Rhoda, Stan/Gyarados' strength reached SS, and Manami/Lapras' vitality did the same. For both Pokemon, it was their first parameter at SS, so I praised them quite a bit and we threw a mini party to celebrate their progress and the successful completion of the mission. Grude morning I returned to Rhoda after leaving a message for the mayor that I was leaving, and I spent the whole day with my parents. It was nice to spend some time with them after 2 weeks, even if Mom called me like every second day. Come ARC Day, I went to the academy and after homeroom, I asked Mr. Burns if Mr. Cameron was available since I wanted to give my mission report. He told me that Mr. Cameron was waiting for me, so I made my way over to his office on my lonesome since Mr. Burns saw no reason to accompany me due to having to go to his next lesson. I gave my report to Mr. Cameron, including the fact that I stayed for the full duration of the mission even after finishing early, and Mr. Cameron told me that my report matched the one they received. He told me that they were happy with my success, especially since I used a mostly diplomatic approach, which was what they wanted to test with this mission. When I asked if it was okay to tell me that they were using the mission to test me, he waved it off and said that he knew that I was smart enough to know what they were doing. I felt a bit proud due to the confidence Mr. Cameron had in me. After that, he told me that I had been accredited the 150 Academy points along with another 50 points for my approach as well as for showcasing advanced botanical knowledge and competence. That meant I was missing less than 200 points to reach my goal, so I directly asked Mr. Cameron if I could take up another mission, but Mr. Cameron told me that I would have to wait until the end of the next month before I could apply for another mission. According to him, I had to spend at least a month at the academy before going out for another mission, so that I could take a look at the academic materials, and spend some time with my class/academy mates. Moreover, he reminded me that I had some lessons with Mr. Burns that were important for my personal combat prowess that I had to go through. Seeing that he would not budge on that condition, I thanked Mr. Cameron and informed him that I would be back at the end of the next month for another mission, before leaving for my next lesson, which was actually my first lesson this academic year, not counting the homeroom class I sat in before this. Chapter 268, Cruising Through the Term. Well, as one would expect, I had no problems with the lessons despite missing 2 weeks of the terms, which translated to 2 to 4 lessons depending on the subject. I either already knew that stuff, or I simply had listened to the teacher while reading the topic in our book. Still, I decided to use the time before my next mission to go through all the academy books for this year so that I did not have to worry about missing anything important. I would then simply have to note down the points that I did not fully understand, since memorization was not the same as comprehension, and then ask either my teachers or my parents to explain them to me. That way I would be done with this year's curriculum during my first term and could focus on the more important stuff for the rest of the academic year. Enhanced mental abilities, Bonsai. 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 Anyway, just as he had promised, Mr. Burns began to show me how to apply external aura manipulation to handle energy attacks/moves. Like with everything, he began going over the theory first. It was not enough to simply coat my weapon or a body part in aura to handle energy moves. Doing that would only result in higher durability or defense, and while that would no doubt help withstand an energy attack, it would not help with fending it off. No, to block an energy move, one would have to use the external aura manipulation to keep the aurora one was using in motion, since that would allow the aura to push/move against the incoming energy instead of just standing in its way. I obviously used my super library to look up more on that topic as well as any other topics associated with that, and I found a lot of interesting exercises and techniques that were based on that basic principle that was not taught at the academy as far as I knew. Still, it made sense that it was not being taught, since the earliest most people made use of any of those things was Tier 3. Besides, I was unsure if the Academy and the Aura Guardians even had access to some of the techniques I found inside my super library. I mean, some methods allowed one to mimic aura conversion, which was to change aura into fire aura, ice aura, and so on. Aura conversion was only possible after Tier 5, so being able to mimic it was a major advantage. By moving the aura in certain patterns at certain speeds and certain intervals, one could achieve certain effects. Sounds pretty broad and vague. Well, that was because it was. Still, doing it allowed one to give one's aura the ability to paralyze the target, which was mimicking the ability of electricity, or rather of electric aura. Nonetheless, the methods had their limit, which was determined by the extent of one's aura manipulation, which was linked to one's tier. However, even this limited effect was enough to increase one's combat prowess significantly. At the moment, I could only do the minimum with the methods, but that would change once I reached Tier 3, and until then practicing those techniques would only help me, since they would still train the technique Mr. Burns was trying to teach me. I might consider giving some of the less precious methods to the Aura Guardians in the future if I find out that they do not have something comparable available for their members. It would boost the Order as a whole, and any boost in the abilities of the Aura Guardian Order was good for humanity as well as the Pokemon. Anyway, the first lesson ended up being nearly completely theoretical. Mr. Burns made sure to go over everything, and only towards the end of our lesson did he demonstrate the method before having me try it. He gave me a few tips and told me to practice them until our next session. I had to add that we were currently working on applying the method to my fists. Mr. Burns said that doing so on weapons was harder and that we would work on that after I could use the method well enough on my body. The first half of our second session was spent with Mr. Burns checking my progress and giving out corrections as well as tips before he had me repeat the method until he felt satisfied. Once he felt that it was enough, he called out a Ponyta before he ordered said Pokemon to shoot Ember at me while telling me to block the move using the technique he taught me. I had to admit that it was awesome to destroy the embers using my fists, but I was starting to feel the heat after destroying the first few fire orbs. Mr. Burns said that was due to my insufficient mastery of the technique. Still, he told Ponyta to stop after another 2 volleys before he called out a Poliwag and told it to use water gun on me. I could hardly punch a water gun since it was more of a continuous attack than a momentary one like Ember. I could only think of 2 ways to handle the move at that moment. Number 1 was to use my palm like a knife to split the water stream into 2 halves in hopes that the 2 resulting streams would flow by my body, and number 2 was to somehow try to deflect or rather redirect the water gun instead. Now, it should be obvious that the most effective thing would have been to actually dodge the move instead of trying to block or deflect it, but that was not the aim of the exercise, so I had to face the water gun head-on. I have to admit that I had a much easier time with splitting the water gun than I had with deflecting it. While the first one cost me more aura than I would have liked, I was sure the cost would reduce once I got better at it. The second one, on the other hand, was not going as smoothly. I was unsatisfied with all ways I had come up with so to deflect the water gun. The best method so far was to coat my whole arm in my aura and use the aura motion method to block the water gun with my palm before redirecting the water along my arm so that it bypassed my body. However, the method was an aura sync and felt too roundabout, so I was still trying to come up with something better. While Mr. Burns only gave me some tips, wanting me to come up with a correct solution on my own, I did not search for one in my super library for the same reason. If I looked up everything, I would be unable to grow on my own. During Kaede that week, just a day before the start of the 21st month, Manami's potential finally reached light purple. It took my lappers more than 2 years and a lot of my self-made supplements to finish this step, which began after her breakthrough to the silver stage, but she had done it, and now she belonged to the limited minority of Pokemon with 6-star potential that all my Pokemon ended up in. It was a welcome surprise, and we obviously celebrated the occasion with a party. It definitely made sure that I walked into the new month with a pep in my step, and my motivation was overflowing. So much so, that by the time our third session arrived, I had come up with a solution that, to be honest, I probably should have come up with way earlier than this. I seem to have ignored that my external aura manipulation was capable of more than just coating the surface of my body in aura. While external aura manipulation did not allow me to create an aura sphere or those long staffs made of aura shown in canon, it still allowed me to create small aura constructs as long as they stayed in contact with me. That meant that I could totally create a mini shield to deflect the water gun. The form of the shield was left totally to my imagination, so as long as I gained the necessary control to mold my aura, I could modify the shield however I wanted so that it would turn into the best shield to deflect a water gun. The same was true for any other energy attack/move. I could design some shield models to handle certain moves, and then once I had them down, I could just materialize the one I needed depending on the situation. Mr. Burns approved of my idea and we spent the third session working on the shields, or rather I was working on them and Mr. Burns was standing on the side giving tips and helping me test them. Halfway through the month, during our fourth lesson, he used Ponyta, Poliwag, Pikachu, and Oddish to test my shield. He deemed my work adequate at the end of the session, which amounted to me being able to fully form the shield in less than 4 seconds. He said we would be moving on to applying the method to weapons and armaments, such as shields and gauntlets. On Mu Day, the week after our fourth session, a day before the fifth one, Horus/Satsu's agility reached SSS, which was his second one. I was extremely happy with that, and even the fact that I did not manage to get an evaluation of adequate from Mr. Burns during our session the next day did not ruin my good mood. That Stan's energy density reached SS as well on Dial Day was the cherry on top and erased any unhappiness I might have felt due to the failure. It was the second parameter to reach SS of my Gyarados as well, just like with his senior Horus. My great mood accompanied me through the week in our sixth session as well. Thankfully, I managed to block all attacks using my weapons and armaments, so Mr. Burns deemed my performance in this aspect adequate as well. Coating a weapon or armament was a bit different from creating a mini shield. The process was slightly different and the area that needed to be coated was bigger. Still, Mr. Burns' standard time for this was less than 3 seconds because he said that coating something should be faster than creating something. He seemed to prefer to ignore the difference in size, but in the end, I still succeeded to meet his demand. According to Mr. Burns, now that I could somewhat block and deflect energy moves, I was finally ready to face wild Pokemon in all-out combat, which meant that they would be free to use all their moves. Coincidentally, it also happens to be the end of the forced break period Mr. Cameron had given me, so I could apply for another mission if I wanted to, since the 22nd month was starting on Mu Day the next week. Now, I had to consider whether I wanted to apply for a mission as soon as possible so that I could visit the Riolu/Lucario habitat or if I wanted to test myself in all-out live combat under Mr. Burns' supervision first. I ultimately decided that I wanted a Riolu more than I wanted to see if I could face a Pokemon in an all-out battle while blocking moves instead of just dodging them, which I was definitely capable of thanks to my short-range teleportation, reflexes, and speed. When I told Mr. Burns that I was planning to take another mission on Arc Day, he requested that I promise him that I would not try to do the test without him, and I agreed since I saw no harm in waiting. I gave my parents a heads up as well so that they knew that I was probably going to be gone for a week or two, and once Arc Day came around, I went straight to Mr. Cameron's office to apply for a mission. Chapter 269, hopefully, the last mission. Unsurprisingly, Mr. Cameron was expecting me, and he told me he had already chosen a mission for me. It turned out to be an extermination mission, which to be honest surprised me a lot since I had not thought that the Academy would send me on such a brutal mission. Mr. Cameron seemed to notice my shock since he solemnly told me that such situations were part of life and that I was bound to encounter such situations in the future, which was why they decided to see if I could handle it or not. He told me that it was okay if I did not want to do it and that I would not be negatively judged in any case. The Guardians and the Alliance were always ready to provide services to individuals so that they could talk about their thoughts and experiences to take care of their mental health, so I could receive counseling after the mission or even before the mission if I felt the need. Actually, he told me that mental counseling was an open offer by the Alliance to any trainer, that said trainers were made aware of at the start of their careers since the Alliance did not want their trainers to experience a psychotic shock, any form of breakdown, or other psychological problems. He even added that in certain situations the Alliance might insist on either a physical examination, mental assessment, or even both if an individual has gone through an extremely troubling ordeal. I respectfully declined any form of counseling, even if I was pretty sure that he was simply using the situation to inform me about the existence of those services, and said that I was just surprised that he and the Academy were willing to assign me such a mission, but that I understood his reasoning, as well as the rationale behind the Alliance's mental support offer. Mr. Cameron nodded with a smile before he began telling me about the mission. The target of the mission was a Crobat tribe that was responsible for the destruction of a village 290 kilometers south of Rhoda. The situation was pretty bad since all 847 inhabitants of the village had died, along with all Pokemon and animals present in the village. The total number of lives lost was over 3,000. Everyone had been sucked dry and only their empty husks were left behind. The situation in the village was noticed by a pair of passing senior trainers who alerted the closest city after checking the situation and concluding that they were not strong enough to deal with the perpetrators. The two trainers followed the traces to a cave that housed a Zubat tribe before they went to report the situation to get a better picture of the circumstances. However, they were forced to retreat after a few Silver Stage Golbat along with a lot of Zubat attacked them while they were scouting the cave. The Zubat stopped following them after they left the cave, not wanting to be exposed to the sun unnecessarily, while the Golbat gave up after the trainers managed to fend them off for more than 5 minutes. Still, the pair was positive that more Golbat were inside the cave, and they also assumed that there was either a Crobat or an extremely strong Golbat acting as the leader of the group due to the behavior of the Pokemon. Up until here, I had simply been listening to his explanation, but I could not help looking at Mr. Cameron in surprise at the last bit. This sounded like it could get really dangerous if the strength of the leader was too high, or if the number of strong Golbat was too high, so I could not believe that he would send me on a mission with such a risky variable. He obviously noticed my doubts since he was a high-tier Aura user/Guardian, and chose to directly address it. I noticed the mission 3 days ago and directly reserved it for you because I thought that it was time for you to experience something like this, since I trust that you are ready to handle this aspect of our life. Still, there is no way that I would send you on a mission with such vague parameters, so I sent someone to check the cave to get a concrete picture of the number and strength of the cave dwellers. My agent confirmed that the pair was right in their assumption because there really is a Crobat at the head of the swarm. Its strength is at the mid-gold stage, and it also has a low-gold stage Golbat as its second in command. Besides those two, there are 31 Silver Stage Golbat, more than 200 Bronze Stage Golbat as well as Zubat, along with over 600 Zubat that were either at the Iron Stage or stageless. I gave him a grateful nod after he said that since having concrete information on the situation was critical if I wanted to come to an informed decision. I mulled over the strength and number of the Pokemon and concluded that I, or rather we, could handle the mission, but before I decided to accept I had to know without a doubt that the goal was to kill all Crobat tribe members. That was not a low number of Pokemon that I would have to kill if that was really the case, so I had to be sure of what was expected of me. Sir, when you call it an extermination mission, do you mean that I have to kill all Zubat line members that you just listed? I mean, that's a lot of Pokemon, I inquired, and Mr. Cameron gave me a serious nod before he replied. Yes, the mission objective is total extermination, he began sternly before his face relaxed a bit at the next part. Honestly, most Zubat tribes are generally not this extreme since they know not to destroy their blood supply. Still, his expression hardened once more when he said the next bit. However, it seems that the leadership of this one is rather bloodthirsty and does not care about maintaining a steady supply. Moreover, it turned the whole tribe that way as well. That village was not the only victim of the Crobat tribe. My agent noted that Pokemon, or any activity really, in the surroundings of the cave was minimal and that the Crobat tribe probably attacked the nearest source of living beings / blood bags they could find after exhausting any close-by sources of blood. The fact that they showed no moderation and acted like this despite being able to eat berries, shows that they are most likely going to keep doing it if left alone, which is why they have to be taken down before they caused any more destruction. I could understand why they decided that the whole tribe had to be taken care of, so I agreed to take the mission. Mr. Cameron handed me the mission file and told me that it was left to me how I went about completing the mission, but I would be given 2 weeks at most before I would have to report back. Furthermore, I would have to present the carcasses as proof for the mission and each carcass counted. If I got the leader, his second, and all silver stage member, I would receive 200 points at the end of the mission. If I took out at least 80% of the tribe, I would receive another 20 points, and if I took out all tribe members, I would receive 50 points instead. Additionally, I had the right to keep any eggs and materials I found inside the cave, as long as I took out at least 90% of the tribe. Otherwise, I would have the first pick, but I would not receive the full bounty. Looking at the incentives, one could tell that they really wanted me to take care of all tribe members. After I had gone through the whole file, I informed Mr. Cameron that I would be gone for the whole 2 weeks even if I managed to finish the mission beforehand. He just chuckled and told me that I was free to do so if I wanted. With all that out of the way, I thanked Mr. Cameron for his time and wished him a good day before leaving. I directly went home and told my parents about the mission. Dad looked a bit worried, but Mom was pretty mad at the academy for assigning an extermination mission to her baby, and such a dangerous one at that. It looked as if she would storm the academy to give them an earful, but thankfully Dad helped me calm her down. I had to spend a few minutes assuring her that I could definitely handle the mission, which I somehow managed to do. However, even then had to endure 30 minutes of Mom's fussing over me before I managed to make my way out of the house. It took me less than 30 minutes to arrive at the destroyed village after asking Hera/Pidgeot to fly in the direction specified on the mission file. I kept looking at the map on my phone and the area we were flying over to make sure we were going in the right direction. I would have really liked it if we had something like Google Maps that worked globally, but satellites were, unfortunately, a no-go, and the antenna system used within the human cities and a great part of the route system did not extend outside of those places, so I had to go full-on old school, using my eyes and a map. The village looked pretty spooky. There were signs of damage on the streets and the buildings, but the village was completely empty. There were no bodies. It seemed they had been cleaned up and had most likely already been buried in one of the cemeteries in one of the nearest towns. After a brief look at the now ghost village, I moved in the direction of the cave marked on the mission file. The trek took me close to 30 minutes despite moving at jogging speed, which meant I was going at about 30 kilometers per hour. I could have gone faster, but then I would have had trouble making sure I was heading in the right direction. Nonetheless, I found the cave, and moving closer I could hear the sounds of Zubat coming from inside. Once I confirmed that this was indeed my target, I retreated away from the cave. I wanted to make sure that I got everyone, so I had to make sure that no one managed to escape once I began my attack. To ensure that, I had to make sure that there were no other openings the Zubat and Golbat could use to escape. A look at my watch told me that it was 20 minutes before noon. I was pretty confident that the tribe would not leave the cave before 7 p.m. because that was when the sun was starting to set around these parts, so I still had around 7 hours to check the area to see if I could find any cave openings. I would obviously be cautious during my search. While Zubat preferred avoiding sunlight, that did not mean they were afraid of it, so it was possible that some would leave the cave before the sun began setting. Golbat had no problem with the sun at all, so they could leave the cave beforehand as well. While I would be searching for any openings until 7 p.m., I was not planning to miss the tribe leaving the cave. I was planning to observe the event while hiding in hopes of spotting some openings due to tribe members leaving from there. Once I was confident that I had spotted all openings, or at least most of them, I would act, and my action plan was pretty simple. I would spend the morning shutting down any of the side openings, before entering from the main entrance and blocking it behind me as well, imprisoning all of us inside the cave. Chapter 270, hopefully, the last mission. It took me 3 days of searching and observation before I was confident that I had managed to spot all possible exits, at least those that could be found without having to spend another few weeks thoroughly combing the whole area around the cave. In the end, I managed to locate another large-sized opening wide enough for a gallbit or crowbat to easily pass through. Besides those large-size openings, I also found 3 medium-sized openings which a gallbit would fit through, along with 17 holes that Zubat would fit through if they were trying to escape. As soon as the sun of the 4th day rose on the horizon, I woke up and prepared for the last step of my operation. I called out everyone and went over our battle plan with them while stressing that we were going with lethal force from the start. Roughly an hour after sunrise, I had Horus/Zata teleport me and Osiris/Marowak to each of the openings. Osiris used his ground energy manipulation along with a weak application of earth power to close all openings, rendering them useless in case the Zubat tried to escape from there. It took us over 3 hours to cover all openings without alerting the occupants of the cave, which was why I had started so early. I had expected this part to take pretty long. Unsurprisingly, the large and medium-sized holes were the ones that took nearly 70% of the time. Once we finished closing all escape routes, I had Horus bring us back to our spot beside the main entrance. I called out all my Pokemon except for the Gyarados. From their group only Stan got the chance to appear. After I made sure everyone knew what to do, we moved into the cave. Mothra/Butterfree and Horus spearheaded the group since they were the ones that were going to be fighting the boss Crobat and its second in command. Mocha/Crobat, Optimus/Butterfree, Parvati/Beedrill, and Prime/Beedrill were directly behind those two. They would be responsible for keeping the Silver Stage Gallbit from reinforcing the boss and his deputy, so they had to split their focus between fighting the Silver Stage Gallbit and keeping an eye on the others to make sure no one slipped through. Seb/Nidoking, Gaia/Nidoqueen, Hera/Pidgeot, Kuin/Azurade, Stan, Abza/Milotic, and Tiamat/Milotic were going to be purely focusing on the Silver Stage Gallbit until all of them were dead. Thankfully, the inside of the cave was wide enough to allow Hera and Kuin to fly around somewhat, which made sense since the Gallbit would be unable to fly as well if that had not been the case. Engi/Arcanine, Thor/Raichu, Nyx/Umbreon, Manami/Lapras, Tatsumaki/Kadabra, and Hashirama/Venusaur were going to be dealing with the Bronze Stage Gallbit and Zubat as quickly as they can before reinforcing the rest of us who are taking on the Iron Stage and Stageless Zubat. The reason these 6 were given this task was that they were the best equipped to deal with large crowds, so I wanted them to deal with the second largest group because they could have actually caused a problem if not handled swiftly enough. Anyway, as I said, Mars/Ursaring, Tyson/Machoke, Ollie/Curlia, Luna/Clefable, Shino/Yanmega, Hades/Haunter, and Saphira/Swablu were going to face the Iron Stage and Stageless Zubat with me. Yes, I was going to be fighting as well since there was minimal risk fighting Zubat at this stage, and it would give me some all-out experience even if it was against weaklings. Oh, and Drowsy requested to help as well, so he was also joining our group. Finally, there was Osiris who would be entering the cave as the last individual. He would be collapsing the entrance behind us so that no one could escape from there. I was not worried about the air, since there was enough air in the cave for hours. Furthermore, there were enough really small openings from which fresh air could enter, so I was not worried about suffocation. Once everyone was inside, Osiris did just that and the cave fell into near complete darkness, so I pulled out a few light marbles and threw them all around the cave to bring out some light. I didn't want anyone to be distracted because they had to keep up flash. The light marbles gave off a slightly reddish light, and the roughly 40 marbles I threw out were enough to restore the visibility inside the whole cave. That, along with the noise caused by the collapse, is enough to get the attention of all Zubat and Gallbit inside the cave. I start hearing the sound of fighting coming from further down the cave, so Mothra and Horus had probably already engaged the bosses. The buffer group was nowhere to be seen as well, having already headed deeper to do their job, and I saw the silver group heading towards their targets, so I gave the others the signal to start their attack before the Zubat and Gallbit began attacking us. Following their example, I pulled out my twin swords and then teleported toward the ceiling in such a way that I was positioned in between 4 Zubat, which I cut by twirling in place using a psychic platform beneath my feet. I applied a bit of aura on the swords, so I actually managed to cut the Zubat in half, which honestly surprised me a bit. Still, it made sense considering how strong I was and that they were either stageless or at the iron stage. I was not holding back after all, so being able to kill them using a sword was not that surprising all things considered. I directly teleported back to the ground and took stock of the situation. I could see Zubat being burned, electrocuted, frozen, cut, mashed, and everything in between, and the number of dead Zubat was probably already over 60 despite the clash having only started less than 10 seconds ago. Regardless, after seeing that everyone was doing well, I began abusing my short-range teleportation, aura, and psionic platforms to kill one Zubat after the other. Occasionally, a Zubat took more than 1 or 2 slashes with my swords, which meant they were probably at the high, iron stage, but they all ultimately fell before me within seconds. After killing what had to be my 50th Zubat, I took a few seconds to take a look at the overall situation. Surprisingly, or not, my group seemed to be nearly done with their targets, despite there supposedly being over 600 of them. Well, taking into consideration that I had taken out 50 on my own, it seemed less surprising. The swarm of bronze Zubat and Golbat seemed to have become half its previous size, and considering that the others had not come back, it would seem the boss fight and silver group fight were still ongoing as well. I did the best thing I could in this situation and went back on taking down the rest of my group's targets. There were only 100 or so left, which we managed to finish in roughly a minute or so. I did not really bother looking at my watch to time it after all. Anyway, after we saw no more Zubat flying around us, I told my group that we were reinforcing the bronze group. With our addition, it took us only a few minutes to finish off the roughly 20 Golbat and 60 or so bronze stage Zubat that were still alive. I took a look at everyone and saw that most of them were still good to go. Still, I had to recall Drowsy, Hades, Saphira, and Ollie. While they only had a few scratches that could be quickly dealt with, they were pretty exhausted, so I saw no reason to keep them out since we were going to be going against the silver stage Golbat next. At least, those that had not been dealt with by the others yet. So, once I placed those 4 inside Utopia, I and everyone else moved further into the cave. We quickly came upon the scene of Seb, Gaia, Hera, Kuin, Stan, Abzu, and Tiamat fighting against 17 Golbat, while Mocha, Optimus, Parvati, and Prime were blocking another 5 Golbat. There were 9 Golbat carcasses on the floor, showing that my Pokemon had already managed to take out 9 of them while facing 31 Pokemon/Golbat at the same stage. We directly moved into action and the situation turned from our side being outnumbered to the Golbat being outnumbered. I chose not to interfere this time and focused on the sounds coming from further down the cave instead. Based on the noise that I was hearing, the fighting there still seemed to be in full swing. Hopefully, Horus was winning against his opponent even if it was at the gold stage. Scratch that, I knew that Horus was winning. I was the one who supervised his training after all. Still, I could hear the cries belonging to all 4 fighters, which was why I knew that both battles were still ongoing. While I was listening to any sounds I could hear from Horus and Mothra's side, the fight on my side was starting to die down. There were only 9 Golbat left and my Pokemon were ganging up on them, just like I had instructed them to do before we began, so the last few Golbat got taken down pretty quickly as well. A quick look at the number of Golbat carcasses confirmed that there were 31, so none had managed to hide or escape. Once I was sure no sudden ambush would happen, I focused on everyone's state. Those capable of using healing moves had already started healing themselves and the others, while the others were vigilantly checking the surrounding area to make sure they did not get ambushed while they were recovering/healing from the fight. I was really happy with their behavior. They were acting just like we had trained and planned, so seeing them successfully turn that into reality made me proud. Anyway, after confirming that no one was badly hurt, I considered if I should move towards the boss fight with everyone in tow or not. After a moment of deliberation, I decided against it. Instead, I sent Osiris along with Tyson, Mars, Hera, Abzu, Tiamat, Thor, and Nyx back to the entrance. I did this so that they could guard the place to ensure no one entered or left from there. They could also confirm whether anyone managed to hide or not. Hashirama, Seb, Gaia, Enji, Shino, and Manami were asked to remain in our current position to guard it as well for the same reason. Meanwhile, the rest began heading towards Horus and Mothra. When we arrived at the scene, we saw the extent of injuries on both sides. Crobat looked to be on its last legs, or wings, while my darling Mothra seemed relatively unharmed. She had a few minor wounds here and there, but that was to be expected seeing who she was fighting against. Besides, that was nothing compared to Crobat, who seemed to be missing one of its lower wings, along with the severe bleeding it was experiencing due to the multitude of small and large injuries on its body. On the other hand, the Golbat was looking half dead, but unlike Mothra, Horus seemed to be hurt quite badly as well. He was no longer flying but levitating using his psychic abilities since one of his wings was broken. He was also bleeding quite a bit. Golbat, on the other hand, looked ready to keel over with its body bleeding like a faucet and parts of its body being twisted in different directions. Normally, I would let Horus finish this battle, but was not a regular battle but an extermination mission, so I had Stan deal a surprise finishing blow at the Golbat. It never saw the aqua tail coming that swatted it out of the air like a fly, crashing it onto the floor. I saw it still twitch a bit, so I teleported above it and shoved one of my aura-clad swords through its head. Crobat got distracted by that for a moment, which Mothra used to air slash one of its wings off, taking it out of the sky as well. She followed after it and nearly split it in half by chaining an aerial ace with steel slash. She then double-tapped the Crobat by using Psychic to make sure it was dead before ignoring the falling carcasses to happily fly towards me instead. I welcomed her with open arms and hugged her while praising her for her great victory. I then turned to Horus and waved him over. I softly leaned my forehead on his before praising him as well. I would have hugged him, but that would have only hurt him due to his injuries, so I left it at praises for now. I then asked Luna to heal him as much as she could while I called out Ollie so that he could help her. After he got healed for a bit, I gave him a once-over before I moved the three inside Utopia so that they could continue the treatment there. Meanwhile, I stored the two carcasses before heading to Hashirama's group to do the same there. Chapter 271, Mission Conclusion. Once we made it back to the entrance, I began collecting the carcasses there as well, before praising everyone for their efforts. I told everyone that I would be placing them inside Utopia so that they could recover and rest there. Well, nearly everyone. I kept Thor/Raichu, Nyx/Umbreon, Ollie/Curlia, and Tatsumaki/Kadabra out to keep me company while I scoured the cave for any survivors and valuables. Additionally, I did not feel like being alone right now. While I knew that it had to happen, and I actually agreed with the decision as well as our actions, I still felt a bit solemn after collecting all those bodies. To be completely honest, I felt nearly nothing when dealing with the ones that were above the bronze stage, but the iron stage Zubat did sadden me a bit, and the stageless Zubat somewhat enlarged that sadness. Such a high number of lives that had been snuffed out because of my orders and actions made it such that I could not be happy despite having perfectly finished my mission. Don't get me wrong, I did not regret what I did and I would do it again. That was what I concluded after some pondering. I knew what the tribe had done and that they would have kept doing it if I had not taken them out, so the sadness I felt gave way to determination pretty quickly. Largely because I had been preparing myself mentally for over 8 years for situations like this, since I had always known that I would be experiencing and most likely causing a lot of deaths during my time in this universe. However, no matter how much I prepared myself, I could not help feeling down for a while, and even if I managed to deal with that pretty smoothly, I could still not bring myself to celebrate the success of my mission. This showed that on some level I had not completely managed to deal with the sadness I felt. Anyway, psychological mumbo-jumbo aside, Mothra insisted on staying by my side as well. She had most likely noticed that I was feeling a bit down. All my Pokemon did on some level, but she decided that she would be helping me with the sheer presence of her cute self. When I mentioned that she was a bit hurt and that it would be better for her to recover inside Utopia, she just used Roost while asking Ollie to use Heal Pulse on her. After 2 rounds she looked to be in good condition, and threw me a smug look that said there, problem solved. I just smiled at her and let her do what he wanted. Still, her antics did raise my mood a bit, which she noticed as she began flying around me cheerfully. Unlike me, my Pokemon seemed to have no problem with the aftermath of our little war. It seemed they were much better at rationalizing our actions, or they simply thought it was part of life. Regardless of which one it was, I was glad that I did not have to deal with cheering them up. We began scouring the cave, everyone looking by themselves, with one of them always staying close to me. We started from the entrance and went all the way to the end, which surprisingly took us the rest of the day, which amounted to roughly 8 hours. The result of our search was both pretty good as well as somewhat disappointing. It was disappointing in the sense that I already had an example of nearly all of the materials we found, which meant that Utopia could already replicate them as long as they were not C-class materials or higher. Nonetheless, our harvest was abundant, which was why I said it was pretty good. We found 3 C-class materials, of which one was new, and we also found 4 new materials at a lower class than that. Everyone also managed to discover a few egg clusters hidden in nests all around the cave. The total number of eggs we gathered was 34, but I was only interested in 3 of them. 2 were found in random nests, but the final one was found in what I believe to be the best, belonging to the Crobat and his or her deputy, since we found the C-class materials in that area. The 2 eggs managed to rouse my interest because their potential was not bad. Species: Zubat. Gender: female. Type: poison, flying. Potential: green. Stage: none, poke egg. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: inner focus, infiltrator. Talents: none. Affinities: poison, flying. A female with green potential. While not enough for me to raise her myself, she was good enough for me to take her in as Mocha's subordinate, or I could give her to my mom or a friend. Species: Zubat. Gender: male. Type: poison, flying. Potential: green. Stage: none, poke egg. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: inner focus, infiltrator. Talents: none. Affinities: poison, flying. The same was true for the male. Green potential as an egg was good enough that I did not want to lose it, but not good enough that I would want to raise another Zubat/Crobat for my team. All in all, I would keep these 2 and decide what to do with them later on. The egg I found in the boss's nest, on the other hand, turned out to be a bit special. Species: Zubat. Gender: male. Type: poison, flying. Potential: deep green. Stage: none, poke egg. Genetic variation: deviant gene. Abilities: inner focus, huge power. Talents: none. Affinities: poison, flying. Its potential was deep green, which, while pretty good, would not have been enough for me to classify it as special. No, that honor belonged to 2 factors. The first was the deviant gene it seemed to possess. I actually had to look that one up in my super library since I had not come across it before this. It turned out to be somewhat of a precursor to the mutant gene. Well, calling it a precursor was not right. It was more like if the change in the Pokemon did not fulfill all criteria for the mutant gene, it turned into the deviant gene. Unlike the mutant gene, which gave a 100% bonus, the deviant gene gave an overall 50% boost to the Pokemon, which placed it among the level 2 genes such as the King/Queen gene. The second factor was something I assumed happened due to the deviant gene. Zubat's second ability changed from Infiltrator to Huge Power, which was something that Zubat was not supposed to have. This change alone gave me an indicator of what kind of change the deviant gene had caused to the Zubat developing inside the egg. Now, this was just a theory with 0 proofs, but I was assuming the gene was turning the Zubat line from a speed-focused Pokemon into a strength-focused one. I could naturally be wrong, but that was my current guess. I was definitely going to keep that one for myself, along with the other 2 for now. However, the other 31 Zubat eggs were pretty much useless for me since I had no plans on starting a colony/farm of them in Utopia's subspace. I ultimately decided to hand them over to the Academy in exchange for some money. I actually had the option of selling it to Coco and Akim's family since they specialized in poison types, but I had heard about some of the family's training/raising habits from those 2, and I did not want the Zubat to go through that since they could die during the process, especially since most of them had orange potential. I guess I was still feeling a bit bad about the whole thing, so I did not want the Zubat inside the eggs to die if I could avoid it. That was why I was planning to hand them over to the academy instead, even if I would receive less for the eggs. Still, I was going to keep all materials since there was nothing wrong to have more of them even if I could already replicate them. After giving the cave one last look, I had Mothra open up the entrance for us so that we could leave. Afterward, we spent the next 3 days recovering from the short war we had. These 3 days were spent purely with us relaxing. Well, actually I had to do a bit of work since I gave everyone a grooming and massage session to help them relax, but it helped calm my mind. Besides, it made my Pokemon happy, which made me happy, so it was a win-win-win situation. The rest of the time until the end of the 2-week deadline we spent training and digesting the experience of the confrontation. By the end of our stay, a lot of my Pokemon had made some progress in one form or the other. Mars's endurance improved to S, and Tiamat's vitality rose to A as well. Abza's energy capacity also rose to S, and Ali's energy capacity did the same. Hera's energy capacity improved to A, and Saphira/Swabla's energy density reached C. In short, a lot of my Pokemon experienced an improvement in one of their parameters. Another good thing that happened by that point was that I had completely dealt with my feelings regarding the mission and what we did during the completion of said mission. Anyway, bright and early at 7 a.m. on Arc Day I had Horus/Zata teleport me in front of the academy gate before I made my way to Mr. Cameron's office. Thankfully, he was in, so I did not have to ask the secretary to inform Mr. Cameron about my arrival. I gave my mission report including the number of carcasses I had collected as proof of the completion of the mission, and Mr. Cameron quietly listened until I was done. "You've done a good job," he praised me with a sharp nod before he continued. "Mr. Burns is going to lead you to storage number 3 after our talk, and you will have to take out the bodies there so that he can check them. Once he has confirmed their number, the carcasses will be yours to handle however you want. Have you already thought about what you want to do with them?" he asked, and I obviously went with my prepared answer. "Yes, I only plan to keep the body of the Crobat and the gold stage Gulbit. I plan to sell the rest for money." He did not look surprised by my answer and nodded. "Good. The Academy is willing to buy the carcasses at a price that's slightly above the market price. We'll pay 200 poke per kg for the stageless Zubat, 600 poke per kg for any Iron Stage Zubat, and 1800 poke per kg for any Bronze Stage Zubat. Additionally, we'll pay 4000 poke per kg for each Bronze Stage Gulbit, and 8000 poke per kg for the Silver Stage Gulbit. You said there were 202 stageless, 425 Iron Stage, and 149 Bronze Stage Zubat bodies, along with 71 Bronze, and 31 Silver Stage Gulbit bodies, so that comes up at 35.236.600 poke in total. I'll round that up to 36 million poke, so you can just leave those bodies in that storage and go to the Secretariat to complete the payment." I nodded at that, and he continued after receiving my acknowledgement. "What about the eggs and materials you found inside the cave?" he asked, and I went with the truth. "I'm going to keep the materials and 3 of the eggs. Can I sell the rest of the eggs to the Academy as well? However, I want to be upfront. I believe they'll end up being mostly 2-star Zubat with a few 1 and 3-star Zubat, so don't complain to me if their potential ends up being like that. I mean, most of the Zubat in the cave were pretty unimpressive, so I'm not expecting too much from their eggs," I informed Mr. Cameron, and he smiled. "Don't worry, we won't blame you," he said with a short laugh. "We are willing to pay 30.000 poke per egg, and that makes 930.000 poke for 31 Zubat eggs. I'll only round that up slightly, so you'll get 950k for them. Just leave the eggs in the storage with the bodies, and Mr. Burns will take care of them as well," Mr. Cameron said with a mirthful tone. "Sure, I'll do that," I agreed before asking how many points I got for the mission. "You'll receive the standard 200 points, and once the number of carcasses has been confirmed you'll receive another 50 bonus points. Regardless of that, you've already gathered enough academic points to redeem the chance to visit the Real habitat if you want," he answered and chuckled when he saw how excited I got at that. "Sure, I want to go through with the visit as soon as possible," I told him, and he nodded. "No problem, you can go there as early as tomorrow. Just come to my office tomorrow at 8 a.m. and I'll have Galade teleport you to the Real habitat. Now, with all that out of the way, you can wait for Mr. Burns in front of my office. I already called him over. He'll lead you to the storage area. Once you're done with him, go to the secretariat for your payment, and after that, you can go home. No need to participate in the lesson of the day, he said, and I thanked him before leaving the room. Chapter 272, Visiting the Real Habitat. The whole thing went pretty swiftly. Mr. Burns confirmed everything, accepted the eggs, and sent me on my way. I then went to the secretariat and they were expecting me, so once I gave them the necessary information for the official bank account my parents opened up for me, the secretary directly transferred the money over. A quick online check confirmed the arrival of the money, and yes, it worked that fast. I thanked her before leaving the academy to head home. Well, my return went as expected. Mom crushed me in a killer hug and fussed over me. Dad had no chance to hug me since Mom refused to let me go, so after hugging us both for a bit he settled on patting my head. We moved to the couch, but Mom still refused to let me go and had me in a side hug instead. They both repeatedly asked me how I was and how I felt, most likely wanting to make sure that I was fine after coming back from an extermination mission. It took me the good part of 3 hours to convince Mom that I was fine. Dad, on the other hand, believed me after only an hour. I knew that because I could feel genuine relief from him at that point. Unlike him, Mom only calmed down enough to let me go after 3 hours, but I knew that she was still a bit worried, so she was still clingy for the rest of the day. I told them that I would be entering the real habitat the next day, so they wished me luck when I left for the academy the next day. I had not mentioned the eggs to them since I had yet to decide what to do with them. I settled on having them hatch first so that they could go through the Utopia treatment before I decided whether I would keep them as underlings of Mocha/Crobat, or if I would give them away. On that end, all 3 eggs were currently inside the nesting ground of Mocha's habitat. The deviant egg needed another 12 months to hatch, while the other male egg and the female egg needed 5 as well as 6 more months respectively to hatch. Anyway, back to more important things. I had just arrived at Mr. Cameron's office, and after exchanging greetings, Mr. Cameron called out his Galade. He'll bring you to the real habitat, and he will also be the one who will bring you back from there. Only those with the proper authorization can teleport to and from the habitat, so you won't be able to teleport from there without his help. It is currently 8:25 a.m., and you have until 6 p.m. at most to find a Riolu willing to follow you. If you fail to do so until then, you're out of luck, and you'll have to earn another opportunity to enter the habitat. I genuinely hope that it does not come to that, and in my time I have only witnessed that happening a scant few times. Hopefully, you won't be one of them. When he said that, I was mentally screaming, "Oi, don't go around raising flags, man. If you want to return early, call the secretariat and they'll inform me so that I can send in to get you," Mr. Cameron finished, and then he told his Galade to get going without giving me any time to say something. Before I knew it, I was no longer inside Mr. Cameron's office, but at what I assumed was the real habitat, seeing that I was outside, standing in a clearing. It took less than 30 seconds for 2 silhouettes to appear in my vision, and it took less than 10 seconds for the 2 Lucario to arrive in front of us. Galade told the 2 that I was the youngling whose visit they had been notified of yesterday before he entrusted me to them and left. Once that happened, the focus of the 2 Lucario shifted to me and I awkwardly waved at them. "Hi," I said while being analyzed by the 2 Lucario. They seemed satisfied with what they saw since both gave a satisfied nod. I felt like some prospective match that was facing his future in-laws, who managed to pass the initial assessment. "Follow us. We shall lead you inside the sanctuary and to the common area where you shall search for your future partner. You may freely wander around the common area and talk to any Riolu and Lucario there. However, your partner can only be chosen among the Riolu, and only this above 2-year cycles of age may leave with you. If your potential partner turns out to be younger than that, then you will have to wait until the Riolu reaches the necessary age before it may join you. We shall inform the academy at that point, and they'll send you here to reaffirm once more that you are fit for each other. If that is still the case, you may leave together. If not, you may search for another partner instead," the right one, who turned out to be a female, said, and I nodded before following them while we headed towards the place the Lucario had come from. It did not take us long to arrive at a point where I could see the area we were heading to. it was in a much larger clearing than the one I arrived at. There were a few hills on the router area with some stretches full of trees, but the whole center area was mostly open, with a nice grass lawn and a stream going down part of the clearing. There were a few places with trees and a few large boulders and some patches of sand, but to me, it was pretty obvious that those places were like that on purpose. Most likely as playing/meeting zones for the Riolu. I could see that those places had the highest concentration of Riolu, with a few Lucario being there as well, most likely acting as supervisors, or maybe they simply wanted to spend time with the Riolu, who knew? We began walking into the clearing, which was definitely part of the habitat, probably something like the public area where the Riolu/Lucario families spend time with others. The male Lucario, who had not said anything until now, spoke to me a bit before we came close to one of the play zones. You should check out the activity areas first before moving around the clearing in search of your partner. The activity areas are generally the places where the highest number of Riolu gather, so you'll have an easier time finding a partner there. You won't have to walk around to find a Riolu that way. You obviously don't have to listen to my advice, but I genuinely recommend starting there before resorting to randomly searching the clearing. You can do that if you fail to meet a partner among the zones. Thanks, I thanked him with a nod for his solid advice, since what he said was definitely true. Only those too stubborn, dumb, or prideful would reject such logical as well as sound advice, and I was not dumb. Alright, go ahead and start your search, the female said, and they began leaving, but before they moved too far the male turned and added a slight warning to not get aggressive in my bid to get a Riolu to join me. Trying to force one of the Riolu to join was forbidden and would result in immediate expulsion out of the habitat, along with being barred from re-entering. The female added that the academy would also deliver punishments on top of that before she said that she did not think that I would act like that, but that they had to give this reminder to every visitor. After that, I moved toward the closest activity zone. My approach roused the curiosity of a bulk of the Riolu there, seeing as they all seemed to be looking at me in curiosity. There were a lot of Riolu in this place alone, probably more than 60, and this was just one of the recreational areas. Still, I could not go around just touching each Riolu and move on, since that would be suspicious, so I began approaching the Riolu to play with them. I told them my purpose and I wanted to see if we were compatible. To that end I proposed that we all play tag. I obviously used the contact during the game to check their status, and at the end of roughly 80 minutes, I managed to check them all. The worst potential I came across was yellow, which was not that bad, especially if we considered that this was only the case for 4 out of 63 Riolu. There were even 2 that had light blue potential, but the best one out of this batch was without a doubt the one that literally stood out from the very beginning. I had noticed the shiny Riolu right from the start, but chose not to overreact since I was sure that it would not have been taken well. Thankfully, she did not get treated badly by the other Riolu, but I did not expect anything else from the Riolu/Lucario line. If they had been mistreating one of their members badly just because it was different, I would have been seriously disappointed. Still, they did not disappoint me, so my worries were unwarranted. Species, Riolu. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, shiny. Abilities, steadfast, prankster. Talents, none. Affinities, fighting, aura. What was great was that she was only at the high iron stage, so she could still take advantage of the first possible limit break from the iron to the bronze stage. Some of the Riolu I had checked had already advanced to the bronze stage, but luckily she hadn't done that. Well, her having a shiny gene was kinda obvious since she looked the part, and it gave a nice 15% boost to her overall. Her ability section, or rather the ability section of all Riolu I checked, revealed something rather interesting. All Riolu with a second ability had Prankster as their second ability, only their first ability varied between either Steadfast or Inner Focus, and it made perfect sense. Steadfast and Inner Focus were abilities whose effects conflicted, since one profited from flinching, while the other prevented flinching. In that regard, it made sense that nature deemed it fit to avoid pairing the two abilities. As for her having both a fighting and an aura affinity, that made perfect sense, at least to me, since the two were not the same. The aura affinity was something all Riolu had. I definitely set her as my temporary choice. No idea if I would find a better Riolu, but if I didn't, I would go with her. Well, that was if she agreed. It was always possible that my choice did not want to go with me. Anyway, after concluding our little game of tag, I moved to the next recreation area and repeated the process there. I found some good Riolu there as well. The best one here was a male bronze stage Riolu with blue potential, but he could not compete with the female shiny I saw in the first area. A quick look at my watch told me that I still had a lot of time, so I was not too worried about finding some more interesting Riolu. It was only 10:50 a.m. after all. The next area turned out to be a bust as well, with only a few light blue potential Riolu, so definitely no one that could replace the shiny. It was at the fourth area that I came across a Riolu that made me seriously contemplate if I should keep the shiny as my choice or if I should replace her with the new one. Chapter 273, About Time/the Choice. I actually found him by the time I was halfway through checking the Riolu of the fourth recreation area. Species, Riolu. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Potential, deep blue. Stage, iron stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, inner focus, prankster. Talents, combat instinct. Affinities, fighting, aura. Like the female, he was at the high, iron stage, and at deep blue, his potential was even better than hers, even if her shiny gene more than made up for that potential difference. No, the reason I was seriously considering replacing the shiny Riolu as my favorite choice was his talent combat instinct. It gave Riolu heightened combat abilities such as an enhanced reaction, a boost to his aptitude in reading the flow during combat, a knack for strategy, and the mental flexibility to improvise during combat when necessary. Combat instinct definitely belonged to the top echelon among combat talents, and even in general it was one of the better talents. Correspondingly, it was a pretty rare talent, and mind you, having a talent was something rare in the first place. In fact, I had only seen that talent with one Pokemon before this, and that was Aaron's Lucario. Eventually, I decided that the male's talent along with his higher starting potential were good enough for me to choose him as my new temporary favorite. Having made that decision, I made sure to thoroughly remember all minute details of his look, so that I could recognize him if he remained my favorite when my time ran out. I obviously finished checking the rest of the Riolus since I wanted to see if I would find another positive surprise, but I didn't. By the time I was done checking all Riolu it was 1:07 p.m., and I finished up our game of tag as well. I told the Riolu to have fun and made my way to the fifth as well as last activity area. It was 2:20 p.m. by the time I managed to check all Riolu in this place as well, and unfortunately, none of them managed to shake the position of my current favorite. The best one here was a Riolu with blue potential, so even the previous female shiny would have retained her position if she had not lost it in the last area. Nonetheless, the number of Riolu with great potential was pretty impressive, not to mention the shiny Riolu and the few Riolu with talents. All in all, I had come across one Riolu with deep blue potential as well as a talent, which was my current favorite. Then there were 4 Riolu with blue potential, with a shiny female among them, and finally 9 Riolu with light blue potential with one having a talent. Among the Riolu with a green shade potential were actually 7 who had a talent of their own. Actually, the number of Riolu in this place was pretty impressive in itself. So far I had checked 349 Riolu, and I could see that there were still quite a few Riolu that were lounging around the clearing instead of playing in the recreational zones. Not to mention, the Lucario that I could see around the place, then some were relaxing in their homes or other areas of the habitat. What I was trying to say was that there was a truly large number of Riolu as well as Lucario in this place, and that was pretty impressive since the line was considered pretty rare. Anyway, it was already 2:20 p.m., so it was high time for lunch. I used Dependable Utopia to distribute everyone inside their lunch, while I decided to go all out and prepare lunch for the Riolu and Lucario at the habitat as well. I mean, it was probably a good idea to earn some brownie points with them all by feeding them some tasty food. Besides, I would probably manage to lure in some of the Riolu I had yet to check this way, so it was a win-win kind of deal for me. I pulled out 5 of my super large pots and everything else I needed to make curry. My actions attracted the attention of all the Riolu as Lucario around me and some of those a bit further away as well. I told the curious onlookers that I was cooking an open lunch, but after taking another look at their numbers, I took out another 5 super large pots. Each pot was enough for 80 to 100 servings, so I should hopefully have enough for everyone. Still, I decided that I would be handing out self-baked bread rolls/buns along with the curry to hopefully avoid anyone ending up empty-handed. I used my stock of pre-cut ingredients that I had amassed for our celebrations, but considering the amount of curry I was planning to cook, I would be using up my complete stock, so I would have to spend quite a few hours replenishing that later on. Obviously, that was a small price to pay for some goodwill from the habitat inhabitants. I was handling 10 pots at once, and doing that without resorting to help or special abilities was extremely hard, so I directly used my psychic abilities, or rather my telekinesis and parallel thoughts, to help me with cooking. I was not afraid of showing my psychic talent to the Riolu or Lucario, so I did not shy away from making full use of them to cook. Ingredients were flying through the air into pots, ladles were stirring the curry without me having to do it by hand. Yes, telekinesis was really useful if one had to cook a lot or if one was grilling. Being able to flip any meat without having to use utensils was awesome. No poking the meat or accidentally getting burned. The show I was putting on, along with the great smell that was starting to spread out from the pots, gathered quite the large audience that was still growing. Thanks to using pre-cut ingredients, it only took 40 minutes for the curry to be ready to be served. I acted as if I was pulling out stacks of one-use, throwaway plates, and spoons from my bag while taking them out of Utopia. Then I pulled out 3 boxes filled with my self-baked bread rolls/buns to hand out with the curry. I was considering if I should ask them to get their drinks themselves, but then I thought, what the hell, in for a penny, in for a pound, before pulling out one-use cups and 2 barrels that were filled with juice I made with berries grown in Utopia along with water from Utopia, so practically super premium stuff. Alright, everyone that wants to eat, please form a line. I will be handing out the curry now. There are 5 flavors, those 2 are a tad sweet, those 2 are slightly sour, those are spicy, those are a bit bitter, and those 2 are mild, so just say which one you want and I'll give you a serving from that one, I said while pointing out which pot contained which flavor. They swiftly and more importantly without any conflict formed a perfect line, and the first one directly said that it wanted to eat sweet curry. I used my telekinesis to take a plate and a spoon from the stack, then I moved to the pot and put a serving of curry on the plate before moving back in front of the Riolu. It was at that moment that my genius mind noticed that none of them could carry so many things at once, so I pulled out another table and moved the barrels there. Then, I placed the cups on that table as well, before announcing that the drinks were self-serving. Satisfied with my solution, I placed the bun beside the curry before handing over the pâté to the waiting Riolu. During the handover, I touched the Riolu's paw, which was how I was going to check its status. I mean, I had to kill 2 birds with 1 stone since the opportunity presented itself. Total coincidence, that one, absolutely not planned. While I was serving the second one in the line, I saw how the first Riolu placed the plate on its preferred eating spot before coming back to the desk with the juice to get something to drink. After that, he moved back to his eating spot where he sat down and began eating his food. I actually spent the next 2 hours handing out curry before there were no more Riolu or Lucario in the line, and if I had not been scouting out everyone while doing my job, then this would have been quite the time loss. However, since I was checking them out, it turned out to be a brilliant idea. Not only did I get to check out the Lucario this way without arousing any suspicion, but I got to check around 90 to 100 Riolu that I had not checked out before this. The strongest Lucario I got to check was actually at the high, dark gold stage, while the weakest was at the high, silver stage. The highest potential had a Lucario at the high, gold stage with light purple potential. Impressive, right, but not as impressive as one of the new Riolu I came across while handing out the curry. Thinking back to her status screen, I could freely admit that it was pretty impressive. Species, Riolu. Gender, female. Type, fighting. Potential, light purple. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, steadfast, prankster. Talents, harmonized. Affinities, Fighting, Aura. She actually had a light purple potential, which was really amazing, that only got a bit dragged down by the fact that she was at the bronze stage, thus having lost the chance for the first limit-breaking session. Nonetheless, having an original potential of light purple was pretty impressive. While she had no genetic modifier, she did have a talent, and it was a pretty good one. Harmonized was passive talent, which meant that it did not need active input to work. It harmonized Riolu's aura with any offensive moves she used, except those of the Ghost Dash, Dark Dash, and Psychic type. This resulted in all moves, except Ghost Dash, Dark Dash, and Psychic moves, irrespective of their type, being treated as stab moves. The reason Ghost Dash, Dark Dash, and Psychic moves were not included was that aura did not mesh that well with them, so they were excluded by her talent. Regardless of that, it was still a pretty great talent. I had to really think about whether I wanted to replace the current favorite with her or not. Potential-wise, they would be pretty much equal once the male had gone through his limit-breaking training, so it came down to which talent I preferred. While I was thinking about that, I saw the location gathering all disposable stuff together before one levitated them all using a psychic. He scrunched them together and lifted the resulting big trash ball until it was about 20 meters in the air. Then the strongest Lucario fired an honest to mute Dragon Pulse at the trash ball and vaporized it. Over-the-top trash disposal right there, but the Riolu all clapped enjoying the demonstration, so I guess it did it to fascinate the kids. Each Riolu and Lucario had thanked me when I gave them their curry, but after his little performance the same Lucario still came up to me to once more thank me for the lunch in the name of all Riolu and Lucario. I told him that it was nothing before I began packing away the pots and all the other stuff I had pulled out. I still had close to 2 hours before my time was up, and I was planning to make use of that time to see if I could find anyone better than my current two favorites, even if I was leaning a bit more toward the male with the combat instinct talent. I kept walking around the clearing looking for any Riolu that I had not seen in one of the recreational areas, or during lunch, and I did manage to find a few Riolu like that. Unfortunately, none of them managed to outdo the favorites. There were only 15 minutes left until 6 p.m. and I was pretty sure that I had checked all Riolu in the clearing, or at least the ones I managed to find. It looked as if I would have to choose between the female with harmonized and the male with combat instinct. While I was contemplating which one I should ultimately choose, I noticed a Riolu approaching me. I was not 100% sure, but it looked like it was one I had yet to check. Well, turns out I was right. The Riolu had been chilling at home until now, and just came to the clearing where it heard about the awesome curry I handed out, so it approached me to ask if there was still some that it could taste. There was in fact still a bit left currently waiting for me in Utopia, so told him that I still had some. He was pretty cheerful when he heard that, and I quickly gave him a serving of mild curry, which he happily accepted. I naturally checked his status during the handover, and I had to say I was pretty impressed. Actually, after a bit of thinking I was more than impressed. Species, Riolu. Gender, male. Type, fighting. Potential, blue. Stage, bronze stage, mid. Genetic variation, blessed by aura. Abilities, inner focus, prankster. Talents, oralize. Affinities, fighting, aura. While his potential was only blue at the bronze stage, that was acceptable in my eyes due to what he had in his genetic variation, or rather modifiers section. The Riolu actually had blessed by aura modifier, which gave him an overall 25% boost. Unlike genetic modifiers, blessings could not be gained on our own through a bit of luck, since it was up to the elements, concepts, and legends whether they bestowed a blessing or not. So, I could accept a slightly worse potential in exchange for a blessing, since I could help make up for the lower potential, especially with the help of Utopia, but I had no way of bestowing a blessing. Furthermore, Riolu also had a talent, which probably had to do with the blessing, since it was something that perfectly fit the blessing. Oralize was an optional/active talent. It turned a move into an Aura Type 1, which led to the move automatically gaining a stab bonus. Additionally, it seemed that aura moves had 1.5x the effect of fighting type moves towards other types during damage reaction. That counted for both positive, super effective, and negative, not effective, reactions, which made the talent being an active one even greater since it allowed Riolu to avoid turning moves in situations where it would be detrimental. As if that was not enough, his talent actually stacked with the ability he would gain as a Mega Lucario. Adaptability worked with Oral Eyes since the moves gained the stab bonus by adapting to Riolu's aura, so the future potential of this Riolu was actually the best out of all Riolu I had seen so far, which was a bit funny since he currently did not have the best potential out of all Riolu. Chapter 274, First Goal Achieved. I watched Riolu eat his curry with gusto, and gave him a cup of juice when he looked thirsty. Once he was done, I asked him whether he liked it or not, and he enthusiastically nodded his head before thanking me for the meal. I levitated the used plate and cup over to me before placing them in an empty bag that I threw into my bag so that I could dispose of them later on. I might have done it like that to impress Riolu a bit. Once that was taken care of, I released my aura to show that I was already at Tier 2, gotta impress Riolu after all, before getting straight to the point. Well, Riolu, I'm sure you and everyone else already knows why I have visited your home today, so I'll be straightforward. I spent the whole day interacting with a lot of Riolu, searching for the one that I felt could join my family, and until now I was unsure which Riolu I should ask whether he or she was willing to join me. At least, until now, I had not made a choice. Riolu, I'd like to ask you if you would be willing to join me. If you join, you'll be part of a pretty big family, so you don't have to worry about being bored or lonely. I also promise you a lot of tasty food and the best supplements I can provide. I'll do my best to help you get as strong as possible. I believe you can make it really far, and with my help, you'll definitely be able to make it even further. While I was doing my pitch, I was releasing my aura, conveying my honesty since that was always a plus. Riolu looked like he was open to the idea, but he seemed not fully convinced. A few moments later he asked that I release some of my Pokemon so that he could talk to them first before coming to a decision. On a side note, Riolu was already sapient, so I wouldn't have to wait for that to happen. I acquiesced to his request and released Ollie/Curlia, Mothra/Butterfree, Nyx/Umbreon, and Engie/Arcanine so that Riolu could talk with them. I called out Ollie because Riolu most likely knew that about the Ralts lion's habitat, so him having joined me through the academy should help Riolu come to a decision. As for Mothra, Nyx, and Engie, that they would be gushing about how awesome I was, had nothing to do with it. Really, I promise. I had a logical excuse, I meant reason for that. Mothra was my strongest Pokemon, as simple as that. Well, the fact that she was this strong despite being a Butterfree was a pretty good point as well. Nyx belonged to a Pokemon species that evolved after teaching a certain level of affection/relationship, so that was a plus for me, as well as the fact that she was pretty strong. There was also the fact that I had raised her from an egg, so that could count as another plus for me. Then there was Engie, whom I also raised from an egg until now. He was strong, and since his line evolved through a trigger, he could somewhat demonstrate that I had the means to back my claims regarding the supplements. Those were the reason I called them out. It was not just so that they could gush over my greatness in hopes of their enthusiasm swaying Riolu's opinion in my favor through sheer cuteness/enthusiasm. The five talked for a while, and a quick look at my watch told me that there were only 3 minutes until 6 p.m., so I started to get a bit nervous since I did not have much time left until Galade appeared to bring me away. Even those 3 minutes passed by and the quintet was still happily chatting, seemingly having forgotten that I was waiting for an answer. Galade appeared moments later, and 3 Lucario also joined our merry band. 2 of the Lucario were the ones that had welcomed me, and the third one was the dark gold stage Lucario I had served curry. Only the appearance of these big shots pulled the chatting quintet out of their zone. All 6 of us greeted Galade and the Lucario. The quartet turned to me and asked me if I had found a Riolu that was willing to join me, and I looked at Riolu when they asked that. The quartet followed my gaze and looked towards Riolu as well, who became a bit nervous due to suddenly being the center of attention. Mothra gave him an encouraging cheer and the other 3 quickly joined in. That seemed to give Riolu a boost in confidence, and he walked up to me and told me he would join. His declaration was met with cheers by my group and I hugged Riolu while welcoming him into the family. Mothra, Nyx, and NG seemed to totally disregard the presence of Galade and the Lucario since they rushed up to me to join in on the hug. Ollie was a bit more reserved, being more conscious of the quartet's presence before he just shrugged and joined in as well. Thankfully the quartet did not mind and just smiled warmly while watching us. "Well, it seems Riolu decided to join me," I said with a bright smile before pulling out one of the fight balls I made. Riolu curiously looked at the ball before nodding, and after receiving the go-ahead I tapped him with the ball. The fight ball did its thing and Riolu got moved inside. Since Riolu was not fighting against the process, there was no wiggling and the capture directly ended successfully with the establishment of the artificial bond. I put away the ball and focused back on the Galade and Lucario. They congratulated me and the Lucario encouraged/exhorted me to take good care of the little Riolu. "Alright, it's time to go," Galade said, which made the Lucario wind down. I thanked them for their hospitality before recalling Mothra and the others. Once I had done that, Galade teleported us to Mr. Cameron's office. "Welcome back, Mikhail. How was it?" "I hope you found a partner," Mr. Cameron greeted me. "Hello, sir." "Yes, I thankfully managed to find a Riolu willing to join me," I returned with a bright smile. "That's good," he gave me a nod and continued. "I'm happy for you. May you two always help each other and may your bond be a great one. Take good care of him and make sure you maintain a good relationship with him," Mr. Cameron added, and I thanked him for his nice words as well as advice. After that I excused myself and we said our goodbyes. I made my way home where my parents were already waiting for me. "How did it go?" Mom asked after I entered the living room and Dad also looked curious. "I got a Riolu," I answered happily and Mom rushed up to me, pulling me into a hug. It was not as if she needed that as an excuse to hug the stuffing out of me, with how often Mom was hugging me in general, so I was used to being hugged. It was not I disliked being hugged, so I returned her hug. Dad patted me on the shoulder, congratulating me. We moved to the couch and they asked me to tell them about my experience since they were curious about how the habitat was. I began telling them about my visit and when we came to the part where I was cooking curry they remembered that it was high time for dinner since it was already 7 p.m. Still, they insisted that dinner could wait a bit more and that I should finish my recounting, so I did. While I was finishing my recount, I was using my parallel thought process to hand out dinner inside Utopia. By the time I told them how I called out Mothra and the others to persuade/entice Riolu, I was done handing out dinner to the Utopia inhabitants. Once I finished my tale, my parents asked to see Riolu, so I called him out and introduced them to each other. Mom asked if Riolu wanted to join us for dinner, but Riolu shook his head saying that he was still full from the curry, so I recalled him and we moved on to the kitchen. Mom reheated the food and I helped her set the table. The dinner was nice, and after we had eaten our fill, I helped Mom clear the table. We once more moved to the living room and talked about the state of things. At around 10:45 p.m., I wished my parents good night before I moved to my room. I locked the door behind me and called Riolu out before I gave him a rundown of Utopia via telepathy. He was as expected flustered after hearing about Utopia and its capabilities, but he was also really excited. Anyway, he was made privy to Utopia's existence. I moved him there. He went through the standard optimization process, and a habitat got created for him. He was moved there, and I chose that moment to enter Utopia as well. I saw him checking out himself, likely having noticed some changes that had happened to him. The most likely candidate was his potential, at least if it had managed to reach light purple, since an improvement from one color shade to another could be felt by the Pokemon when it happened. I went ahead and checked his status screen to see what had changed, and to take a look at his full screen for the first time. Name, none. Species, Riolu. Gender, male. Age, 8+ years. Type, fighting. Potential, blue, 58.67%, dash light purple, 18.67%. Genetic, modifiers, blessed by aura. Abilities, inner focus, prankster. Talents, oralize. Affinities, fighting, aura. Bond, Mikhail, artificial, weak. Quirks, none. Parameters. Stage, Bronze Stage, Mid. Vitality, D. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, C. Energy capacity, D. Energy density, D. Immunity, none. Resistance, Bug, Minor, Rock, Minor, Dark, Minor. Weaknesses, Flying, Minor, Psychic, Minor, Fairy, Minor. Standardized, none. Condition, Healthy, Curious, Excited. Masteries, Fighting Energy Manipulation, Proficient. Aura Manipulation, Proficient. Techniques, Unofficial, Initial. Not applicable. Novice. Helping Hand, Close Combat, Sword Dance. Beginner. Feint, Nasty Plot, Quick Guard, Copycat, Reversal. Proficient. Endure, Foresight, Quick Attack, Metal Claw, Iron Defense, Rock Smash, Bullet Punch, Bite, Work Up, Counter, Screech, Force Palm, Crunch, Bulk Up. Advanced. Aura Sphere. Mastered. Not applicable. Well, the first thing I noticed was his age. He was a bit older than I had expected. I thought he was about 5 years old, but him being 8 could explain why he was not among the Riolu playing/relaxing in the recreational areas. He was probably training or resting at home. A quick look at the move section confirmed that he had been diligently training for a few years. Anyway, I focused back on the first half of his status screen. The typing was the regular one, so I moved on to his potential, and I was happy with what I was seeing. His potential had directly risen to light purple, which was pretty good. With this, he had joined the ranks of Pokemon with 6-star potential. Additionally, this meant that he would, if he went through the complete limit-breaking training, reach Light Aurora potential upon breaking through to the Gold stage, which was more than enough in my opinion. Well, at least it would be like that if he did not unlock a gene or two which would cost him some potential. Still, the most that would happen was that the moment would be delayed, since him reaching Light Aurora potential as long as he followed my training regime was inevitable. The rest of that column remained unchanged. Our bond being artificial and weak right now was no surprise as well. His parameters on the other hand were a pleasant surprise. His strength and agility were at C value, while the rest was at D value. He was only missing 2 more parameters at C value to reach the high, Bronze stage, which supported my diligently training theory. His elemental column was the same as that of any other fighting type, and his mood was relatable considering what he had just gone through. His masteries were another confirmation of his diligence, with both being at proficient mastery. His move column was also a testament to his diligence and proof that he had not wasted his last few years. He had actually raised Aura Sphere to advanced mastery, which kinda explained his proficiency at aura manipulation if one added his talent into the mix. I did not doubt that the instruction of some Lucario played a role in him having a move at advanced mastery, on top of the multitude of moves at proficient mastery, but it was still an impressive achievement. He knew some pretty good moves, and seeing that he actually had 14 moves at proficient mastery left me with nothing to complain about. I would most likely have him focus on bulk up and work up once he raised close combat and sword dance to beginner mastery. Other than that, I would be focusing on helping him reach the high, Bronze stage first. Anyway, once I was done checking Riolu's status screen, I confirmed to him that his potential had reached light purple, aka 6 stars, which made him laugh happily. I then accompanied him to his home in the middle of his habitat, which was a small hill with a cave that had a bed made out of soft soil and foliage. After Riolu confirmed that his new home and bed were to his satisfaction, I wished him a good night before I left. I would do his introduction to everyone else along with the family/group photo tomorrow, along with his celebration. For now, it was time for me to sleep as well. Chapter 275, First Term Down. Riolu's introduction, as well as the welcoming party, went great. Over the next week, he got acclimated to Utopia and its inhabitants. Once he had gotten used to us, I asked him if he wanted a name like everyone else, and he gave a positive answer, so we went over possible names for him. I stayed true to the idea of using either deity or element names, so my suggestions were mostly of that kind. Riolu ultimately decided that he liked Anubis the most, and I also thought that it was a great fit, so Riolu's official name became Anubis. That was the point, was when I let him join everyone in their serious training since the acclimatization week I afforded him was up. The training sessions with Marlene and Sorrel on Giratidae also resumed, and I helped them during our free double period as I had promised. They were impressed when I showed them Anubis and exclaimed that they would do their best during the end-year competition to earn enough points to visit the Riolu habitat as well, in hopes of also getting a Riolu partner. Another thing that resumed was my training sessions with Mr. Burns, and as agreed upon, we went out so that I could fight against Pokemon without any restrictions. Well, except the obvious one, that we should not kill each other. Since the main goal was trying to deal with energy/long-range attacks, Mr. Burns chose my opponents with that in mind, so I did not fight against Raticate or the like, but Poliwhirl or Pikachu. In fact, I was the one with the handicap in these fights because Mr. Burns told me I should either block or deflect the long-range attacks instead of dodging them, which would have been my main course of action. Still, he did have me only face Bronze Stage Pokemon in exchange, so I did not get trashed or seriously hurt while getting used to blocking and deflecting the moves. That did not mean that I did not get hurt, because I did, and it hurt a lot. At least I can now confidently say that I did not like that part/the pain, and I was thankful for that, since I don't think I would have been happy with realizing that I had masochistic tendencies. Just like that, the third month of the first term went by, and I could not wait for the fourth month to start, since Mr. Burns said that I had cleared his goal, which meant that starting with the fourth month I would be allowed to dodge instead of being forced to block or deflect the attacks. That meant I would get to properly fight against the wild Pokemon, and Mr. Burns said I would be facing Silver Stage Pokemon now that I could fight without handicap. So it was with a happy smile that I greeted the arrival of the 23rd month of the year 2180. That the first day happened to be during the middle of the week, on Pocket Day to be exact, just meant that I did not have to wait an extra week to get my first real fighting experience against someone strong. The Stageless and Iron Stage Zubat did not count, since that was not a fair fight considering how much weaker they were compared to me. Thinking about them still brought a slightly bitter taste with it, but it had to be done, for the greater good. Oh, talking about bitter tastes, I took a look at my bank account and noticed that the numbers seemed wrong, so I went, hold up, wait a minute, before I remembered the arch enemy of all legal money earners, the tax. The tax for Class 0 to 3 trainers, rookies to experts, was 20%, so I earned 28.760.000 poke through my last mission instead of earning 35.950.000 poke. I lost an unbelievable 7.19 million poke to tax. Thankfully, that would be reduced to 15% once I became an ace-class trainer or the equivalent, but it still seemed a bit much to me, even if I knew that the taxes in my last world was much worse than this. Still, considering the 50k poke subsidy I was receiving from the Alliance for being a senior class trainer or the equivalent, I could tolerate my loss in tax since I have received nearly 4 million poke in subsidies until now. Besides, it was better for me to get used to it because I was going to re-experience this situation a lot in the future once I began my business ventures. I had researched that the corporate tax was 25% for civilian-centered goods and 20% for Pokemon-centered goods. It was calculated based on the profit of the business, so what happened was that the tax was only calculated after all expenses were deducted. Thankfully, that was the only tax business had to pay here, so at least there was that. Anyway, where was I before I began digressing? Ah, yes, the new month. The start was awesome. Mr. Burns had me face a Silver Stage Golduck as my first serious opponent, and I managed to beat it without too many problems. It was by no means easy, but in the end, I managed to beat it while only suffering some scratches that got taken care of within seconds by Ollie/Curlia. My strategy was based on dodging any attacks and only blocking or deflecting those I couldn't dodge, which was why I managed to win with minimal injuries. Once Mr. Burns allowed me to use my short-range teleportation, I would have an even easier time while fighting. After Mr. Burns saw the ease at which I beat Golduck, he had me face a Silver Stage Sandslash, which proved to be a much harder challenge. That was not only because it was at a higher substage, but also due to its thorns and claws, as well as high defense and ability to go under ground. I did ultimately manage to beat it, but it took a lot out of me, and I did suffer some semi-serious injuries. Ollie had to use 2 rounds of heal pulse to heal the //cut wounds and abrasions I had suffered. Mr. Burns stopped at that and told me that I was roughly as strong as most mid-silver stage Pokemon using just my physique and aura. He extrapolated that I could face most high-silver stage Pokemon if I added my psychic abilities to the mix. He did add that Pokemon with high physical defense, as well as those that could hide underwater or underground, seemed to pose the greatest difficulty for me. The next day, on Dial Day evening, I received a pleasant surprise. Eggy/Salandit came up to me happily and said that he suddenly felt somehow better just a few moments ago. I knew that he had been a hair's breadth away from reaching light yellow potential, so I checked his status to see if that had finally happened. Name: none, Eggy. Species: Salandit. Gender: male. Age: 1+ year. Type: poison, fire. Potential: deep orange, 86.21%, light yellow, 0.01%. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: oblivious. Talents: none. Affinities: poison, fire. Bond: Mikhail, weak. Quirks: none. Parameters: stage: stageless, 11%, 69%. Immunity: none. Resistance: grass, major, bug, major, fairy, major, fire, minor, ice, minor, fighting, minor, poison, minor, steel, minor. Weaknesses: ground, major, water, minor, psychic, minor, rock, minor. Standardized: none. Condition: healthy, curious. Masteries: poison energy manipulation, initial, novice. Fire energy manipulation, initial. Techniques: unofficial, initial. Not applicable. Novice. Smog, ember. Beginner. Scratch, poison gas. Proficient. Not applicable. Advanced. Not applicable. Mastered. Not applicable. It turned out that it was indeed his potential that had finally reached light yellow. Eggy had his first birthday about 2 months ago, and we obviously celebrated it, but he had been missing a measly amount to reach light yellow potential, so that had been a bit unfortunate at that time. His progress had been at 68% during his birthday, but it had managed to raise that by another percent to 69% during these 2 months, which was pretty nice. I was speculating that Eggy would leave the stageless phase before my graduation, and once he reached the iron stage I could finally start to train him. It would also allow me to deal with him more seriously since I could not use a lot of my supplements since they were too potent for stageless Pokemon. I mean, currently Eggy had complete free reign and the only form of pseudo-training he experienced was playing with his moves. We managed to raise his Scratch and Poison Gas to beginner mastery that way, and he learned Ember and Smog once his progress broke past the 55% margin. Well, he learned Ember at that point and Smog once he reached 61%. His Poison Energy Manipulation improved to Novice Mastery after he learned Smog, so that was nice. His current favorite move was definitely Ember since it produced a nice light show when used. Well, other than playing and using it to help his reaction capability, as well as waiting for him to reach the iron stage, I have been adding some snacks with a minuscule amount of draconic energy to his diet. I did that in preparation for some of my hypotheses regarding a possible male evolution. That became my routine for the rest of the term. Cruising through lessons, mentoring Sorrel and Marlene on Girardidae, fighting wild Pokemon at various substages of the Silver Stage under Mr. Burns' supervision, and spending the weekend with my parents. I generally tried to meet up with one of my friends every 2 or 3 weeks if they had time, and I saw no reason to stop doing it, so that happened as well. I naturally also kept up the training of my Pokemon as well, but that was kinda obvious. On New Day of the second week of our 4th academic month, Optimus/Butterfree's endurance reached A, which left only one parameter before he would officially begin limit breaking. While I was on Optimus, the Caterpie I moved inside Utopia's main space were still undergoing training supervised by Mothra/Butterfree and Optimus. I had them focus more on improving string shot to proficient mastery than regular training, and after they managed to do that, I had them learn Electroweb. Only those that did that and raised Electroweb to beginner mastery were given leave to focus on their parameters. It was pretty clear that only Caterpie that reached the high Iron stage after fulfilling the move requirements were allowed to evolve to Metapod. So far, none had fulfilled those conditions, so all Caterpie were still Caterpie. I mean, just because they were not on the team did not mean that I could let them be too weak. They were supposed to be Mothra's subordinates, so they couldn't be losers. I actually gave the same instructions to Parvati/Beedrill for her Weedle subordinates, and none of her Weedle had evolved so far as well. Anyway, at the beginning of the third week, Hera's energy density reached A, which let her officially start limit breaking as well. The last week of the month was tame with nothing important happening. Thankfully, the first week of the fifth and last month of the term brought good news. Saphira/Swabla's endurance reached C, which was her second one. Gaia/Nidoqueen gave me another piece of good news in the middle of the second week when her energy capacity reached A, which let her officially join those that were limit breaking. Obviously, when Gaia did something, Seb/Nidoking was not too far behind, and vice versa. At the start of the third week, Seb's energy density reached A, which allowed him to officially join those that were limit breaking as well. I spent the first 3 days of that week going over everything we learned at the Academy once since right after that the term exams began. Ollie gave me a pleasant surprise when his energy density reached S in the middle of the fourth/exam week. Just another day later I got another piece of pleasant news. Anubis as well as Mind Bond became a genuine one, and the next day the term was over, which was awesome news in itself. I obviously aced the exams, at least I was confident that I had managed full marks, and it was I only got a 100 because that was the maximum points one could score kind of full mark. Oh, and as if to celebrate the arrival of the vacation, one of Mothra's Caterpie minions finally managed to evolve to Metapod after fulfilling the conditions I set. I unquestionably did not chuckle at the face he made when he learned that he could only evolve to Butterfree after learning Iron Defense, raising it to beginner mastery, and reaching the low Bronze stage. Yes, I was full of compassion for him and encouraged him. That's what happened. Well, seeing the fire that lit up in Parvati's eyes when one of Mothra's Caterpie evolved, I was sure that one or two of her Weedle would follow suit pretty soon. Chapter 276, A Nice Vacation. Like so many times before, I decided to use the month-long vacation as just that, a vacation, so I determined that we would be relaxing and only doing some really mild training just to prevent the body from rusting. Everyone enjoyed vacations like these since I pampered them more than normal during vacations. When I said pampering, I was talking about grooming and massage sessions, along with more frequent open-air cinema nights. I mean, everyone was always willing to do their best, so occasionally slowing down and relaxing was something they more than deserved. In fact, rest phases like these were vital, since they gave their physique and mind time to relax and recover from the stress they are under due to our training and other activities. So, in that vein, I enjoyed simply spending time with my parents and our Pokemon during the first 5 days of the break. On Kai-Day morning, we made our way to Orchid City to visit the fields over the weekend. Rose and her parents were expecting us, and we made it in time for a slightly late breakfast, if you could call breakfast at 10:10 a.m. slightly late. After breakfast, Rose and I retreated to her room, leaving our parents to catch up by themselves, while we did the same. I got jumped by Princess/Vulpix, Ivy/Eevee, and Boom/Whismur a moment after I stepped into Rose's room. The trio greeted me happily and enthusiastically, and I returned their warm welcome by giving them a warm hug. Rose laughed happily seeing our interaction and teased her Pokemon that they were doing that because they were trying to get a massage from me. The trio protested and acted all cute, which made me laugh because it made me remember Nyx/Umbreon and her usual accomplices acting like that as well. I told them that I did not mind giving them a massage sometime during our stay. They cried out in jubilation before they stopped crowding me. Still, I checked their status before they left my embrace, and I was happy to see that the recipes, as well as massage techniques I taught Rose, had turned out helpful. At least I assumed they did, since Rose's Pokemon had shown some progress since I last saw them, or at least Princess and Ivy did. Princess actually went from the low, bronze stage to mid. Furthermore, her potential rose from green to deep green. Besides her, Ivy also advanced from the low, bronze stage to the mid, bronze stage. However, her potential did not change and was still green. Boom also had no visible change, but seeing how her other two Pokemon had both advanced, I was sure he would do so pretty soon as well. Anyway, after that little episode, Rose and I began talking. She told me about how her second year was going so far, and about the training she had her Pokemon undergo. She also happily told me how good she had gotten with all the massage techniques I taught her, and how she was now preparing the poke food for her Pokemon completely by herself. I told her about the 2 missions I completed, and I did not mince my words or hide details because they were not vanilla enough, since she would be going through her practical year in 2 years and start her official journey after that. Rose would encounter similar things at those times, so I saw no reason to shelter her now. Especially since she was, in my opinion, mature enough to listen to my recounting without showing adverse reactions. I knew that she knew that these things happened, and I had already mentioned a short version during our telephone calls, but I went into detail during our face-to-face conversation so that she could hear these details from someone close to her age who experienced them firsthand. While it was not as good as experiencing it by oneself, it was still better than hearing it on the news, online, or even from her parents or teachers. It made it more, well, not true since she knew that those situations were real, but more relatable, I guess. She listened to me intently and congratulated me on doing a good job. She did not show any aversion even when I told her about taking care of all Zubat. No, she said I had done the right thing instead. She told me they had gone over a similar case in one of their history lessons where a bloodthirsty Zubat/Crobat swarm dried up a large area in the outskirts of Rhoda before they got noticed 260-ish years ago. They eradicated 5 villages along with tens of thousands of Pokemon before they were eliminated, and she said that according to my description the swarm I took care of could have done something similar if left alone. I smiled warmly at her, seeing how she was trying to justify my actions, and she shyly returned my smile, having noticed that I noticed what she was trying to do. Still, I had 2 Zubat eggs inside Utopia that would hatch pretty soon, whose future I had still not decided on, so after hesitating for a bit, I asked her if she wanted to have one of the Zubat after they hatched. I assured her that I believed that their potential would not be bad and that I would only give her one if it had a good enough potential. The reason I hesitated for a bit was that I knew that Zubat was not the best looking Pokemon, even if I personally thought that its final evolution Crobat was pretty cool. I told her as much before I switched to quietly watching her as she pondered over my offer. I'll take one if that's okay with you. I don't mind Zubat's look, I like Mocha, and Zubat's eventually going to turn into Crobat as well. Besides, Crobat is a pretty strong Pokemon even if Zubat is not that strong, so it wouldn't be smart to deny such a generous offer, was Rose's reply, and I couldn't have been prouder at that moment. I gave her a big smile and a pat on the head, which she playfully slapped away. I told her I would let Luna/Clefable sing to lull Zubat to sleep as soon as it hatched so that the first face that she saw would be hers. I promised her to bring the ball over to her as soon as that happened, and I added that I would be using a special ball, like the ones I gave her for her current trio, that would be helpful to Zubat's development. Still, I told her that she should avoid blood registering the ball until she became an official trainer to avoid breaking the Alliance's civilian-owned Pokemon limit. If she did not register the ball with her blood, her parents could act as if they were raising the Zubat as a backup in case an inspection happened. Another thing of note would be that she would have to make sure that no one blood registered the ownerless ball, or she would have a slight problem regarding the official ownership. She could and most likely would be able to get Zubat from whoever did that despicable move, as long as the thief did not manage to run away, but it would lead to a lot of unnecessary drama. Moreover, Rose would have to bond the regular way with Zubat instead, without the help of the artificial bond, but the fact that hers would be the first face Zubat would see would help her with bonding with Zubat. As long as she did her best with raising the hatchling until Zubat reached the iron stage, she should be able to establish a genuine bond. That or she could simply register the ball, but then she would have to avoid carrying 4 Pokeballs while she was outside, and she could not bring Zubat's ball to any Poke Center or other Alliance facilities that registered the balls to her Alliance file. Anyway, a few minutes after Rose told me her decision, our parents called out to us, informing us that we were going out. We spent the rest of the day strolling through the city. The next day, after breakfast, I kept my promise and gave Rose's trio a massage. I did not hold back and used my aura for the maximal effect to let them relax and help loosen their muscles. It turns out that my massage was so good that it helped Boom jump past the hurdle and reach the mid-bronze stage. We were all surprised, and since Rose and Boom had only been waiting for him to reach the mid-bronze stage, they decided that he would be evolving as well. I did the duo a favor and gave Boom a potion made with normal type materials that I had prepared for Mars/Ursaring while he was going through his limit-breaking training. It would have been too potent for Boom any other time, but during his evolution, it would be helpful to him. Uncle Thorn and Aunt Lily did not interfere since they trusted me, and Rose trusted me the most out of everyone present. Boom began his evolution, and after the light show settled down, Rose ran up to him to hug him. After she had her moment, I went up to Boom, now a loud red, to check him out as well. His evolution was a complete success as far as I was concerned, since his potential had increased from light green to green. We all congratulated both Boom and Rose, and the time until dinner was spent at a park close to their home. Boom got to get used to his new body, and we got to enjoy being outside. We went to the local Aldini's branch, and I certainly enjoyed my Goldine fillet with boiled broccoli as well as potatoes on the side. After dinner, we said our goodbyes to the Field family, and once Rose let me out of her hug, we made our way home. The 2 weeks following our visit to Orchid City were calm, with me just spending time with my parent and our Pokemon. The only extra activity I did during that time was meeting up with Urza on Dial Day of the second week since I had last seen her more than 3 months ago. We had fun walking around Rhoda and talked about how we were doing, and some other random stuff. Nothing fancy really, just friends catching up. The last week of my vacation was calm as well until Dial Day. That day Aaron chose to come by for a surprise visit. We did not go out since we were too lazy to walk around, so after he greeted my parents, we moved to our patio to talk. We caught up on what we did since our last face-to-face meeting up, since as I kept mentioning, real meetings were much better than phone calls. Aaron told me that his Sirfetch'd actually broke through to the gold stage 2 days ago. That was his 7th Pokemon that had reached the gold stage, and only his Poliwrath, Primeape, and Breloom were still at the high silver stage. Well, 5 of his 7 gold stage Pokemon were at the low gold stage, with only Lucario and his latest addition Toxicroak being at the mid gold stage, but at 22 years old that was pretty darn impressive. Everyone, me included, was sure that Aaron had a bright future ahead of him, and once my parents heard that his Sirfetch'd had broken through, they congratulated him as well. The reason they heard about it so fast might have been due to my slightly too boisterous congratulation to Aaron. My parents obviously insisted that Aaron stay for dinner, and Mom made a slightly more demanding dinner to celebrate Aaron's success as a trainer so far. While Aaron said that Mom did not need to go out of her way because of that, I knew that he was happy that we cared for him and that we showed him that we cared. Chapter 277, Second Term Down. Well, the second term started out pretty good in my opinion. I turned out to be right in my assumption regarding Parvati/Beedrill, since the first Weedle evolved to Kakuna on New Day, while I was suffering through a math lesson. How they dared to blemish the greatness of New Day by having us sit through math on such a day I could not understand, but that evolution only signaled the start of many evolutions among the Weedle and Caterpie. By Grew Day of the first week, 1/5 of all the Caterpie and Weedle had evolved to Metapod and Kakuna. Mothra/Butterfree and Parvati got really fired up by the whole thing and focused some more of their time on their minions, and as their loyal second-in-commands, Optimus/Butterfree, as well as Prime/Beedrill, naturally spent more time supervising the Caterpie, Metapod, Weedle, and Kakuna as well. I chose not to interfere since it did not prevent them from completing their daily training. On Girarda Day, while I was coaching Sorrel and Marlene, I noticed that Horus/Satha's strength reached SSS, which made it his third parameter to be wrapped up. He was officially halfway through with the last round of his limit breaking, and I praised him for his hard work. The third day was pretty calm, with the occasional Caterpie or Weedle evolving under their boss's supervision. At least that was the case until Kaide, because on that day the first Zubat egg hatched. I had noticed the sign beforehand, so I knew that it would have happened that day. That was why I kept an eye on the nesting area of Mocha's habitat. As soon as I noticed that Zubat was about to hatch, I found a chance to enter Utopia and made my way to the nest. I called Luna/Clefable over, and together we waited for Zubat to hatch. Once he did, Luna used hypnosis on him just like I had told her, and he fell asleep without seeing our faces. I did not want him to imprint on us after all. That would make giving him away pretty awkward, and I would feel bad about doing that to a Pokemon that saw me as his or her father or family. While Utopia was putting Zubat through its optimization process, I brought out the bottle with Miltank milk that I had spiked with blood from an Iron Stage Pokemon. Once the process was done, I moved the teat of the bottle to Zubat's mouth, and he subconsciously began to suckle/drink the milk. I also checked his new status to see what had changed. I have been treating all 3 Zubat eggs the same, so they all got the full support treatment from me. However, due to having only been with me for 4 months, which meant that a major part of his development was already done, I was unsure how helpful the treatment had been. Species: Zubat. Gender: male. Type: poison, flying. Potential: green-light blue. Stage: stageless. Genetic variation: none. Abilities: inner focus, infiltrator. Talents: none. Affinities: poison, flying. Well, light blue potential was pretty good, and this being the male Zubat would balance out the gender ratio of Rose's Pokemon. Once he had sucked dry the milk bottle, I caught him with a bat ball, which I then switched to stasis mode. I called the bat ball as such, because it was a poison as well as a flying type dual element ball, and the Zubat line was the only known Pokemon species of that general typing. Variants were obviously not included in this, since I was sure that there were some poison/flying variants out there. Anyway, thanks to the meal I had given him before capturing him, Zubat would be able to stay inside the bat ball for a month or even longer, but I did not plan to make him stay in stasis for that long. In fact, I did not even wait for a day. Right after breakfast on Brew Day, I told my parents that I would make a quick visit to Rose to fulfill a promise and then I would be back for lunch. Well, if one could count a travel time of 90 minutes for a round trip as quick. Once I arrived at their doorstep, Rose was pretty startled to see me, since I decided to surprise her instead of informing her about my visit. When I told her I was here to fulfill my promise, she looked lost for a moment before asking curiously if that meant that the Zubat had hatched. I told her that it happened just yesterday. Anyway, I handed her a recipe for some good Zubat food that she could make and told her that she should burn it after she memorized it. Then I gave her a sack full of poke pellets that I had made and told her that she could use them to feed Zubat after a week. However, she had to feed him Miltank milk until then, and I added that it would be better if she added a bit of blood from an Iron Stage normal type to the milk. After she nodded, I handed the bat ball to her and she hugged me while repeatedly thanking me. I watched her register the ball using her blood, which showed which of the options I proposed to her she chose. I told her to introduce herself to Zubat and that I was going home since I had only come to deliver her gift. She tried to get me to stay for a bit more, but I told her that my parents were waiting for me and that she had to focus on Zubat anyway. So, after saying goodbye to her parents as well, I made my way back home. The rest of the day was relaxed if we ignored the call from Aunt Lily after she found out that I had gifted Rose a Zubat, a 5-star one at that. I told her that it happened and that Rose had already registered the ball on top of being the first individual Zubat had seen, so after a bit of back and forth, she relented. I mean, I could understand her reaction since it was a pretty precious and expensive gift, but I managed to calm her down as well as accept that it happened. I might have used the childhood friend card and added the words "only one my age" on top of it in my persuasion, but it worked, so who cares? The last week of the month gave me a pleasant parting surprise in the form of Stan/Gyarados' strength reaching SS. That was his third parameter to complete the second round of limit breaking, which meant he was halfway through with the second round. That seemed to be the signal for the other member of the Slithering Six to take a step forward. Each one of them increased either their strength or energy capacity within the first 10 days of the second month of the term. This was their second parameter at SS, so they were biting at Stan's ankles, or tail, progress-wise. If that was not a great start into the 27th month of 2180, then I did not know what could constitute as a great start. Okay, well, that was not true. A breakthrough to the next stage definitely counted, but progress on the Garridos front was great as well. Before the second week was over, another important event happened, but this time it did not happen on my side. On Pocket Day, after a nice day of battling with some wild Pokemon, I came home only to have Dad tell me that his Dratini had reached the high bronze stage this morning and that they had been waiting for me for his evolution. I had obviously known that Dratini's evolution was close, so I had prepared a dragon potion for him in advance using a D-class dragon scale coming from a high silver stage Dragonair, 1 milliliter of Dragonite blood from a high gold stage Dragonite, which cost me a fortune, considering that it was just a measly milliliter. Anyway, I had to dilute the good a lot to reduce its potency, but it was the best reagent for the dragon scale. Anyway, in the end, I created a potion that was a bit above the absolute limits of what a high bronze stage Dratini could withstand, but since it would be used during the evolution, that was okay. The excess potency would be perfectly absorbed during his evolution to Dragonair. Outside of evolution, the ingestion of that potion would have resulted in severe internal injuries that would have taken close to a year to recover from, which would have been a major time loss, and totally not worth it. Anyway, we all went to our backyard/garden, and I gave Dratini the potion made. Dad did his own thing, but since I told him in advance that Dratini should not ingest anything else, Dad focused on external aid. After Dad gave Dratini a final encouragement, he stepped back and joined us as spectators. Dratini lit up in the telltale bright white light of evolution, and the light began to expand to accommodate his new, larger form. Once the light show died down around half a minute later, in Dratini's place a striking Dragonair stood or laid. If I had to take a guess, I would place him at 5 meters long, which was pretty much the average length for Dragonair on Terra as far as I knew. Not that one got to see Dragonairs all that often, but from my research into pseudo-legendaries, because of course I was going to look into them, the regular length of Dragonair ranged from 4.5 meters to 5.5 meters. Dad was obviously the first one to go up to Dragonair to congratulate him, followed by his Pokemon. Only after that did we plebs get our turn. I used my turn to check his new status on the side, and I had to say his evolution was a total success. Species, Dragonair. Gender, male. Type, Dragon. Potential, light purple. Stage, bronze stage, high. Genetic variation, none. Abilities, shed skin, marvel scale. Talents, none. Affinities, dragon. Dragonair's potential rose from deep blue to light purple, which was awesome news. This was Dad's second Pokemon with light purple potential, and when I told him that his Dragonair now gave off the same feeling as his Nidoking, he was flabbergasted. He could not believe that he had 2 Pokemon with 6-star potential, and it triggered another wave of congratulations, this time for both Dad and Dragonair. Mom was especially enthusiastic with her congratulations. She hugged him and they kissed, which was something most kids did not want to see, no matter how old they are, mentally or physically. Mom and Dad laughed when I looked away at that moment, but what can I say, I belong to the aforementioned majority. The third week ended with 2 pleasant events. Manami/Lapra's energy density rose to SS on Girardiday, which was her second parameter to do so, and on Kaiday, Ollie/Curlia's agility reached S, which was his third parameter to do so. Ollie was halfway through with his first round of limit breaking now. If he had not been set on evolving to Galade, I would have tried to persuade him to evolve once the first round of limit breaking was complete, but since Galade was a trigger evolution, that fact was moot. We had to wait until he reached the high silver stage until he could evolve. At least that was the case if we wanted to make the best out of his Curlia form. Anyway, the last week of the month did not disappoint either, since Zubat egg number 2 hatched on Muday. I repeated the same process as I had with Zubat egg number 1 roughly a month ago, but I had to say that egg number 2 certainly gave me a surprise. Species, Zubat. Gender, female. Type, poison, flying. Potential, green-light blue. Stage, stageless. Genetic variation, color swap. Abilities, inner focus, infiltrator. Talents, none. Affinities, poison, flying. Yep, just like number 1, this Zubat also had her potential raised to light blue, which was good, but what surprised me was the genetic modifier color swap. I obviously noticed it when I saw the Zubat since a change in colors was hard to overlook if one was not blind or colorblind. Unfortunately, color swap turned out to be a purely optical/cosmetic change. It simply swapped the colors of her skin/fur and wing membranes, so Zubat had an orchid color and her wing membranes were blue. That also meant that she would have turquoise skin/fur once she evolved to Crobat and her wing membranes would be purple. I was planning to give her to Mom as a birthday gift, and since Mom's birthday was still close to 3 weeks away, on ARC Day 16.28.2180, I kept the bat ball in stasis mode. That was no problem since Zubat could easily stay for 4 weeks or more in stasis mode after the bottle of bloodied milk I gave her before capturing her. On the last day of the month, which was a Kyade, Saphira's agility reached C, which was her third one. She only had to raise another parameter to C before she would reach the high bronze stage. It would happen pretty soon. I could feel it in my bones. Chapter 278, Second Term Down. Well, Mr. Burns had told me that my spars would resume during the third term, but he already deemed me ready at the start of the third month of my second term instead. Because he viewed me as too strong to face the third-year students of the secondary Rhoda Knight Academy, he arranged my sparring matches with the tertiary Rhoda Knight Academy instead. Furthermore, I was not facing the first-year students, which would have simply been my sparring partners from last year, but he organized the second-year students to be my sparring partners. That meant I got to spar against Urza and her year/classmates. I was happy that I got to meet Urza once a week like this, and from what I noticed Urza felt the same. No matter how one looked at it, the girl enjoyed fighting a lot, whether that be personal or Pokemon fights. However, she, herself, admitted to me that she would definitely feel restless if she did not get to release some energy once in a while, so occasional personal battles were a must for her. My first sparring session turned out great. Mr. Burns managed to exempt me from my classes for the whole day and organized 2 periods with each second-year class of the Knight Academy. I got to face each class one after another, which was extremely tiring even for me, having to face one student after the other with only a few minutes of rest between each session, and that for 8 hours. It turned into a stamina/endurance test as much as a sparring session, and by the end, I was completely exhausted but pretty satisfied with my performance. Except for using my psychic abilities, I had gone all out, and the result was that I lost 12 out of 79 spars, each with a different opponent. Still, I felt the need to mention that 4 of those losses were against pretty strong students that I had to face after the 5 hours mark, so I had no problems with those. However, 5 of my losses happened because I was pretty much working on fumes while fighting. I lost against people that were weaker than me by a considerable amount, but it showed me that I could be taken down by people I could normally beat easily if I was out of stamina or injured. So, I guess I could begrudgingly accept those losses as part of a lesson. The other 3 losses happened while I was still, somewhat, at full capacity. I had 0 issues with those since I lost against people that were about as strong as me or better battle prowess-wise. I mean, that was the reason for these sparring sessions after all, for me to get better at fighting, and I could only do that against people as good or better than me. Oh, and Urza was among the 4 that beat me after the 5-hour mark, simply because her class was the last one I got to face. Anyway, in addition to those 7 more students were chosen by Mr. Burns, which brought the total number of potential sparring partners to 14. This was done so that I only had to fight those that could pose a challenge since I generally had 2 periods to spar with the Knight Academy students. The 5 students that managed to beat me because I was spent were not among the 14, but they turned out alright and did not make a fuss because of that. They even jokingly said that they now could brag about having beaten the famous Mikhail Geo, and we all laughed at that since it was true regardless of how it happened. 2 of the 14 novice knights were unwilling to spend their 2 free periods on this, while the other 12 students agreed. Thankfully, they all had the same 2 periods free on Pocket Day, so it was agreed that I would come to the Rhoda Knight Academy at those times. Fortunately, it fell into the 3-period gap I had on Pocket Day, so I did not have to ask for any special treatment in swapping around my classes/lessons. Truly, Lady Luck was smiling upon me, considering how fortuitous the situation was. Anyway, I did not understand why those 2 declined. I mean, it was not like they were only going to spar against me. No, they obviously would be sparring among themselves as well while I was facing someone. Plus, it was not like there was no incentive for their participation. Mr. Burns told me the Knight Academy staff/higher-ups liked the arrangement. They decided to reward the students that regularly participated and showed progress. The only reason I could come up with for their decision was laziness, which kinda contradicts the fact that they were novice knights, which was not an easy thing to achieve. Their ability to qualify as sparring partners also contradicted that assumption, but Urza told me that those 2 were from 2 rather big knight families, so they had to be able to do all that. However, according to her, they did not do more than what they had to do, which was not a good attitude to have. It meant that they would probably not become much stronger than they already were. Which, to be honest, felt like a waste since the 2 appeared pretty talented. Still, that was the highlight of the week, and the rest of the week was pretty calm. The next week turned out to be interesting. On Nude Tiamat/Milotic's agility reached S, which was nice. On Girardiday, I got to boss around Marlene and Sorrel, which had become a regular thing, and Mars/Ursaring's energy capacity reached S. On Pocket Day, I spent 2 periods sparring at the Knight Academy. I won 13 out of 24 bouts, so I would say I did pretty good, considering that I was the only one that only got minimum rest between bouts thanks to Mr. Burns. Oh, and Mars decided that once was not enough, so his energy density also reached S, just a day after his energy capacity. Dial Day was the highlight of the week for me at last, since I met up with Kinji on that day, and he told me that his pincer had broken through to the low platinum stage just yesterday. I asked him why he hadn't called me after it happened to share the happy news, and he said that he wanted to give it face to face. Kinji shared that he wanted me to be the first who learned about it, and he called Aaron beside me to give him the news as well. This was Kinji's 2nd Platinum Stage Pokemon, so he was only 1 more Platinum Stage Pokemon away from fulfilling the Strength/Pokemon requirement for Champion class trainers, or the Bug King rank in his case. He also jovially shared that the Blip Bug he managed to get thanks to me had reached the low Bronze stage and had evolved to Dodler. Now, the reason that I emphasized that Kinji's visit was my highlight of the week was because for my parents it had to be the pre-birthday party that they had for Mom on Gru Day. Since everyone was busy on Art Day, Mom and Dad decided to call over their friends on Gru Day instead, and they all went out for a celebration among themselves, so only their friends without any children. I was so generous as to give them the go-ahead for their adult-only night out. The 3 of us celebrated her real birthday on Art Day after I came home from the academy. We went out to the city, and once we came back home after a nice birthday dinner, I gave her a small box that contained my gift. After she opened the box and saw the bat ball, I stopped her from calling out Zubat since she had to do that in private for the initial meeting due to Zubat being a newborn. I told her what the bat ball contained, Zubat's status as a newborn/newly hatched, her potential, and her genetic modifier. I did add that the color change was purely cosmetic, unlike the shiny gene which made the Pokemon stronger compared to others of the same species. She waved that off, citing that she did not mind that before she began squeezing the life out of me through hugging. She thanked me for the gift, while Dad gave me a blank stare that screamed, "How could you do that without telling me?" since my gift completely overshadowed his, which was a pretty nice necklace and a pair of matching earrings. I had to suppress a chuckle since that would have been like throwing salt on a wound. Instead, I gave him a smile that conveyed sorry, I forgot. Yeah, he didn't buy it even though it was the truth. I honestly forgot to mention it to him. Anyway, Mom's super successful birthday aside, Tiamat took another step forward on Girardiday, just 1 week after her last one. Her endurance rose to S as well on that day, and Abza followed in his sister's footsteps just a day later, with his vitality rising to S. Still, it seemed that this was a pretty fortunate week because the pleasant news was not over yet. On Kaide, the last Caterpie and Weedle evolved to Metapod and Kakuna, which meant that all of Mothra/Butterfree, as well as Parvati's minions, had gone through their first evolution. There were already some Metapod and Kakuna that had begun to grasp the basics of iron defense, so I was assuming that in a few months the first Butterfree and Beedrill would appear among the minions. Nyx/Umbreon seemed to believe that this was not great enough, so her vitality rose to S on Grude, to finish the third week on a high note. After that, the last 8 days of the month were pretty calm, and after an uneventful first week during the last month of my second term, I thought that the rest of the 29th month of 2180 would be like that as well. Well, I was proven wrong when Saphira/Swabla's vitality reached C in the middle of the second week, which let her advance to the high bronze stage. I thought about her evolution after she did that. Normally, there would be no problem with her evolving since the high bronze stage was the perfect evolution point for Pokemon with only a single evolution. However, I had my misgivings regarding the full excavating of her prospect due to her future dragon type. I had previously decided to wait until she at least finished her first round of limit breaking before she evolved, but her current low racial value slowed down her progress speed by quite a bit, which was why I was doing this internal debate in the first place. I ultimately decided to stick to my decision to wait until Saphira finished her first round of limit breaking, and she fully agreed after I shared my misgivings with her. Her reply was better safe than sorry, which was normally my motto. That was not all. After training with us for a while, Anubis/Riolu's vitality rose to C, which was his third one. He only needed one more to reach the high bronze stage, and I was betting on either his endurance or energy density being the next one to reach C. The second term exams began on Gerada Day of the 4th week and went until Dial Day of the first week of the 30th month. I only had to go through the one for the regular subjects, so I was pretty relaxed about the whole thing. I just took the exam period as the time when I could go home earlier than normal after being done with the exams. On Arc Day, after my math exam, I noticed that Optimus/Butterfree's strength had reached A, which meant that he could officially start his limit-breaking training. That little bit right there evaporated the slight bad mood I was in due to math and carried me through the rest of the week. Still, it seemed that Manami/Lapras did not want to start the vacation in such a boring fashion, so after a period of heavy focus on her agility, it finally reached S on Kaede, which officially finished her first round of limit breaking despite her already having 2 parameters at SS, and I had to say that was indeed a nice surprise at the start of the vacation. Chapter 279, Exciting News. Like before, I chose to allow everyone to slow down on the training front for this vacation as well. Training time got reduced to a minimum and the majority of the day was left for them to relax. The same was not true for me, at least not for the first 4 days of my vacation, not counting the weekend after the exams. The reason I did not get to relax as much was that everyone ganged up on me using pleading and acting cute to make me start a grooming and massage session. It was always funny to see Pokemon like Ursaring and Doritos acting coy or cute since that was one of the last things one did expect from them. Anyway, starting from Arc Day, I spent roughly 6 hours a day grooming and massaging my Pokemon until I managed to go through all of them at the end of Poké Day. I have to add that grooming as well as massaging Pokemon can be pretty exhausting. Still, even if I was busy every day due to that, all that effort was totally worth it because it made my Pokemon happy, and it was a great way to bond as well as spend time with them. My massage skill once more proved itself when Anubis/Riolu's endurance reached C after I loosened his muscles and helped them relax as well as recover using my aura. That led to him reaching the high bronze stage, which meant that he could theoretically evolve since he already fulfilled the optimal condition for Pokemon with only a single evolution. The relationship requirement was no problem since we had reached that point more than 2 weeks ago, and relationship requirements were an exception that did not up his category to the trigger group. Still, like always, this was not purely my decision to make, so I talked with Anubis about his evolution. After talking over everything, Riolu informed me that he would like to wait until he was a bit stronger before he evolved to Lucario. We settled on waiting until he completed his limit breaking. Anubis would evolve before his breakthrough to the silver stage so that the limit break bonus could be added to his higher racial values as Lucario instead. The topic of racial values, BS, made me think about the current racial value of everyone. I noticed that I tended to forget, or rather overlooked, the different racial values that some of my Pokemon had due to focusing too much on Mothra/Butterfree's values. Yes, she was closing in on the racial value, BS, that the pseudo-legendaries possess thanks to her Queen Jean, but that did not mean that I should overlook the fact that I already had 3 Pokemon whose racial values had long surpassed that point. Namely Tiamat/Milotic, Mocha/Crobat, and Shino/Yanmega. Tiamat's shiny gene boosted her racial value from 540 to 621, Mocha's royal gene raised her racial value from 535 to 668.75, and Shino's ancient gene increased his racial value from 515 to 643.75. All 3 of their values were above the racial value of 600 that the general pseudo-legendaries had, with Shino and Mocha's racial value being higher by quite a bit. My guess was that the thing that kept drawing my attention to Mothra's case, besides the obvious reasons such as her being my second Pokemon and her OP talent, was that the regular racial value of her species was only 395 and that we had managed to drag that up to 592.5. The other 3 already had pretty high racial values from the start, with all of them being above 500, so surpassing 600 BS seemed less of an achievement than doing it for a Butterfree. Honestly, such an attitude was not really fair. However, I was only a human, so not everything I do makes perfect sense. Anyway, besides the realization of that piece of preferential manner on my part, the first week did not end at that. No, my actions and the reactions of my Pokemon did not go unnoticed by the other inhabitants of our home, so on Dial Day, once they noticed that I was done with my group, Mom and Dad's Pokemon urged them to get on my level. Well, that was the flattering way to say that I had to help them groom and massage their Pokemon as well, while they stood on the side and watched, trying to see how I did it so that they could improve their own methods accordingly. I naturally explained what I was doing, and answered their questions as well. However, I rarely had them do the grooming or massaging themselves for hands-on examples or corrections because that took much more time, and I did not want to spend doing this for another week, so I did most of the work myself. This way I managed to go through everyone by the end of the week. During the second week of my break, a wave of global excitement the likes that I had not seen since my arrival on Terra got set off. It was on Muday, we were watching the 6 p.m. news, when the anchor announced that Lance Wateroo's official challenge for the position as regional Johto champion got accepted, now that the champion's 20-year tenure was up. The current champion was Casey Stripes, who had been the Johto champion for 3 terms already. Her ace was a mid-platinum stage Electivire, but her team was a mixed one. Dad added that Casey was currently 137, which the news did not mention, and that she had announced that she was waiting for someone strong enough to take her position. The news went on to mention that Lance was a genius hailing from Blackthorn City who was only 31 years old right now. He was a known Dragon-type specialist, and his ace was a Dragonite. The official battle was scheduled to be next week on Arc Day the 19.30.2180 at 6 p.m. Lance's challenge seemed to have set off a wave because one challenge after another got issued which drove the global excitement higher and higher. The next challenge came on Girarda Day from Shin X Riva for the position of Kanto champion. The guy was 31 and had a mixed team with Jolteon as his ace. The Kanto champions battle would be on Muday the 20.30.2180. That was followed the next day by Steven Stone, 32, announcing his challenge for the position as champion of Hoenn. Steven was a Steel-type specialist and his ace was a Metagross. The battle would happen on Girarda Day the 21.30.2180. On the same day, Drake Yuji, 40, declared that he was challenging the champion of the Orange Archipelago for his position. Drake was a generalist and his ace was a Dragonite. The battle would take place on Pocket Day the 22.30.2180. Coincidentally, or not, I don't know, but all challenges came from the northern continent. The excitement did not die down at all. On Pocket Day 2 more challenges were declared, and they both came from the western continent. Leon Dand, 29, announced that he was aiming for the position of Galar's champion. Leon was a generalist with a Charizard as his ace. Surprisingly, his Charizard was known to have the primal gene. It looked more ferocious than a regular Charizard, and with a height of 5 meters, it was more than double the size of a regular Charizard one as well. Leon's battle was scheduled for Dial Day the 23.30.2180. The second announcement came from Glenkin 41, who challenged the champion of Ferrum for his position. Glenn was a fighting-type specialist whose ace was a Machamp. The battle was scheduled for Kaide the 24.30.2180. The southern continent did not stay silent either, and on Dial Day Cynthia Sharona, 28, announced her challenge as well. She was a known generalist with a Garchomp as her ace. The battle was scheduled for Grude the 25.30.2180. Ransei's champion also got challenged, and Hiroshijinko, 32, was the one who issued said challenge. He was a trainer that specialized in EV evolutions, and his ace is an Espion. Hero's battle was scheduled for Arc Day the 26.30.2180. Finally, the Eastern Continent joined in on the fun as well. On Kaide, Diantha Carne, 29, issued her challenge for the post as Kalos' champion. Diantha was a generalist as well, and her ace was a Gardevoir. Her battle would take place on Muday the 27.30.2180. The final challenge came from Wes Leo, 32, who challenged the champion of War. Wes was a generalist and an Umbreon was his ace. His battle would take place on Girardiday the 28.30.2180, and just like everyone else's battles, his would also happen at 6 p.m. This was something that happened for the first time in history, for so many championship challenges to happen back-to-back. 10 out of 18 champions got challenged, and if the challengers won, that would mean humanity would welcome 10 new regional champions within just 2 weeks. They were already calling them the brightest generation, since all of them were under 50, with most being only in their early 30s. Heck, 3 of them were younger than 30 by a year or two, and the global populace was praising all of them to the high heavens, since everyone was confident that all of them had a high chance of becoming legendary class trainers as long as they did not encounter an accident. Without living in a situation like ours, one could not understand what that meant for humanity as a whole. Anyway, I had no idea what made them all schedule their battles so close to each other, but I was happy that they did it, since that meant I got to watch them all during the break. Well, the fact that I knew each one of the challengers from my meta-knowledge meant that they were pretty strong people, at least if they were like their meta counterparts. Anyway, on Grude no major news came, at least not on the global scale, but Dad's Azure/Kingdra reached the high gold stage, so that was happy news for us. On Arc Day, at 6 p.m., Lance's battle took place, and like most of humanity, our family was also glued to our TV. We were watching the live transmission of the battle, glued to the screen, afraid to miss a single moment of the battle between Lance and Casey. Casey showed why she was the reigning champion, and that for 3 terms, since she managed to bring the battle to a final confrontation between ace Pokemon despite Lance revealing 2 more Dragonite during the battles beside his ace. Ultimately, Lance's Dragonite managed to beat Casey's Electivire, which allowed Lance to become the new champion of Johto. The crowning ceremony was broadcasted as well, and the Alliance president officially crowned Lance as the Johto champion. The following challenges ended with the challenger winning as well, which meant that the Alliance president was busy crowning one new champion after the other. Honestly, at this point, I was curious whether one of the challengers was going to lose or not. Kaide brought a bit of variety, not because Glenn lost, cause he won, but because Hera/Pidgeot's vitality increased to S that day. While not some big news, it was pleasant news for me, and I praise her for her efforts. My Pokemon had all been enjoying these champion battles as much as I did, since I have been streaming all of them in open cinema style in Utopia, so they had seen them all, and I could say that they all got super motivated watching such strong Pokemon battle each other. The days kept going, and finally, on Girardiday the 28.30.2180 Wes won his challenge as well, and got crowned the champion of War. With his success, all 10 challenges ended up being successful, which was a historical event, since humanity had for the first time so many young champions. Well, the fact that they were so young also meant that they had mostly focused all of their time on becoming stronger, so running a region was not really something they were good at yet. Well, while there had never been so many young champions at once, thankfully there had been precedents where a young champion got crowned, so the Alliance already had a modus operandi in case something like this happened. In case the regional champion was not able to fulfill the Alliance's conditions for the role of the regional presidency, the Alliance assigned someone to the role instead. The regional president led the region, but the champion had equal authority and could veto his or her suggestions. Additionally, the champion had to shadow the president to learn the rules of the job if he wanted to take over, or they had to manage to fulfill the conditions in another way. I was happy about this arrangement because being just strong was not enough to run a region, which practically was a large country in my old world. I was confident that I would not have that problem when it was my turn to be champion and president, at least knowledge-wise, since I was confident in my mental abilities. I could definitely learn everything I needed to know for the role in a relatively short time frame. Chapter 280, The Surprises Keep Coming. During the last 4 days of the break, the global atmosphere was charged with excitement. Even among my circle, it was the same. The champion battles and the champions themselves were the main topics of face-to-face talks, calls, or chats. Rose, Weiss, Jessica, Urza, Misty, Marlene, Wendy, and Akane were raving about Cynthia and Diantha. They all went on about how strong and beautiful they were. Rose, Jessica, Misty, and Wendy were more partial to Diantha because they liked her elegant battle style more. Weiss, Urza, Marlene, and Akane on the other hand favored Cynthia more because she was more of a strategic battler that did not mind going for a power battle. Still, both Cynthia and Diantha made it to their top as role models for all my girlfriends, and I meant friends that are girls when I say that. Well, I think that was the case for all girls worldwide, so it was no surprise that they joined in as well. Still, Misty did emphasize that Lorelei, the Orange Archipelago champion 21 years ago, so the one before the one that lost against Drake, was still her favorite role model. Lorelei Kana was an ice-type specialist and ice elementalist that became the Orange Archipelago champion at 28 and abdicated after her first term, citing that she wanted to focus more on her training. So, while only 5 of the 18 current regional champions were females, there were a lot of strong female trainers that could serve as role models for the current generation and all generations to come. The most popular two were probably Agatha Kikuko and Bertha Kikuno, the most famous female legendary class trainers that were alive. Agatha was a ghost-type specialist that was from the same generation as Professor Oak, and Bertha was a ground-type specialist from that generation as well. Unlike the girls, the boys had to choose whether to let patriotism sway their choice or not, but in the end, 2 had to share the spot of the most popular new champion. The first one was Lance, because of dragons, duh, and the other one was Leon because of his primal Charizard because that thing looked awesome. Cynthia was a close second place because some of the guys were simps, and well, she was just that impressive of a trainer. Aaron, Ace, Kinji, and I were in Camp Lance, while Sakamoto, Kazuma, Takeshi, and Sorrel were in Camp Leon. You and Coco were in Camp Cynthia, those simps. I mean, you was now living in or he could have at least pretended to support Wes instead of declaring Cynthia the best. I had put all the boys and girls in one chat group for each gender 2 months ago so that all my friends could get friendly with each other. Naturally, there was also a mixed chat group with everyone in it, but I made the gender-separate chat groups because there was always something that one gender was not willing to share in the presence of the other gender. They all quickly got friendly with each other, which was not that surprising, since I had already introduced most of them to each other at some point. I did this group chat thing after I had formally introduced myself to all my acquaintances that met me while I was under an alias. I could now proudly call them friends instead since there was no more secret identity between us. Anyway, the discussions still keep going even after the 3rd term began. It was the favorite topic at the academy, and even on Pocket Day during my visit to the night academy that was the topic on everyone's lips. Thankfully the hype began to die down at the start of the 2nd week. Around that time, something just as major as the champion streak, as it was now called, happened in our family. Well, at least it was just as important in our eyes. Scratch that, it was more important than that. On Pocket A at roughly 4 p.m. Sky/Pidgeot broke through to the low, dark gold stage, which was major news for two reasons. 1. Sky became a dark gold stage Pokemon, and 2. She was Dad's third Pokemon to reach the dark gold stage. That meant that Dad now officially fulfilled the Pokemon requirement to become an ACE class trainer. Dad told me that he had already fulfilled all other conditions for his advancement, so he could now apply for his promotion, which he promptly did on dial day. He left the home with me at 8 a.m. and headed to the main Alliance office in Rhoda while I headed to the academy. When I came back from the academy at 1 p.m. he was already at home and told me that he was now officially an ACE class trainer. We obviously had to celebrate such a grand occasion, so Mom and Dad invited all their friends to a grill party on Kai-Day to celebrate Dad's advancement. They naturally invited the Fields, which meant Rose would be here as well, but they surprisingly invited the Schnees and Golds as well. I had not thought/known that the friendship between our parents had reached the stage where they were actual friends instead of acquaintances. Still, it was a welcome surprise, and I was happy that I would get to see Weiss and Ace as well. The party was a smashing success, everyone had fun, they all congratulated Dad, and he was all smiles the whole day. I got to see my friends and they congratulated me as well after they did so to my dad. I jokingly said to Rose that my dad had caught up with hers before I turned to Weiss as well as Ace and joked that their parents were the new targets. I was only half joking because I was hoping that Dad would someday reach that point as well. I mean Weiss's dad, Jacques, was a Tier 4 Ice Elementalist and Elite Class Ice-type Specialist, after all, so he was a good target. Ace's father, Roger, was even more impressive since he was a Champion Class trainer. They all laughed at that and joked that they would have to encourage their parents to keep advancing to not make it too easy for my dad. Anyway, the party ended on a high note, and it seemed Dad's Pokemon wanted the week to end on a high note as well, since his Magnezone, Cell, advanced to the high gold stage on Gruday during their light training session shortly after lunch. Just when I was wondering when some great news from our side was going to pop up, Mothra/Butterfree's endurance increased to D on Muday, which meant that only a single one of her parameters had to rise by a single value, regardless of which one, for her to reach the high gold stage. It had taken about 14 months for this to happen, but her being at the gold stage was not the only reason for this. She had spent some of her time focusing on her minions, and some focusing on her moves. Furthermore, Mothra had not been targeting a specific parameter during her training but opted to train them all, which might seem counterintuitive since it increased the time it took her to reach the high gold stage, but we had more than enough time to afford it. It was something she wanted to do, and I agreed because it ultimately was not a loss of time since she would have had to spend the time to train the other parameters either way. Besides, I was pretty sure that her strength was going to follow suit pretty soon, so Mothra reaching the high gold stage during my third term was a foregone conclusion. I was pretty happy with this, and that I won 17 out of 22 spars against Urza and her fellow novice knights on Pocket A only improved my mood even further. The days until Girata Day were pretty calm, but that day ended up being an uncommon one. It showed that I was a pretty good coach if I had to so myself. Under my great tutelage, Sorrel's Lopunny broke through to the silver stage, which served to lit a fire under Marlene, who wanted her Stoutland to be the next one to reach the silver stage. If they kept up the good work, I believed that they could become strong enough to make it to the continental competition by the end of our third year. That would be good enough for them to earn enough points to visit either the Riolu or the Togepi habitat. 2 days before the start of the second month of my third term, or the 32nd month of 2180, good old Stan/Garridos decided to give me a reason to end the month on a high note. His agility reached SS, which meant that only his endurance and energy capacity were left until he completed his second round of limit breaking. Like always, Stan's fellow Sinister Six members were nipping at his heels, or rather tail. His improvement was followed by a wave of parameter increases from them as well, and by the end of the second week, all 5 Garridos had raised their second parameter to SS. It seemed like fortune did not like me one-upping Dad since Vibra/Rhyperior reached the high gold stage on Girata Day of the third week. Well, at least, Lady Fortune decided to wait for 3 days before she had Vibra trump our progress. Not that I minded, I was happy that Dad's Pokemon were getting stronger. To be honest, I was kinda hoping Mom's Pokemon would start advancing soon as well, since it had been some time since I had seen some visible progress, stage-wise, on their front. I mean, I believe that the stronger my parents were the better, since they could not be used against me if they were strong enough to fend for, and take care of, themselves. Anyway, the third week proved to be a good one, because I got to hear a rather interesting piece of information on the evening news on Dial Day. The news was from Sinnoh, and it stated that they had found a swarm of quillfish variants and some overquill, which were thought to be extinct. A group of archaeologists had been searching the area roughly 500 kilometers from Sunyshore City after finding mentions of Aegean settlements in an area that was called the Ilepsi Shore in ancient times. According to the report of the Anchor, the archaeologists managed to discover a cave that led to an isolated underground lake where they spotted a swarm of quillfish and overquill. They thankfully retreated before they were discovered, because Alliance personnel that later surveyed the lake confirmed that there were platinum stage overquill inside the lake, and old records state that the species were not of the friendly sort. Apparently, the lake was connected to an underground river that led directly to the sea, which was how the swarm maintained/ensured their food intake. This was a major find, since researchers had thought that the species had become extinct due to the actions of the people of Sinnoh, or rather the whole southern continent, nearly 4,000 years ago. The last wild overquill and quillfish variant had been sighted 3,200 years ago after all, so it was reasonable that they were considered extinct. The reason for the merciless hunt was that the species has been recorded to poison the water sources they lived in, on top of being overly aggressive and savage. The actions by the previous Aegeans were recorded to have been supported by the wild water types that suffered under the quillfish and overquill. Communications from the Alliance's side with the leading overquill confirmed that the leader was the one that actively prevented the spreading of their species, since it lived through the hunt and did not want a repeat to happen. The boss overquill did not believe something reckless like taking revenge on everyone, since it knew that to be unrealistic, so it acted accordingly. The newscaster reported that the Alliance was currently in negotiations with the leading overquill regarding their proliferation outside the lake they were found in. I was really interested in that news, and I thought it was great that new, or rather old species and variants were rediscovered. The fourth week was calmer. Marlene Stoutland reached the silver stage just like she hoped, and she thanked me for my help. Our group chat got a bit chatty that day because she bragged about her Stoutland's breakthrough in the girls' chat room, which then involved the mixed chat. In the end, my status as a great coach got solidified among our circle of friends. On Pocket Day, something happened inside Utopia that took me by surprise. Drowsy approached me after I entered Utopia to check up on everyone. I naturally checked his status and saw why he came to me. The guy managed to advance to the high, bronze stage, and I had told him all about the optimal evolution points, so he told me that he wanted to evolve. I had promised him that I would be willing to support his evolution with supplements as I did for the others, which was why he had approached me. I passed on the news to everyone else, and we all made our way to Drowsy's habitat. They encircled us, and I began setting the standard energy/material circle I set up for each evolution. I had already prepared a potion for Drowsy after I had given my promise to support him just in case it would be needed, so I gave him the potion before I joined the others outside the circle. Drowsy promptly gulped down the potion and initiated his evolution after taking a few calming breaths. The light show began, and it took 20-ish seconds for the light to die down, after which we approached the newly evolved Hypno to congratulate him. I did not forget to check his new status and saw that while he still had light green potential, it had increased by 60% thanks to my supplements, so he was not too far off from reaching green potential. I had told him about the limit breaking and the breakthrough points after he had joined Utopia, so after the hubbub died down for a bit, I asked him when he was planning to break through to the silver stage, since he was at the high, bronze stage. Hypno informed me that he wanted to try his hand at limit breaking, and I told him he could approach me whenever he wanted to know the state of his parameters before I wished him the best in his endeavor. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 11. Peace.